being 10:04, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, consideration at second reading of Bill C-313, an act to amend the Food and Drugs Act, non-corrective cosmetic contact lenses, in the name of Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson, seconded by Mr. Chong, moves that Bill C-313, an act to amend the Food and Drugs Act, non-corrective cosmetic contact lenses, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health. To the Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today I'm honoured to be able to speak in support of my private member's Bill C-313, an act to amend the Food and Drugs Act in order to bring cosmetic or decorative contact lenses under the same medical device regulations as corrective contact lenses. I would like to thank the professionals within the eye care community who have contacted my office in the recent weeks with their kind words of support for my private member's bill. Each member in the House today has representatives of the eye care industry in their riding, and I hope that members will heed their warnings about the dangers of the incorrect use of decorative contact lenses that we're hearing more about each day in news reports and medical studies. My Bill C-313 has gained the support of 3 eye care organizations representing various professionals from the eye care industry. The Canadian Association of Optometrists, the Opticians Association of Canada, and the Canadian Ophthalmological Society are important stakeholders in any discussion on eye care related to their profession. Today, I intend to share medical evidence with you that will show the clear need for the provisions sought after by Bill C-313. Before we discuss Bill C-313 further, I want to take you back to a different time and place, to the autumn of 2007 in the 39th Parliament of Canada. It was during this period that the concerns of eye care professionals from across Canada were first brought to my attention. At the time, I was an active member of the Standing Committee on Health. There were many concerns that were brought forward to the parliamentarians on that committee, and while all the concerns were important, I was particularly seized by the concerns that were brought to me by the professional eye care organizations in relation to the lack of regulatory oversight on what were called non-corrective cosmetic contact lenses. It is very easy to break down the main concern brought forward to me all those years ago. A cosmetic contact lens is identical to a corrective lens in terms of its impact on the human eyeball, with the only difference being that it does not correct a sight imbalance. However, despite the fact that they are identical to a corrective lens, these cosmetic lenses were, and to this day continue to be, free of regulatory oversight, similar to the provisions in place for corrective lenses. It was with this simple fact in mind that I began work in 2007 to further understand the risks of cosmetic contact lenses. Remember, cosmetic, decorative, and plano contact lenses are all referring to the same product, and I will use all 3 terms in my discussion with you today. After extensive study, liaising with health researchers and eye care professionals, meeting with our own experts from Health Canada, and also engaging with the opposition health critics, I had developed a strategy that would ensure Canadians' eye health is protected. The result was Private Member's Motion M409, which proposed that cosmetic lenses should be classified as medical devices and be regulated accordingly under the Food and Drugs Act. The actual text of Motion 409 read as follows: that in the opinion of the House, the Minister of Health should regulate non-corrective cosmetic contact lenses as medical devices under the Hazardous Product Act or the Food and Drugs Act. This motion passed unanimously on March the 7th, 2008, in a fractured minority parliament, no less, which I believe is a testament to the fact that this is not a political issue. Rather, we are discussing a human health issue that could impact many Canadians, especially our youth, which I will speak to shortly. Due to the importance of the motion to Canadians' health, I was able to obtain the full support of all the opposition parties and their health critics, in addition to the support of the government and the Minister of Health. Today, I seek that same support from across the aisle. I was pleased that the government acted upon the unanimously passed motion. It was in 2008 that the Government of Canada, upon advice from Health Canada, introduced my motion as an amendment to the Omnibus Food and Drugs Act amendment in the former Bill C-51, which was introduced in April of 2008 but which also died on the order paper upon the election in the fall of '08. It was unfortunate that, having already had my private member spot used in the 39th Parliament, I found myself near the bottom of the long private members' business list. This meant I would not have the ability to bring this legislative change forward for some time. Moving ahead to late 2010, now in the 40th Parliament, it became evident that I would possibly have the ability to bring forward private members' business. Knowing that I had unfinished business, I reached out to the professional eye care organizations to begin to discuss what types of legislative remedies could be brought forward. My main concern was to ensure that my private members' bill would adequately and fully address the concerns held by myself, other parliamentarians, and thousands of eye care professionals across Canada. Of course, we have had another election since then, and upon being re-elected by the citizens of Sarnia-Lambton, I found myself returning to a new House of Commons in the 41st Parliament. I also found myself near the top of the list for private members' business, meaning that months of research and efforts through my office were about to be realized in terms of finally bridging the regulatory gaps that exist for decorative, non-corrective lenses. The culmination of this long process now stands before the House of Commons for debate. And with this brief background on my bill now before the House, I would like to discuss C-313, an act to amend the Food and Drugs Act, non-corrective cosmetic lenses, with each of you today. I can sum up the situation regarding the need for my legislation in one sentence regarding non-corrective cosmetic lenses. National distribution of these products without professional oversight, fitting, and training significantly increases the risk of public harm. The difference between '07, when I first brought my private member's motion forward, and 2011 is that I now have the peer-reviewed medical evidence to back up my claim. Today, we now know that the warnings on cosmetic lenses, dating back to October 23rd of 2000 by Health Canada, are in fact quite well warranted and now demand a legislative recourse to alleviate the potential harm that could be done to consumers of these products. To some, it may seem that to deem a decorative lens as a harmful product is somewhat overreaching, yet eye care professionals and medical researchers have shown otherwise. A short list of the complications that could occur due to unsafe handling and wearing an improperly fitted lens in your eye, along with the lack of professional oversight when these products are initially obtained by the consumer, includes the following: conjunctivitis, corneal abrasions, giant papillary conjunctivitis, microbial keratitis, and other forms of bacterial, allergic, and microbial infection as specified by the eye care industry. Already, we know that these complications all occur with prescribed corrective lenses, which is exactly why Health Canada regulates the use of these products through opticians and regulatory bodies. Yet what has now been shown as fact through peer-reviewed studies is that non-prescribed decorative or cosmetic lenses are much more likely to cause complications to users for a combination of factors, including lack of oversight on the product, for the consumer in terms of how to use the product, and in terms of the potential quality of the product. It should be noted that some businesses import cosmetic lenses from parts of the world where production of a device to be fitted into a human eye does not necessarily take the best precautions in terms of quality of their product, leading to the rise in bacterial infections and microbial issues. These companies make large profits off a consumer base that is woefully unaware of the potential harm they are causing to their own eyesight. A recent search on the Internet for Cosmetic Contact Lenses Canada brought up over 1 million hits. The top hits on the search were for several large marketing and distributing companies that sell cosmetic lenses made in certain regions not as well known as Canada for having strong consumer protection measures. This is extremely concerning, and we can be sure that the regulatory oversight that C-313 will provide should help to shed some light on the businesses that are importing and providing these products to consumers with little to no oversight or concern for the consumer of the product. To date, we have now seen several studies on the issue of decorative lenses and the harm they can cause to consumers. Perhaps the most well-known study in Canada is the Human Health Risk Assessment of Cosmetic Contact Lenses, conducted by Dillon Consulting Limited. Also known as the Dillon Report, The final assessment was submitted to Health Canada in September of 2003 and outlined the scientific evidence, which at this point was still being debated by public health officials, that the level of risk associated with the use of cosmetic contact lenses is comparable to that associated with corrective lenses and may be potentially higher. The main issue here is that corrective lenses are subject to professional monitoring and proper regulatory oversight. Cosmetic lenses are not. The Dillon report also called for the following risk management strategies. Individual screening should take place before a cosmetic lens is sold to a customer. Proper fitting should be ensured. Adequate instruction on cleaning and sterilization should occur. Familiarization with recognition of potential symptoms related to the condition of the eye, and regular aftercare. To date, not one of the suggested risk management strategies called for in this report have been adopted, while corrective lenses are strictly defined by Health Canada. With this in mind, we must all ask the question why this has been allowed to occur for so long, despite the long-standing pleas of the eye care industry and medical researchers. To recap our discussions thus far, the main concern C313 seeks to redress is that cosmetic or decorative cosmetic lenses are being dispensed without a prescription or fitting from unlicensed vendors. Consequently, uninformed lens wearers are experiencing acute vision-threatening infections and inflammation. This has now become an accepted fact due to a recent study that appeared in Acta Ophthalmologica, the official medical journal for optometrists and ophthalmologists in Europe. In this study, research conducted at the Department of Ophthalmology at Strasbourg University Hospital in Strasbourg, France, clearly indicated that, and I quote from the conclusion of the study, patients who acquire cosmetic contact lenses are less likely to be instructed on appropriate lens use and the most basic hygiene rules. Consequently, cosmetic contact lens wearers are experiencing acute vision-threatening infections. The study in question focused on a bacterial infection known as microbial keratitis, a common yet preventable infection that can occur in wearers of contact lenses, both corrective and non-corrective cosmetic varieties. Yet this study has shown that indeed wearers of cosmetic lenses were at higher risk, with 79% of the controlled group of cosmetic contact lens wearers suffering from corneal scraping. However, the study showed that only 51% of corrective contact lens wearers suffered similar effects. Meanwhile, more than half of the cosmetic lens wearers who were shown to have suffered corneal scraping were also shown to have serious microbial infection as well in the eye. The study concludes that the increasingly documented risks of easily accessible cosmetic contact lenses were a serious concern in the country of France, where the study took place. There's no reason to believe that the situation is any different in Canada. And in fact, the Dillon report of 2003, which in many ways served as a groundbreaker on this issue, also came to the same conclusions as the French study in 2011. Considering the medical evidence that clearly shows the need for the provisions contained in C313, it is important to note that Canada is at least a decade behind other jurisdictions, such as the United States and Europe, in achieving proper regulations for cosmetic or decorative or plano lenses. No matter what you want to call them, it is scientific fact that there are issues with these lenses being improperly sold and used in our nation. The risk was sufficient enough that in the year 2000, Health Canada issued a public health warning, that in 2003 a human health risk assessment was conducted, and that in 2008 this very House of Commons unanimously agreed with the viewpoint that cosmetic lenses are indeed a risk to Canadian consumers and that we must take action. Although I have spoken at great length as to the risks of cosmetic contact lenses and therefore the need for the provisions of C313, I would like to share with you a quote from Dr. Lillian Linton, President of the Canadian Association of Optometrists, who stated the following: "This is about people's eyesight, and in most cases, young people's eyesight. There are daily news stories from around the world about the complications that can arise due to ill-fitting cosmetic lenses or improper use and handling. It is an important vision health issue, and the optometrists, opticians, and ophthalmologists of Canada are asking for unanimous support from the House, Senate, and Health Canada to adopt this amendment and enact it with haste. I could not agree more with Dr. Linton. The time has come for us as parliamentarians to join together to support C-313 so that we can ensure that much-needed oversight is finally brought forward. In doing so, Canada can reclaim the proper regulatory powers over the importers of these products who so callously flood the Canadian market while doing untold damage to hundreds of thousands of young Canadians' eyes, completely unbeknownst to most consumers, unfortunately. With this in mind, I call on parliamentarians in this House today to stand in support of C-313. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments?
Le Fior.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le Fior. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for Sarnia Lambton for her bill, which is well drafted. I do have a concern, however, and a question. It has been shown that the government has neglected health issues for Canadians. So I wonder why this initiative is coming from a private member and not from the government itself. Does the government not feel that it has a role to play in protecting the health of Canadians, especially where eyesight and vision are concerned?
Honourable Member for Sarnia Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for his question. Certainly we know that this is an issue that, as I said in my speech that I brought forward in 2007, there was a private member's motion that was supported unanimously by this House. It was not only supported by the House, it was also supported by the government and Health Canada. And as I had said in my speech, that motion was supported. In fact, it was put into Bill C-51 that was before this House. If it had not been for the fact that that bill died on the order paper because of an election, this already would be in legislation. So the government does support it. The government has tried to bring it forward, and it's not a case of the government not supporting or being negligent in doing this. There's been support all the way through on this bill and on this issue from Health Canada and the government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party has been somewhat supportive of the bill and appreciate the members' efforts in terms of bringing it forward. Interested in knowing, you touched upon a very serious issue. Many consumer advocates and others would see the merit with respect to the bill. But there's another issue dealing with our eyes and vision, and that is this whole concept of laser surgery, which is becoming more and more commonplace. And I'm wondering if the member could give her position or her thoughts in terms of what role government might have to play in this whole area that is somewhat relatively new to our healthcare system. And does she believe that there is any merit in terms of whether it's the federal government or provincial government looking at ways in which we can support laser eye treatment?
The Honourable Member for Sarnia Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for his question. It's an issue that is definitely not addressed by the bill that I have before the House today. I know personally, I know of several people who have had laser surgery. I know of several people who have had it very successfully. However, I have not done research into it. I certainly am not qualified to speak on it, and I feel that that is something that is another topic. Definitely, this government is extremely interested and in improving the health of all Canadians, whether it be eye health or whatever. So if it is an issue that is studied and is seen to have merit, then that is a topic for another day. But right now, this bill deals with cosmetic contact lenses.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank and congratulate the member from Sarnia for this very good private member's bill. Mr. Speaker, I'm the father of two young daughters, 11 and 7. One will be 12 tomorrow. Happy birthday, Sarah. I'll get that on the record now. And I'm particularly concerned about young people using cosmetic contact lenses for decoration, even for play. Is there anything specifically in this bill that's targeted to keep children particularly safe from the use of cosmetic contact lenses?
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thanks very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member, my colleague, for his question, and happy birthday to Sarah as well. So certainly we know that there are a tremendous number of young people who make use of cosmetic contact lenses. And certainly it's a coincidence that today is Halloween and that this bill is being introduced today, because we know that Halloween is a time when so many young people, as well as those that are not so young, make use of cosmetic contact lenses, and they use them for a variety of reasons. So certainly this bill would make sure that the cosmetic contact lens was regulated the same as a corrective contact lens. So it is seen very much by the eye care professionals and by Health Canada as being an extremely protective measure towards our young people and the health of their eyesight. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Chicoutimi-Lafjord. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to thank the member for Sarnia-Lambton for the bill. I think that it is essential to have this bill as soon as possible to ensure that the legislation can be passed, the better. The issue here in Canada concerns contact lenses, corrective lenses, which are not the same thing as the cosmetic lenses, which corrective lenses are now regulated by Health Canada under medical devices in Category 2. There are risks associated with wearing contact lenses. I can talk about that in a moment. There are risks associated with the use. And people, if they don't know how to use the contact lenses, don't know how to take care of them, there can be greater risks. So it's important to ensure that the corrective lenses are in that class. But in Canada, we have different systems where the cosmetic lenses are treated differently. So we're talking about those. As we were saying, it's Halloween, and people can put in cat's eyes thanks to contact lenses in order to change what they look like. These are called cosmetic lenses. Currently, these cosmetic lenses carry the same risks as corrective lenses do. However, they're not covered in the regulations. And this means that when people have an eye problem and they have to go to the optometrist to get a prescription that is suited for their needs, they go get corrective lenses, prescription corrective lenses, and they'll respect the way that they're supposed to be used. They'll take care of their contact lenses. They make sure that they avoid any health risks and issues. But the problem is that currently people who purchase and want aesthetic lenses, cosmetic lenses for different reasons, they are not subject to regulations, so they can purchase these lenses anywhere, these cosmetic lenses anywhere. They can even buy them on the internet, or they can get them from a retailer in beauty salons and in other types of stores. And so there is a lack of regulation with regard to these cosmetic lenses. They are on the market, and often they are of lower quality. Normally, there has to be an ability for oxygen to get through the lenses, but if there is a lower quality of lens, there can be a lack of oxygen getting to the eye. This can lead to other eye problems. If people don't have information about how to take care of their contact lenses, they can also improperly use them. We have to realize that a contact lens, when it is a prescription lens, is made customized for each person because each eye is different. So having a cosmetic lens, which is not regulated, means that there are risks associated with these because the lenses are not adapted or customized to the individual's eyes. So that's what I wanted to say about that. With regard to the potential risks associated with the improper use of these types of lenses, we can talk about an allergic reaction. There can be a bacterial infection leading to swelling or inflammation of the cornea. They can be scratches on the cornea, vision problems, and even the loss of an eye. Here we're talking about a progression with regard to the significance of health problems. Ideally, we wouldn't see someone lose their eye, but when there is a lesion due to the improper use of a contact lens, the impact is felt within the first 24 hours usually. So often we're talking about young people wearing these lenses for aesthetic reasons, and they are at risk also of having this problem in their eyes and to an ability to misdiagnose their symptoms and to not take care of their eyes as a result, particularly if they misdiagnose the problem in time. It can be difficult then for the problem to be Association of Optometrists, the Canadian Association of Ophthalmologists, the Canadian Association, another Canadian association also is publishing warnings in order to encourage the government to adopt legislation in this regard as well, and has been for the number of years now. So I'm very pleased that the Conservative member has tabled this bill. And given that today it is Halloween, it is probably the most popular day for the use of these cosmetic lenses. It's unfortunate that this legislation could not have covered this time of the year when there is increased use of these contact lenses for cosmetic reasons. But I hope that this bill will be able to help the next young people who will want to use them. And I hope that young people will keep their eyesight. Ms. Hampton, the president of the Canadian Association of Optometrists, has spoken about this. We are asking for experts' opinions. They have been asking for legislation for the past 10 years. Ms. Limpton said that we're talking about people's eyesight in most cases. Their lives. Every day we hear about complications that can occur as the result of the improper use or handling of these lenses. And Ms. Layton also said that it's important to maintain good vision, and therefore the optometrists are asking the support of the House and the Senate and asking them to pass this amendment to the legislation. So I'm pleased that Health Canada does want to amend these regulations and this legislation. I'd like to talk a little bit now about how important it is for this legislation to be adopted. Among the users of corrective lenses, we're not talking about aesthetic reasons. Serious lesions is approximately 1%, so this is small. Those who have a prescription for corrective lenses, corrective contact lenses, specifically made for them, had instructions about how to use it, how to properly put them in, how to care for them, how to avoid issues. Even those people using these type of corrective lenses have a 1% chance of having serious lesions, the kind of problems that I talked about earlier. And among those, with general populations, it's about 10%. So it's very important for these corrective lenses, be it corrective or cosmetic, be prescribed, be provided by competent individuals who can tell the individuals how to properly wear those lenses. There are also researchers in France who recently conducted a study, and it's very interesting. They indicated that the risk of infection to the eye caused by the wearing of lenses was 12 times higher if it was used for cosmetic purposes rather than corrective lenses. So this means that people who didn't learn how to properly use the lenses are at greater risk of having health problems. And this could cause a greater expense to our healthcare system in the United States. It's special. Since 2005, they have had the same problem as we have in Canada. It wasn't regulated with regard to cosmetic lenses. So what they did was they passed legislation in order to have the same thing in Canada as we're trying to do here in Canada. That is to have it classified as a Class 2 medical device. I would say that we are able to move forward to ensure the vision, the proper vision of Canadians. What else did I want to say about this? Well, there is another study that was recently done in the United States that indicated that lenses, be they corrective or cosmetic, were the first cause of lesions among children of over the age of 11. So this shows how important it is to adopt this legislation. And finally, in conclusion, I would like to say that it is important for the House to move forward on this legislation. The House had already passed similar legislation. It had died on the order paper. I hope that everybody will be able to support this, and I would once again thank the member for Sarnia Lambton for tabling this bill, which will protect the eyesight of all Canadians wearing corrective lenses, particularly young children. Thank you.
Continuing debate, the honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to rise to thank the honourable member from Sarnia Lambton for this excellent private member's bill, which we will be supporting on this side of the House. I think that this is a long time in coming. It's taken Canada almost a decade after the 2000 health warning issued by Health Canada with regard to cosmetic contact lenses, but then further regulations has not taken place. And I think what the honourable member is doing is really important. She's actually moving the cosmetic contact lenses into Class 2 of the medical devices regulations, which means that it'll be treated the same way as actual corrective contact lenses. And I think this is important because these measures will do a couple of things. What it would do, it will manage quality of the product. It will look at distribution of contact lenses and regulate them. And it will increase awareness of the damage that cosmetic contact lenses can support. And we know what those damages are, Mr. Speaker. The member spoke to them. They're infection, they're vision loss, and it's corneal damage. And we know that those things come about because if a cosmetic contact lens is sold at the corner store or sold just as a cosmetic product and nothing more, then it's going to fit badly, and ill-fitting contact lenses cause some of the major problems. Improper handling of them, they may be in an inappropriate container, so infection is taken. Most young people don't think it's real, so that they kind of use it like a piece of cosmetic, and they tend to ignore handling of it. And of course, sometimes we know that, of course, if you're going to buy it just to use on Halloween, you're going to look for the cheapest product. So you will probably get products that are made from substandard materials, so to be used once and thrown away. And so this is an important thing that the member is talking about, and it is an issue of preventative vision loss. I think, as we know, and as the member said, the Canadian Association of Optometrists and Opticians have supported this. So does the Canadian Ophthalmological Society, saying that this has been a long time coming. There was a 2003 report that was done by Health Canada looking at the risk assessment of wearing cosmetic contact lenses. And we know that these are new. Cosmetic contact lenses are relatively new, so there isn't, excuse me, a body of data that can go back maybe 20 years for us to look at a longitudinal study of it. But we know enough now to know that contact lenses, period, whether they're corrective or they are cosmetic, can interfere with the flow of oxygen to the cornea. This will cause swelling. It will cause ulceration of the cornea, which will, of course, then lead to inappropriate vision entirely. There can be debris or dirt under your contact lens. If you don't handle it carefully, it can throw it down on a table and pick it up again. These microparticles can actually abrade your cornea as well. And, of course, ill-fitting contact lenses allow for dirt and debris to get in underneath those ill-fitting contact lenses. There can be chemical or allergic reactions. There can be contamination of the lens from microorganisms that someone else handling the lens inappropriately could have put in. And, of course, you can get ulcerative keratitis if you get repeated infections of the cornea, which can then lead ultimately to blindness. So it can also cause something interesting, a temporary change in the shape of your cornea, which will then necessitate the use of corrective glasses, not contact lenses, because you have actually changed over a period of time the shape of your cornea. Now, that sounds horrendous, but that is why these should be dispensed by a licensed trained professional like an optician, an optometrist, or an ophthalmologist, because that would mean that there would be proper fitting, proper supervision, and proper education on how to handle contact lenses. In fact, one of the things that we see, though, in the United States, they did a study and they showed that there was a frequency of illegal dispensation of these cosmetic contact lenses, which was 79.2% of illegal, not prescription, but illegal sale of cosmetic contact lenses, as opposed to prescription contact lenses, which were sometimes illegally given out at about 10%. But this is because of the black market sale of these cosmetic contact lenses, because they are seen just to be a cosmetic thing and to be used only once or twice. But, you know, we know that contact lenses have a 33% incidence of corneal ulcers, and that's particularly high, and a 20% evidence or incidence of corneal abrasions. So I think what is really important about this bill is that it is a preventative measure. It can prevent blindness, and we're not being kind of hysterical when we say that. I think the honourable member was very clear about some of these things, and we know that that is what opticians, optometrists, and ophthalmologists are now saying. And so this is an important first step. The next step in dealing with this particular issue would be to have provincial governments, which obviously we have no control over, but hopefully this will be a step that will lead provincial governments to look at this issue, because they actually have the authority to regulate cosmetic lenses to the regulations and to make them the same as regulations that deal with prescription lenses. And I think that's the next step that we're hoping would happen with the provinces. And then, of course, that will mean that it will regulate who can prescribe and who can distribute these lenses, which I think is the ultimate thing that my honourable colleague is trying to deal with. The other thing about cosmetic contact lenses is that young people tend to use it a lot, because they go to a party and they want to have green eyes, or they go off on Halloween and they want to have cat's eyes, or they whatever, and they have not really seen the danger of this kind of damage. And we know, for instance, because if we look at theatrical people who wear contact lenses to change their look as part of their makeup, actually 60% of them get eye infections from using cosmetic contact lenses. So, as opposed to 13% with corrective contact lenses that were prescribed by a particularly licensed prescription person. So I want to support this bill. Class 2, putting it in as a Class 2 medical device will ensure that it would become part of the other devices, such as contact lenses, pregnancy tests, ultrasound scanners, endoscopes, etc., which is, again, making sure that these medical devices are properly regulated, that the quality control is there, and that the proper person who is licensed to use them. Now, we know that manufacturers require a Health Canada license before selling or advertising Class 2 devices, so it would mean that, again, cosmetic lenses would require this special license before it can be sold or dispensed. Now, non-corrective lenses that are designed to change the shape and color of one's eyes really need to be put under this category, because, as I said before, it's not only the other things we talked about, but the changing in the shape of your cornea over a period of time of using an ill-fitting lens is very, very dangerous. So I wanted to thank the honourable member for bringing forward this bill, and I want to end by quoting the United States Food and Drug Administration, which said, "Without a valid prescription, fitting, supervision, or regular checkups by a qualified eye care professional, decorative contact lenses, like all contact lenses, can cause a variety of serious injuries or conditions. And these can rapidly lead to internal ocular infection if left untreated, so that it can infect inside the eye, not only the surface of the eye. And we know that uncontrolled infection can cause permanent corneal scarring. And I think the United States, as a result of that statement, and part of that statement, declared in November 2005 that all contact lenses, corrective or non-corrective, should be under the medical device classification, requiring a prescription and an appropriate fitting and appropriate consultation. By adding non-corrective contact lenses as a medical device under the Food and Drugs Act, we can ensure greater safety in the manufacturing and sale of these lenses. Liberals support evidence-based policy and recognize that this is in keeping with good health care. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to speak to Bill C-313, an act to amend the Food and Drugs Act for non-corrective cosmetic contact lenses. And I want to congratulate the member for Sarnia Lambton for introducing this private member's bill. It's not often that we get a chance to introduce private members' bills, and I think this is a very well thought out one. I know that she's been a strong representative of her riding. I remember visiting her some 5 or 6 years ago, I think it was, in Lambton County. She served for some time as warden of Lambton County, and also as for I think almost 15 years, 16 years as mayor of Wyoming, and then Plimpton, Wyoming. So I think that's got to be one of the longest-serving mayors in Ontario, and certainly the first mayor to serve as the mayor of Plimpton, Wyoming. I think it's also interesting for the House to know that the members from Lambton County, and many of you may be from the West, may be surprised to know that the very first oil well drilled, not just in Canada, the very first commercial oil well ever drilled in North America was in fact drilled in Oil Springs, Lambton County in 1858. So the oil industry, the energy industry really started in southwestern Ontario. It's still home to many petrochemical and refinery companies, and it's a great area of the world. So it's produced strong baseball teams, strong farm families, and now a strong member of parliament from that area. So she's introduced a very good piece of legislation. I think that all of us in this House would agree that eyesight is a gift, and it's not something that we should ever take for granted. And I think we would also all agree that products we put directly on our eyes should be of high quality and of highly safe to use for those purposes. And I think we'd also all agree that because our eyesight is so very important, that consumers should have the information necessary to make an informed decision about whether or not to purchase the product, and once they have, they should also know whether how to use that product in a safe way. So I think for all those reasons, this private member's bill is an important piece of legislation because it will help us address a long-standing safety issue related to the sale and use of these products. Cosmetic lenses, for those of you who don't know, or non-corrective contact lenses, are used to change the appearance of the eye. They're available in a wide range of colors and designs, and they're used primarily to make a fashion statement. Now, today being Halloween, many Canadians tonight, both children and adults, will either be going trick-or-treating or will be going to some sort of Halloween party. And many of these people will be wearing costumes. Well, hopefully everyone will be wearing costumes who is going to one of these things. And part of these costumes often include cosmetic lenses. And while I've never used them myself, I have seen them before, and they're actually sometimes disconcerting when you first see them. I've seen red vampire eyes. People have been wearing yellow cat eyes, even starry eyes. So there's a range of cosmetic lenses out there. And these have often been purchased over the internet or at a costume retailer, as opposed to corrective lenses, which are purchased through drugstores. But unlike corrective contact lenses, there are no labeling requirements to make consumers aware of the potential health or safety risks or to provide instructions as to the proper use and care. Cosmetic lenses are identical to corrective lenses, with one exception. Cosmetic and corrective lenses are used in the same way and pose the same risks to human health. The only difference is that cosmetic contact lenses do not correct vision. And even though these two products pose a similar risk, they fall under two different sets of regulations and regulatory regimes. And that is the problem that this bill is going to fix. On the one hand, corrective lenses are considered to be medical devices and are regulated under the Food and Drugs Act and the Medical Devices Regulations. On the other hand, cosmetic contact lenses are considered to be consumer products and are regulated under the Canada Consumer Product Safety Act. So the bill before us today would help to harmonize those two sets of regulations by bringing both cosmetic and corrective lenses under the Food and Drugs Act and the Medical Devices Regulations, so that there's greater clarity for consumers and greater health and safety standards for Canadians. So that would mean that both cosmetic and corrective lenses would be subject to the same rules for health and safety. Mr. Speaker, earlier this year in the last Parliament, our government introduced the Canada Consumer Product Safety Act, which is a strong piece of legislation which came into force earlier this year with support from both sides of this House. It strengthens the protection of health and safety of Canadians by requiring suppliers of consumer products to report any safety-related incidents, including serious injuries or deaths, to report any recalls or any other regulatory action in other jurisdictions. So as a consumer product, cosmetic lenses are regulated under this new piece of legislation. It means that defective cosmetic lenses could be recalled by Health Canada if they pose an unreasonable danger to human health and safety. But while this new piece of legislation gives Health Canada the powers of recall, and while it's a much improved regulatory framework under which we regulate consumer products in Canada, it does have one hole in it. And the problem is that it doesn't require companies selling these cosmetic lenses to meet the same labeling and consumer instruction standards. And that's exactly what Bill C-313 would fix. It would fix this problem by regulating cosmetic lenses as medical devices under the Food and Drugs Act and the Medical Devices Regulations. It would also require companies to report problems and provide additional information if Health Canada requested it. It would also ensure that all cosmetic lenses meet the same regulatory standards as corrective lenses. In other words, the same standards as Class II medical devices. And most importantly, it would ensure that proper information be contained on the packages to allow consumers to make an informed choice as to whether or not to buy the product, and secondly, if they bought the product, what the proper use of the product is to ensure eye safety. Bill C-313 would require that cosmetic lenses meet specific labeling requirements, including instructions for use on the product label. It will provide consumers instructions on how to use the product safely and effectively, and that will go a long way in reducing the risks associated with these cosmetic contact lenses. Mr. Speaker, I think it's important to point out one thing, and that is that this legislation in no way mandates prescriptions for cosmetic lenses. The decision as to whether or not to require prescriptions for lenses is a decision of the provinces, and this legislation will not change that fact. But there's two other important aspects to this legislation I think it's worth pointing out. This legislation will simplify the Canadian regulatory framework by bringing both corrective and cosmetic lenses under the same regulatory framework, as opposed to the current situation, which is where one is regulated under one act and the other is regulated under the other act. This will ensure that both products are regulated in a similar fashion. But the second thing it will do is it will harmonize our regulations with our largest trading partners. Since 2005, all cosmetic lenses sold in the United States have been regulated by the Food and Drug Administration. And currently, many Canadian consumers, when they purchase these products, are confused because many of these cosmetic lenses have labels on them that say FDA approved, and many Canadian consumers are confused as to whether or not they're safe for use in Canada, and also concerned when they see products that have not been labeled in a similar fashion. So this bill will ensure harmonization of cross-border regulations between Canada and our largest trading partner. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I want to once again congratulate the member for bringing forward this piece of legislation. It will allow consumers to continue to have access to high-quality and safe cosmetic lenses. It will simplify our Canadian regulatory framework. It will harmonize our regulations with that of our largest trading partner. And most importantly, it will require full information to be put on the package to allow consumers to make an informed decision about purchasing the product, and once purchased, ensure that consumers have all the information required to use these cosmetic lenses safely. For all these reasons, Mr. Speaker, I encourage members of the House to support this legislation and congratulate the member for bringing it forward.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I would like to thank my colleague from Sarnia-Lambton for her bill. I feel that it's very important. Canadians' visual health must be protected. And this very simple measure will help to reduce the number of eye injuries because they present the same health risks. Cosmetic contact lenses must be subject to the same regulations as corrective lenses. This bill, C-313, will help to correct a problem that healthcare professionals have been asking for years and asking the government to regulate. The protection of Canadians from potentially dangerous products should, in fact, represent one of the government's primary responsibilities. The bill ensures that corrective contact lenses and cosmetic lenses would be regulated in the same way by the government because their use poses the same health risks. Over the last 10 years, healthcare professionals have warned Canadians on the subject of the risks and dangers attached to using unregulated cosmetic contact lenses. In 2000, Health Canada issued a warning on the subject of cosmetic lenses and recommended that they only be used under the supervision of a professional in the area of eye care. In 2003, Health Canada recommended that the federal government regulate the use of cosmetic contact lenses. The dangers involved in using cosmetic contact lenses without professional oversight are well documented. Problems occur when the lenses are not properly adapted to the particular needs of a buyer. The size of eyes varies considerably. It's like shoes, and people are not the same. And sometimes when the fit is inappropriate, is one problem, and also they're of dubious quality, sometimes coming from unknown service providers. Problems can occur when consumers don't have enough information and directions on their appropriate use. For example, putting them in, taking them out, and cleaning them. Cosmetic contact lenses can be very funky. They come in different types. I have seen a soccer ball version, white on white, and enlarging the iris, and many other kinds as well. Friends sometimes want to share these lenses, but they should absolutely avoid doing so in order to avoid possible infection. Cosmetic lenses are more and more popular. Today's Halloween. We often see them as fashion accessories in beauty parlors or costume stores or corner stores. According to a report published by Health Canada in 2003, the rate of serious injuries suffered by people using corrective contact lenses is approximately 1%, but the overall rate for complications is 10%. The rate of injuries and complications, for example, infections, inflammation, and ulceration, is likely much higher among those using cosmetic contact lenses. In 2007, the loss of vision represented the highest direct cost for the Canadian healthcare system compared with all other illnesses. Doctors always say that the lens put right on the eye prevents people from seeing correctly. These cosmetic lenses prevent the eye's sensitivity to contrasts. This results in inadequate vision, which can result in accidents. That can result in accidents because there are many bacteria and viruses that are often found in the eyes. And you don't know what kind of eye disease another person might have. If you share the contacts, you can certainly pick up that same infection. So be very careful sharing contacts. You shouldn't do so. There are many other problems that can arise from the use of contact lenses. These contacts are only intended to be worn for a certain period of time, and they have an expiration date. Sometimes people wear them and they forget to take them out. And this results in complications such as corneal ulcers. Corneal ulcers are very dangerous and can result in scarring of the cornea, which is dangerous as well. And if it's untreated, these ulcers can even result in permanent blindness. Even if these aesthetic lenses are not dangerous, they can result in eye injuries to the person. For example, allergic reactions, bacterial infections, swelling or inflammation of the cornea, and the ulceration or scratching of the cornea, and vision problems as serious as blindness. Certain of these injuries arise within 24 hours. It's very difficult to treat them, and in some cases, they can be permanent. The potential risks associated with the use of these kinds of lenses are well known. Moreover, the evidence and research demonstrate that the potential dangers related to the improper use of contact lenses without the supervision of a specialist are many. Lenses that do not correct the vision are used to change the color or the appearance of the eyes. It's difficult to evaluate the exact size, and the available indicators show that the market has been growing over the last few years.
Now, it's Halloween, and many children are even looking for contact lenses as part of their costume. So I congratulate my colleague opposite for this bill. I will support the bill put forth by the member opposite.
Reprise du débat. The honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, but particularly I do want to thank my colleague, actually my next door colleague in my constituency for Lambton, for Sarnia Lambton, for her bill that have come forward today, Bill C-313. But also want to acknowledge she and I spent time in terms of being a mayor, and I think she's longest has held the warden of a county, likely more times and for a longer period than anyone I know of, and so I congratulate you. Bill 13, C-313 is amends the Food and Drug Act, and I've only got such a short period of time, and so I think much has been said this morning about the significance of this bill, Mr. Speaker. It is clearly one that wants to see cosmetic contact lenses classified and regulated as medical devices. It appears that the cosmetic contact lenses and, in fact, of corrective lenses go through very much the same process in terms of their development. It's actually the oversight, the regulatory concerns that come with it. The member and myself both wear glasses, and I can tell you we come with two sets of eyes. And as you start to get a little older, and these products are used by mostly our younger people, that we need to make sure that what we do for the best of the health of Canadians. And I see my time is just about to the end already, but I do want to acknowledge that whether it's the government or whether it's all of Parliament, I know that all of us in this place come before today to make sure that we do what we can to protect the health of Canadians. And so I'm anxious in what I hear today that we have support, I hope, for this bill, and I want to congratulate my colleague for bringing this forward, this important issue on the health of our eye.
Sorry to interrupt. The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order precedence on the order paper. The honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex will have 8 minutes remaining when this matter returns to the House. Order to the day.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement, travaux des...
Government orders, business of supply, consideration of opposition motion, standing in the name of Mr. Gravel on asbestos.
Mr. Gravel, seconded by Mr. Martin, moves that in the opinion of the House, the government should A. ban the use and export of asbestos, B. support international efforts to add chrysotile asbestos to the list of hazardous chemical products under the Rotterdam Convention, C. assist affected workers by developing a just transition plan with measures to accommodate their re-entry into the workforce, D. introduce measures dedicated to affected older workers through the Employment Insurance Program to assure them of a decent standard of living until retirement, and E. support communities and municipalities in asbestos-producing regions through an investment fund for regional economic diversification. The honourable member for Nickel Belt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am honoured today to introduce this new Democratic Party motion calling for a ban on the use and export of all forms of asbestos and a just transition plan for its asbestos-producing workers and communities. I am especially honoured to share my time with my colleague from Winnipeg Centre. Like myself, he was exposed early to asbestos, but he became a tenacious labour leader for health and safety rights for workers. Since his election 14 years ago in 1997, he has championed in this House the ban on asbestos. We are closer to that today than ever before. I am grateful for my colleague, for my New Democratic Party, and for a broad coalition of national and international healthcare, trade union, and human rights advocates that have fought this fight. Let us not mince words. Asbestos is extremely harmful. Asbestos kills. This is a substance so noxious that it has been banned from manufacturing processes in Canada, and yet we export it to countries such as India, where our government has accepted the absurd claims it is safe to use. For a government that purports to be friendly to immigrants, this is real hypocrisy. The medical community has been clear and unanimous in refuting the industry argument that although asbestos is dangerous, chrysotile is just fine. There may be different forms of asbestos. They may have been varying chemical makeups. There may be different lengths of shapes and fibers. They all produce disease, some worse than others. As Canadians, as a country with international responsibilities, it is the right thing to do to ban extraction and exporting.
The scientific debate on chrysotile asbestos has been completed. The vast majority, the crushing majority, in fact, of scientific research has indicated that this product can not be used safely. It needs to be banned. There are over 100,000 deaths per year due to asbestos.
Oh, the mineral is caught up in the story of a hard-working people. The towns of Asbestos and Thetford mines. Hard-working miners making a livelihood for themselves and their loved ones. From my 34 years of working in a mine, I know this story too well. It is also the right thing to ensure that older asbestos workers have a decent standard of living through retirement. We need to broaden this disability compensation to include all victims of asbestos related to diseases in Canada. And we must create an investment fund to support the diversification of the economy in asbestos-producing regions. We will speak about these and other policies to help those workers throughout this debate. I read recently one of the community leaders in Quebec that there would be shame for his workers and his communities to have asbestos added to the list of chemicals banned for import by the Rotterdam Convention. While I understand his comments, in truth, there is no shame for those workers. They have gone into the mine shafts shift after shift, day after day, and with the sweat of their brow, put food on the tables for their families. They believe what they were told by their bosses and by those making money from asbestos, who, like the tobacco companies from another time, spun this information and doubt. The real shame today is for our Conservative government and Prime Minister, who unconscionably stand with only 3 other countries in the world refusing to act. Since 2008, this Conservative government on 3 occasions has blocked international efforts to list asbestos on the UN's list of hazardous substances. Asbestos is banned in more than 50 countries, including most developed nations. But Canada continues to be one of the leading producers and exporters of asbestos. Canada exports nearly 200,000 tons per year into poor and developing nations, more into developing countries than any other country in the world. Listing asbestos in the convention would force exporters such as Canada to warn recipient countries of any health hazards. Those countries could also then refuse asbestos imports if they think they could handle the product safely. Rotterdam listings are determined by consensus, and if there are countries that oppose, like Canada, then a substance like asbestos cannot be listed. Those workers there lack the basic health protection. They are often unaware about safety measures. They do not receive training to instruct them how to handle asbestos at least risk to their lives. Les documents internes révèlent que
Internal documents show that in 2006, representatives of Health Canada refuted the so-called safeness of chrysotile asbestos as claimed by Conservatives. The Director General of a safety program stated, "We cannot confirm that chrysotile is risk-free. Health Canada's approach would be to put it on a list. That is the logical approach for controlled use." Under the auspices of this Prime Minister, Canada has sponsored and paid for 160 commercial missions in 60 countries in order to promote asbestos. In the past 3 years, this government has also contributed $750,000 to the Chrysotile Institute, a lobby group from the asbestos field that promotes the use of asbestos abroad.
This listing of asbestos on banned chemicals is a wise thing to do. Those are not only words. They are the words of former Conservative Cabinet Minister Chuck Strahl. We are all familiar with his story, his courageous battle against cancer, and how this subject touches him. As an industrialized country, we must put the global good before domestic political consideration. We came to know in this country how dangerous asbestos was. We banned it right here in Parliament. We closed entire buildings and are spending millions of dollars because we know how dangerous asbestos is. What is unsafe here cannot be safe once it arrives in another country. I implore this government, the Prime Minister, the honourable member from the region to do the right thing. If their opposition is the loss of jobs, then let's work together on a transition plan to invest in those communities and regions. In doing so, we can save lives here and around the globe. In closing, I want to cite the commentary of a broad coalition of eminent doctors in Quebec who have written the Prime Minister with their compelling questions. Puisque vous-même, Monsieur le Premier Ministre,
Since you, Mr. Prime Minister, and the current Canadian government believe in the safe use of chrysotile asbestos, given its deleteriousness, what is the problem with putting it to prior consent and subjecting it to that procedure as stipulated in the Rotterdam Convention? Why would Canada be opposed to importing countries having all information necessary in order to make an informed decision? What is Canada afraid of in not including it on the list? We don't see any reason for opposing this. As Canadian doctors, we want to be proud of the role that our country has played on the international scene.
I'd just like to, at this time, Mr. President, read from an email that I received yesterday. and I'll quote the email. It's from Tracy. My dad died of mesothelioma in 2008 after learning that asbestos-related diseases are the #1 occupational killer in Canada and that there was no fund to support organizations working on asbestos-related initiatives. My mom and I established the Asbestos-Related Research, Education, and Advocacy Fund. We've been truly shocked by this government's action position on this issue. The Harper government's excuses are embarrassing and unforgivable. In the name of justice...
Order. Just to remind the honourable member that he cannot refer to members of the chamber by their given names, even in a quote.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, and I apologize for that. In the name of justice and protection of workers here and around the world, in the name of our obligations to others on our planet, I urge MPs in all parties to support this motion. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm honoured to rise in support of the motion put forward by the honourable member for Nickel Belt. I'm proud of the fact that the Green Party was the first federal political party to call for an end to the asbestos industry in Canada and a just transition for its workers. We now face world approbation for our quite immoral position that somehow chrysotile asbestos can be used safely in other countries, but we recognize that it kills people here. I'd like to ask the honourable member for Nickel Belt what information he has regarding the World Health Organization position on the Canadian support of asbestos.
The honourable member for Nickel Belt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And even though the Green Party has supported this position for a long time, I'd like to again thank and refer to my colleague from Winnipeg, because without his due diligence on this file, we might not be discussing this today. But it's quite clear that the international community supports the ban of asbestos throughout the world. It's a substance that is dangerous. It's a substance that kills. It's a substance that we should not import or export to third world countries that are not protected against the use of asbestos.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Algoma, Kapuskasing, Manitoulin.
It's Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing. I thank you, and I appreciate the comments that my colleague here has made. You know, I have a constituent right now, Julius Hava, who is struggling right now in staying alive, and because of this illness. And you know, the problem here is that not only do a lot of people in Canada and across the world are suffering from this illness, but the fact of the matter is in Canada it's very difficult to get treatment for this. And Julius's wife, Martina, says, "This should have never happened. Do not take me wrong. We still believe that miracle might happen and God could cure Julius." And she goes on to say that she thought that this was the best country in the world, and now she's ashamed to be Canadian. So my question is does he think that Canadians should have access, who are struck by this disease, should have access to medical assistance immediately? And if there's a problem between WSIB and the provincial government, that be dealt with similar to what Jordan's principle was meant to do. Thank you.
The honourable member for Nickel Belt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing for the good question. And of course, if people affected by asbestos in Canada are having problem getting medical attention in a country like Canada, think about the people in India, where we export this product. I know that the government of the day tries to lay claim that they are the protectors of the immigrants here in Canada, but with the exportation of asbestos, we are killing some of their brothers and sisters in their home country. We're killing some of their parents. We're killing their cousins, but we still don't want to ban it for some ideological reason. And the government should be ashamed of not wanting to ban this substance.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Nanaimo Cowichan. Short question, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Nickel Belt for that speech and for being the proposer of the motion in this House. And I wonder, given the substantial amount of information that's out there about the dangers of not only mining asbestos but using it, given the fact that it's not just the miners who suffer the cancers, but it's often their families because the miner comes home with their clothing full of asbestos. I wonder if the member could comment on whether he can see any reason whatsoever, any logical reason why Canada would not support the Rotterdam Convention.
The honourable member for Nickel Belt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the honourable member is quite right. There are not only minors that are affected by this, but also some children when their fathers came home, and some of their wives when their husband came home with their clothes full of asbestos. And there's absolutely no reason for not banning this substance. And I'd like to quote again from another email that I received from another Micheliana. My husband died of mesothelioma, and I belong to Canada's Voice of Asbestos Victim. Canada exports of asbestos to developing countries has to stop. Here are all the Canadian organizations who agree with your motion. And it goes on to list, I don't have enough time to list the whole bunch of organizations, but it's a full page of organizations that support the ban of asbestos.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to have an opportunity to join in this debate. I believe it's been a long time coming and long overdue. Let me begin by saying, Mr. Speaker, that asbestos is the greatest industrial killer that the world has ever known. In fact, more Canadians die from asbestos than all other industrial and occupational related causes combined. And yet, Canada continues to be one of the largest producers and exporters of asbestos in the world. On a good year, we dump nearly 200,000 tons into underdeveloped and developing nations. Mr. Speaker, and not only is asbestos not banned in Canada, as it is banned in most developed nations, as many as 50, we actually spend hundreds of millions of dollars. We have spent, and we continue to spend millions of dollars subsidizing and promoting the asbestos industry. In fact, there's no other Canadian commodity that enjoys the amount of support that asbestos does. Of all things, this Class A carcinogen enjoys this irrational affinity of the Government of Canada. 160 trade junkets in 60 different countries using our embassies and our trade commissioners and our foreign missions to promote something that we Canadians ourselves would not allow our children to be exposed to. Mr. Speaker, it is the height of hypocrisy that we are spending tens of millions of dollars to remove all the asbestos from the Parliament buildings because no Canadian or no MP should ever be exposed to a single fibre. And yet we promote and subsidize exporting hundreds of thousands of tons per year into underdeveloped nations where we know that there are virtually no health and safety protocols. We are exporting human misery on a monumental scale, Mr. Speaker, there's no justification or excuse. We are exporting a made-in-Canada epidemic. It's like unleashing 1,000 Bhopals into India in a time-release way because we know that the legacy of disease and death stemming from this is undeniable. Who agrees with us? The World Health Organization, the Canadian Medical Association, the Canadian Cancer Society, all have come out recently saying that asbestos should be banned in all of its forms and that Canada should be out of the asbestos industry. We don't even have to take active steps, Mr. Speaker, to shut down the asbestos industry. All we have to do is turn off the tap of the corporate welfare. There's tens of millions of dollars in direct and indirect subsidies to this industry. I call it corporate welfare for corporate serial killers, Mr. Speaker, and it's indefensible. Canadians would be horrified to know, I believe, the extent of our involvement in the asbestos cartel. I agree with Keith Spicer, veteran Canadian journalist, who said recently, Canada's position on asbestos is morally and ethically reprehensible. He wrote this from Paris, where, notably, France was one of the first countries in the European Union to ban asbestos in all of its forms, and Canada, in 1999, Canada actually went to the World Trade Organization to try and stop France from banning asbestos. And fortunately, for the people of France, Canada lost and France won,
And that led to the entire European Union banning asbestos in all of its forms. Mr. Speaker, no amount of money is going to take the stink off the asbestos industry. The direct money for the Asbestos Institute, can you imagine a lobby organization being funded by the government to lobby the government? That's how irrational our approach to asbestos is, Mr. Speaker. We not only spend money subsidizing the industry directly, but in an indirect way, we send teams of Department of Justice lawyers all over the world, like globe-trotting propagandists, trying to block other countries from curbing its use. It's incredible, Mr. Speaker. I've been to the Rotterdam Convention. I went to Rome on my own expense and observed the Canadian delegation sabotage the Rotterdam Convention to keep asbestos off of the list of hazardous materials. The Rotterdam Convention doesn't even ban hazardous chemicals. It just says that if you're going to sell it, you have to put a warning label on it, and you have to caution the end user, informed prior consent, that the end user knows that it's a carcinogen. Canada has consistently blocked asbestos being listed on this Rotterdam Convention because it would interfere with our ability to market it in the third world. When commercialization trumps science and reason and logic and morality and ethics, we're in a serious situation, Mr. Speaker. There are those who would have you believe that there's something magically benign about the asbestos that we mine here in Canada. 95% of all the asbestos ever mined in the world is chrysotile, the type that we mine here. I used to work in the asbestos mines. They were lying to us about the health hazards of asbestos then, just as they continue to lie to the world about the health hazards of chrysotile today. Asbestos kills. All asbestos kills. Chrysotile asbestos is a Class A carcinogen according to Health Canada, according to the World Health Organization, according to the Canadian Medical Association, and according to the Canadian Cancer Society, Mr. Speaker. Time doesn't permit me to go through a great deal of history of Canada's irrational affinity for this carcinogen. Let me say, though, that the asbestos industry has been like the tobacco industry's evil twin, in that they both have relied for more than a century on junk science, the best science money can buy, on aggressive public relations campaigns, domestically and internationally, and on intense political lobbying. That's how the asbestos industry has pulled the wool over the world's eyes for a generation, and Canada plays an integral role in the activities of the asbestos cartel because they rely on Canada's Boy Scout image. They tell the world, look, if a nice country like Canada thinks asbestos is okay, it must be okay. Well, I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that Boy Scout image is being severely tarnished. Canada is being viewed as an international pariah for our involvement in the asbestos industry. Let me suggest that the money we spend subsidizing the asbestos industry would be better spent to start a national registry to track and monitor the incidence of asbestos-related disease across the country. It would be better spent to improve the diagnostics and the treatment of asbestos-related disease, because if we're going to be one of the largest exporters of asbestos in the world, surely we should be a center of excellence for the diagnostics and the treatment of asbestos-related disease, whereas in actual fact, Canadians who are struck down with mesothelioma more often than not have to go to the United States to get decent diagnostics and treatment. And thirdly, Mr. Speaker, this money that we spend subsidizing the asbestos industry now would be better off putting in place a testing and remediation program so that Canadians homeowners whose biggest single investment they ever make is contaminated by this Canadian epidemic, so to give them a chance to test for asbestos and remove it when found. That would be a good use of government tax dollars. The Government of Canada participated in contaminating hundreds of thousands of Canadian homes through their CHIP home insulation program in the late 70s and early 80s. One of the products they were subsidizing was called Zonalite, which is loaded with tremolite asbestos. They contaminated the attics of hundreds of thousands of homes and subsidized its installation, promoted its installation, and then left homeowners with this liability not only making their home unsafe, but devaluing them commercial as well. That would be a good use of a Canadian tax dollar in relation to this particular carcinogen. Let me, in my final minute, Mr. Speaker, make you aware of a letter, an open letter, that was sent to the member for Simcoe Grey, a medical doctor who recently received a national recognition for her work in the protection of children. This letter is signed by literally hundreds of doctors around the country, urging the member for Simcoe Grey, as a Conservative member of Parliament, to live up to her Hippocratic oath and not support the Conservative government's irrational and dangerous position on asbestos. In fact, they make an urgent appeal to her to stand with science and with research, and not with the political considerations and the commercial considerations that have kept this deadly industry killing people for much longer than it ever should. Let the asbestos industry die a natural death. Turn off the tap of corporate welfare, and believe me, it will go the way of all the other asbestos mines in the country, and Canada will be out of this deadly industry. Thank you for your time, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to rise to commend the honourable member for Winnipeg for his years of dedicated service to raise this issue. He has been a champion on it, and my only question to him is, can we, with compassion and respect towards our members on the opposite side of the House, find ways to get them to at long last join all the other parties in this House who now see the danger of asbestos? How do we break through the barrier that continues to allow Canada to argue an unscientific and indefensible position in the world community?
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands. And I, too, recognize her long-standing support of this global movement to ban asbestos. It was often she and I were the only ones at events and functions and rallies to try and bring the public's attention to this issue. She raises an important point. There is zero scientific evidence to support the government side. There is one study, never been peer-tested, by a man named David Burstein, that the Chrysotile Institute paid $1 million to have written. And it is so absurd that not a single medical doctor in the world has ever ratified or peer-tested it. One of the points Dr. Burstein makes on behalf of the Conservative government is that ingesting chrysotile asbestos is actually good for you, in the sense that it triggers your body's immune system to try and expel it. And he went on to explain it's like flexing a muscle. So your body's immune system is mobilized to get rid of the asbestos. It's so absurd, it's almost comical. The rest of the world is united. The rest of the scientific community is united. Asbestos kills. All asbestos kills. There's nothing benign about Canadian chrysotile asbestos, and Canada should get out of the asbestos industry.
The questions and comments, the honourable member for Nickel Belt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member from Winnipeg Centre for his eloquent speech on this matter. And I want to read a quote to him, and I'd like him to comment on this quote. And this quote comes from Stephen Lewis at Concordia University on October 5th. And I quote, "It is beyond belief that we are exporting death, and that we are exporting it willfully and knowledgeably. I don't understand it. I don't understand the government in this province, Quebec, and I don't understand the government of Canada. There is no asbestos anywhere that is safe. None. And it is unimaginable that we are willing to sacrifice lives in developing countries to support a relatively handful of jobs in the Canadian economy." End of quote. I'd like the honourable member to comment.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Well, I don't think it needs any additional comment to that poignant remark. It's a widely held view. Canadians can't believe. So first of all, most Canadians think that asbestos is banned in Canada. It is not. Canada even sabotaged the United States. When the United States tried to ban asbestos in 1992, Canada unleashed Alan Gottlieb and all of our diplomatic, Derek Burney, every senior diplomat in the country swept down and managed to block the Congress's bill to ban asbestos in all its forms. Had it done so 20 years ago, I believe a domino effect would have taken place and the world would have stopped the trade and traffic of Canadian asbestos. But instead, we're the world's #1 cheerleader and sabotage other countries' efforts to curb its use at every opportunity. And we go to the WTO and file grievances whenever some country wants to ban asbestos. We twist the arms of small developing nations. We give them foreign aid with one hand on the condition that they keep supporting the asbestos industry on the other hand. It's morally and ethically reprehensible, in the words of Keith Spicer, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. A short question, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Mr. Speaker, I actually bought a house about 4 years ago where there was vermiculite in the attic, and it was tested, and it contained tremolite asbestos, and we had to pay thousands and thousands of dollars to remove it properly. I was just wondering if the member might, just for my interest, tell us when Canada banned that particular form of insulation containing asbestos as a precedent for dealing with asbestos.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre, short answer, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. All forms of asbestos are heavily regulated in Canada. Zonalite insulation is no longer sold, not because it's banned, but because of the liability associated with it. The manufacturer is bankrupt now because of class action suits against them. But we're stuck with hundreds of thousands of homes contaminated by zonalite insulation that was subsidized and promoted by the federal government under their CHIP home insulation program. When they put in UFI foam in the same program, the government immediately put in place a UFI foam removal program and stripped all the foam insulation. Well, UFI foam was irritating to some people with allergies. Zonalite asbestos insulation is deadly. It's loaded with tremolite, which is the most virulent form of asbestos. And again, if they're going to subsidize anything in the asbestos industry, it should be a testing and remediation program to help homeowners make their homes safe and to stop the devaluation that takes place when their attics are full of zonalite. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
And I am pleased to be splitting my time with the member from Mississauga East Cooksville. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take a few minutes today to talk about the great things that are happening in our natural resources sector and our resource-based communities across this country. As most of the honourable members here would know, Canada navigated the global economic downturn far better than most other countries. The global recession hit Canada later, affected us less severely, and we emerged stronger than other G7 nations. Our economy has delivered and developed more than 465,000 new jobs since 2009. And international bodies such as the International Monetary Fund are predicting Canada will continue to be a leader in economic growth. While the economic picture is now brighter, it's important to remember that our economic future remains fragile. And that's why our government is going to continue to focus on creating jobs, creating growth, and expanding opportunities for Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Unlike the opposition, our government recognizes that Canada's traditional industries still remain very crucial to our economy. We've always stood firmly behind Canada's forestry, mineral and energy sectors, and we will continue to support them as they innovate and grow. On the other hand, Mr. Speaker, we hear the NDP rising in this House again and again and again in opposition to our resource sectors. From a Western Canadian perspective, if we're talking about the oil sands, we hear them getting up in the House and opposing every measure that will actually grow this important sector. They join with foreign interests, for example. They oppose Keystone XL, they're opposed to the Northern Gateway, and they're opposed to the twinning of the Trans Mountain Pipeline. Mr. Speaker, it seems that they're opposed to all economic development dealing with the resource sector. Furthermore, they impose all of these important projects typically before the independent regulators even review the projects for the environmental impact. On forestry, the NDP have also found it difficult to actually support our workers and the rural economy. And I guess I need to read to you a comment from the member from Winnipeg Centre a year ago at committee when he said, so if we're talking big picture about a sustainable future, we wouldn't be talking about a better way to cut down more trees and build with material that begins to rot the moment you use it. We would be talking about ways to build without wood. And I think, Mr. Speaker, that's a pretty clear indication or another clear example of how the NDP fail to support our resource-based economies. What they don't realize, I think, is that our natural resource sectors are doing a great job to fuel Canada's economy. They're doing a great job in creating Canadian jobs. And they're actually leading the economic recovery that is now underway. In 2010, the energy, mining, and forestry sectors accounted for $140 billion in real GDP. They are supporting hundreds of thousands of jobs in rural communities right across the country. Today, our country's mining sector is proving to be a powerful engine for our economic success. We all know Canada is one of the largest mining nations in the world. We produce more than 60 minerals and metals. The Canadian mining companies are located in more than 100 countries around the globe, involved in more than 10,000 projects with assets outside of Canada worth over $110 billion in 2009. In 2010, Canada's mining and mineral processing industries generated over $35 billion in GDP, over $12 billion in capital investment, and $18 billion in trade surplus. Our mining industry is also a powerful engine for job creation. Last year, more than 308,000 Canadians were directly employed in mining, in exploration, and mineral processing, with many more in the related industries. Many of these jobs are found in rural and remote communities across Canada. We know that for every dollar we spend on public geoscience, the industry invests on average $5 in new exploration. So there's a strong return for the money that's spent on science. At the same time, this industry is facing real challenges, declining base metal reserves, increased competition from abroad, and concerns about its social and economic...
Order. The honourable member for Nickel Belt is rising on point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think maybe the honourable member and my colleague on the Natural Resources Committee didn't understand the motion. It's about asbestos. And he's talked about the economy, he's talked about oil sands, he's talked about forestry, he's talked about science, but he hasn't talked about asbestos. That's what we're here to talk about today. Asbestos that kills Canadians, not only in Canada but globally. So we'd like the member to...
As the member for Nickel Belt knows, the chair is in the habit of allowing members the opportunity to work their way back to the subject at hand, and I trust that the honourable parliamentary secretary will get to the matter before the House.
Well, absolutely, Mr. Speaker. We're talking about our mining industry today, and today I guess I want to help my colleague understand the broader picture that we find ourselves with as well in Canada. So I think it's important for him and important that he listens and learns from this. And just to go on with that, I want to talk about the fact that we have done some things that are encouraging our mining industry. We've extended the mineral exploration tax credit for another year. We're supporting the Targeted Geoscience Initiative and the Green Mining Initiative, which are all designed to foster the industry's environmental footprint. The member opposite wants to talk about the environmental footprint. We're certainly doing that. We're also striving to improve our regulatory system for major projects and for the mining projects that are taking place in this country. For too long, our resource projects have been stuck in an inefficient regulatory system, Mr. Speaker. Our objective has been clear. We want to move towards a one project, one review process that will continue to protect the environment, as the NDP claims that they're concerned about, while speeding up the process and providing clear areas of responsibility for every project that has to be considered. All these initiatives are done with the same goals in mind, and that is boosting Canada's economy and creating jobs in rural and in remote communities. Now, as a member opposite who just got up would know, many remote communities are benefiting from the boom in mining activity right across this country. And at committee, actually, Mr. Speaker, we've just been exploring this very thing. We've been taking a look in particular at the geo-mapping for energy and minerals. That's an initiative that's taking place in this country. It's helping to unlock opportunities across the country, particularly in the north, that will bring real economic benefits and long-term jobs for local residents. I guess I should maybe mention an example or two. Meadowbank Gold Mine in Nunavut is a good example of how our government's geoscience is supporting mineral exploration and development in the north. It is one of a new generation of northern mines that are bringing direct benefits to Inuit communities while ensuring that we protect the environment. I should point out, Mr. Speaker, that more than 39% of the mine's workforce is Inuit. Mine construction and operations have also contributed more than $1.26 billion to the community and northern-based suppliers over the last 3 years, and last year the mine dispensed about $10 million in royalties. And I think I need to cover another pillar of Canada's economy, Mr. Speaker, natural resources economy, and that would be just touch quickly on forestry before I get back to the specifically to the issue that the member opposite wanted us to address. And that is, Mr. Speaker, I want to assure you that we're standing behind workers who depend on the forest industry in hundreds of Canadian communities. Even at the best of times, these hardworking men and women face many challenges. Now, during the ongoing global difficulties, their challenges are that much greater. The economic downturn has certainly caused uncertainty and volatility in our economy, and forestry is no exception. Our government is making strategic investments to ensure a solid future for workers in Canada's forest sector and the communities that depend on it. We recently delivered another installment on our commitment to the forest industry. Our government is investing on almost $90 million in 13 projects to build a more sustainable and competitive forest sector in Canada. These projects range from improving energy efficiency at the Meadow Lake Mechanical Pulp Mill in Meadow Lake, Saskatchewan, to helping a Boyle, Alberta mill diversify its products to include methanol. Funding is delivered through federal programs that are supporting the renewal and transition of our...
The honourable member for Bourassa is rising on a point of order.
I'm starting to learn how to speak English with the time. It seems to me that forestry has nothing to do with asbestos. Could we have the wording of today's opposition subject today? Is it forestry or is it asbestos? Because I might have to adjust my own comments as a result of that.
As I said to the honourable member from Nickel Belt a few moments ago, that the chair gives speakers the opportunity to work their way towards the matter before the House today, and that I trust that the parliamentary secretary will do that. There's 1 minute remaining in his speech.
Mr. Speaker, I know I would be up here much longer if the members opposite, of course, hadn't been interrupting and shortening my speech here, so I certainly will. I'm glad to talk about natural resources and the importance.
The honourable member for Bourassa rising on a point of order again.
I'm trying to understand, because I'm asking you a question. Are we talking about asbestos today or forestry? Is the opposition day, the NDP's opposition day, on the impact of chrysotile asbestos? Because we might have to adjust our speeches. Are we talking about forestry or asbestos?
The chair would be pleased to provide a copy of the motion for the honourable member for Bourassa so that he could verify the contents of today's debate. The honourable member for Crowfoot is rising on the same point of order.
Yeah, I think, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate this speech because it's laying out for the opposition the fact that asbestos is a mining operation not grown on trees, as the member for Bourassa seems to believe.
Or is the member from Nickel Belt rising on the same point of order? The honourable member for Nickel Belt.
I heard you say that you should provide the honourable member from Bourassa a copy of the motion today. May I suggest that you supply a copy to the present speaker so we could talk about it?
Is the honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands rising on the same point of order? The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to commend the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for avoiding the topic of asbestos altogether by giving a speech that doesn't mention it. It's the only morally defensible position.
I would ask all honourable members to allow the Parliamentary Secretary to complete his remarks, and they will have the opportunity. Is the honourable member for Papineau on the same point of order? The honourable member for Papineau.
Mr. Speaker, you generously stated that you allow speakers to work their way towards the issue in question. Mr. Speaker, there is 1 minute remaining in the honourable member's speech. I would believe that he would now be addressing asbestos in the last minute if he is to follow.
I appreciate all the assistance that honourable members have offered the chair in this regard. I'd like to go back to the honourable parliamentary secretary so that he can complete his remarks. The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess I'm disappointed that the member from Bourassa wasn't a little bit more informed before he came to the House. He maybe should have read that motion ahead of time, and he would know that it deals with natural resources and certainly trying to develop a greener, more diversified and sustainable industry across this country, which is what we're trying to do. And so, Mr. Speaker, just to wrap up, I'd just like to talk about the fact that rural communities across this country that depend on natural resources can actually depend on the support of this government They know that we've got a pro-growth strategy that's opposed by the opposition, but we're going to create jobs right across the country, whether it's in Quebec, Atlantic Canada, Ontario, the Prairies, or British Columbia. The NDP's agenda will do exactly the opposite, Mr. Speaker, and that is to destroy those resource extraction jobs that Canadians count on and that so many communities are dependent upon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Nickel Belt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have a question for the honourable member that has nothing to do with geomapping or forestry or oil sands. But I'm going to quote from a partial quote from a long email that I received from Brian White from Sarnia. Please know that from a community where over 11,000 people have been killed or made gravely ill due to asbestos exposure, we are standing in solidarity to have this exportation stop. We know the effects of this deadly product and do not wish to make a dime off of anyone else who will suffer as we have in this community. From the bottom of my heart, please stop this unethical industry. So could the honourable member comment about asbestos and not forestry or geomapping or whatever else he's got on his mind? This motion is about asbestos.
Well, the honourable parliamentary secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, of course, we sympathize with workers across this country who may find themselves in a situation. I come actually from a farming background, and we know that farming is one of the most dangerous occupations in this country. Mining certainly is as well. And so we stand with miners across this country if they find themselves in a situation where their jobs are dangerous. We understand that. But, Mr. Speaker, this country has one of the strongest regulatory environments around the world when it comes to our natural resource sectors. And so we're prepared to work again to create jobs through that development of our economy. We certainly stand strong in terms of the regulatory structures. If you take a look at things like the nuclear industry, for example, the CNSC is a very strong regulator. In terms of the pipelines and that, the NEB stands strong as a regulator. Our offshore boards protect Canadian workers, and certainly there's many regulations across this country. We hear often that the things like the environmental assessments that need to be done protect workers and protect the environment, and we're certainly in favour of doing that.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Halifax West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the Parliamentary Secretary if the government has, and he ought to know, I would think, independent scientific reports on the health impacts of asbestos, and if it does, is he willing to table those? Perhaps if he won't table them, he might put them in a video on his website. But could he also tell us whether there's any reason why this House should believe that when materials containing chrysotile asbestos are cut or scraped or filed or sanded or removed, that people are always taking precautions to avoid getting cancer, for example, to avoid those health impacts?
The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Industry has been clear on this. He's answered this question many times in the House, and certainly he has explained to the members opposite. And actually, I'm actually intrigued on this that the Liberals, now that they're not in government, appear to be changing their position on this issue, because for a long time they had a different position than they do now. So I guess maybe I could ask my colleagues across the way when it was that they decided that they were going to change their position. I don't think it was done from any sense of ethics or any kind of morality. They probably thought that there was some political gain for them, and I'm not sure that that's actually the case. But just coming back to the Minister of Industry has been clear on this. He's explained to the House many times that there are, in fact, places that chrysotile can be used safely, and the government would certainly not support anything that wouldn't be safe for workers.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's good to hear that my honourable colleague across the way is talking about ethics and morality. We've got quotes from the Prime Minister. He's a vigorous proponent of the asbestos industry. Only the Conservative Party will defend this industry here and everywhere in Canada, he said on April 7th, 2011. And yet the building right next to this place is closed to members of Parliament as workers carefully extract this deadly substance. I'm wondering, Mr. Speaker, if the honourable member can speak to the issue of morality and ethics as it pertains to this issue and the hypocrisy that it seems to display.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think I can talk to the issue of the NDP consistently standing against good initiatives that we take for the Canadian people. And it seems, Mr. Speaker, every time we come forward, they sit over there and complain and ask for various things. When we come forward with the proposals that will actually address those issues, they completely oppose them. So I think they need to actually take a look at themselves as well and decide, are they going to begin to govern and work with us to govern for Canadians, or are they content to stay with their old ideological bent and continue to oppose virtually everything that's good for Canadians?
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Mississauga East, Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome the opportunity to talk about the importance of mining in Canada. Canada is one of the largest mining nations in the world, with projects across this country. It would not be an exaggeration to add that Canada is probably the world's greatest mining nation, outstripping all our international competitors in depth, extent and expertise of our minerals and metals sector, both domestically and in the world. Canadian companies are now working in more than 100 countries, involved in more than 10,000 projects, with mining assets outside Canada worth more than $109 billion in capitalization. We produce more than 60 minerals and metals, with the magnitude of the assets within Canada similar to our assets abroad, with foreign direct investment into Canada accounting for about $80 billion. The significance and enormity of these undertakings cannot be overstated. Since the early days of our country, mining has been a cornerstone to Canada's economy. It was and is the lifeblood of rural towns and villages in all provinces and territories, from Thetford Mines and Beaucomo in Quebec to Kitimat in British Columbia. On the human scale, more than 308,000 Canadians are employed in mining, exploration and mineral processing, with tens of thousands more men and women working in the related industries such as banking, equipment supplies and legal services. It's important to point out, Mr. Speaker, that mining is the #1 employer of Aboriginal people in Canada. Last year, the mining and mineral processing industries made huge contributions to Canadian economy. For example, $2.6 billion was spent in mineral exploration and deposit appraisal, and a significant economic stimulus to rural and remote regions of Canada. These industries contributed $35.1 billion to our gross domestic product and over $12 billion in capital investment. Mr. Speaker, Canada has always been a trading nation, and one of the main reasons is our abundance of natural resources. We are indeed blessed to have so many commodities in hot demand around the world. On the international level, the evidence of Canada's importance as a major miner is clear when you take a look at our exports. The total value of Canadian mineral exports was $84.5 billion, accounting for 21% of Canada's total export last year. Put another way, the net impact of these exports contributed to $18 billion to our trade surplus. Here's another impressive financial fact. Half of the world's equity financing for mineral exploration and mineral development was raised in Canadian stock exchanges. Mining companies with headquarters in Canada accounted for more than 39% of worldwide exploration expenditure last year. We are a leading supplier of important minerals and metals, such as uranium, nickel.
The Honourable Member for Nickel Belt is rising on point of order.
Mr. Speaker, we're here to talk about asbestos today. We're here to talk about how it kills people. We're now 16 minutes into the Conservatives' 20-minute speech, and we haven't heard the word asbestos yet. Would you kindly print the motion and hand it out to all the Conservative members so they will realize that we're here to talk about asbestos that kills Canadians?
The Chair has dealt with the question of relevance on several occasions this morning. And as I have stated repeatedly, honourable members are given significant latitude in terms of addressing a topic to make a presentation that they feel is relevant. And I think that that's something that all honourable members enjoy in this place. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mississauga East. Is this member rising on the same point of order? This member will need to have something specific, or I'm not going to allow this point of order. The honourable member for Nickel Belt.
Speaker, you're saying that you're giving them time to get to a relevant subject here. I think 16 minutes is enough time that the speakers can speak about the motion. 16 minutes out of 20 is enough time. They should start making the subject relevant.
Order. The chair has ruled that members will be given latitude to address the motion before the House today, and the chair suggests to members that if they would like to rise on a point of order, that they need something more specific or different from what has already been raised. The honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, the country's economy is a priority for our government. We all know that Canada has emerged from global recession in a pretty good shape. Still, we are affected by the uncertainties of the world economy. Our recovery remains fragile, and Canadians continue to worry about their jobs and economic future. Let me put it into context, what these global realities mean for the mining sector and what they mean for the many thousands of Canadian families who depend on mining for their livelihood and income. The evidence indicates that we ought to conclude the glass is half full, not half empty. To date this year, the average prices of most minerals and metals are higher than in 2010. Gold, for example, has increased 23% in 2011, outperforming all other assets, including equities, bonds, cash, and housing. And looking ahead, the prices of most minerals and metals are expected to remain well above historical levels, in part due to strong demand in China and other emerging economies. Mr. Speaker, our government has every intention of continuing to work closely with Canada's mining sector to enhance its competitiveness and environmental responsibility and to support mining communities. Natural Resources Canada helps these vital business players in the domestic economy with ongoing research and development. Our government is also extremely active internationally in its relationship with other countries to search for new and expanded global markets. With regard to the subject of today's debate, for over 30 years, the Government of Canada has promoted the safe and controlled use of chrysotile. The Government of Canada will not ban a naturally occurring substance. This would put a chill on the entire natural resource industry that is so key to our economic future. Chrysotile extraction, as with all resource development, is the responsibility of provinces, and this motion is an intrusion on provincial jurisdiction to ban the use of a substance that is traded around the world legally. Instead, the Government of Canada created the Chrysotile Institute to promote its safe use. Over the years, the Chrysotile Institute has assisted in the transfer of knowledge and technology to more than 60 foreign countries. Like other minerals and metals, chrysotile is a naturally occurring substance, and in this case, it supports a viable mining industry in Quebec. Everyone involved in this industry recognizes the substance can be hazardous, which is why it's strictly managed under controlled conditions through the enforcement of appropriate safety regulations. That safety message has been strongly communicated around the world. And like other metals and minerals used in industrial applications, chrysotile-based products are used in much-needed consumer products. Mr. Speaker, the exploration and mineral investment climate in Canada is on a positive trend and attracts significant foreign and Canadian investment. This trend is expected to continue as a result of increasing global demand for minerals and metals, driven by the emerging economies such as China and India. Creating and maintaining an attractive investment environment is essential to continue to take advantage of growing global demand. Having the lowest corporate tax rate in the G7 makes Canada an extremely attractive place to do business. Our government has worked long and hard on measures to take this positive climate a reality. It's no accident Canada's mining sector has flourished in this climate. And it's also no accident that Forbes magazine earlier this month said Canada is the best place in the world to do business. That's good news for the economy and a good news for all Canadians. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nickel Belt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to clarify something that the Honourable Member said. He said that it was a provincial matter. I'd just like to clarify one thing. Mining is provincial. The exporting of asbestos is a federal issue. So I'd like to know if the Honourable Member will stand up today in this House and say that he will support banning the exporting of asbestos.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, asbestos is not the only dangerous substance that is produced in this country or any other country for that matter. There are many other substances, minerals, metals that are dangerous for people. And banning export on these naturally occurring products will hurt nobody else but the mining industry, but the companies that invest their money in mining. We have to remember one thing, that if we have a substance, whether naturally occurring or man-made, that's dangerous to people, we have to make sure that people that are exposed to it handle it properly, they are protected, and all the measures are taken that there is no effect on their health.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend, the Honourable Member for Mississauga East Cooksville. I want to put a very direct question to him. How can we reconcile the claim that we are very careful and warn people of the health risks of chrysotile asbestos when Canada alone in the world has blocked the listing of asbestos as a hazardous substance under the Rotterdam Convention? Surely, if we want to export it safely, we would welcome the chance to give countries that were importing this hazardous product the rights of prior informed consent under that convention.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Well, Mr. Speaker, through the Chrysotile Institute, Canada has been working with countries that produce and use chrysotile to effectively implement and enforce regulations to keep exposures low and utilize controlled use practices with chrysotile. And Mr. Speaker, and as I mentioned before, it's not the only dangerous substance. I mean, we mine uranium and we sell it. Therefore, the safety precautions in handling, transporting, mining are the most crucial and most important. Thank you.
Well done.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Mississauga Streetsville.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my fellow colleague from Mississauga, the member for Mississauga East Cooksville. And I know he has a professional background as a mining engineer. He shared stories with me from time to time about his time in Poland when he was working directly in the mine. So he clearly knows what he's talking about. Maybe the member can share with us some of the advancements that's been made in mining to protect workers, to protect consumers of dangerous products that are mined and are used to make everyday goods. Can the member share some of his experiences and how far and how improved mining has come in Canada?
The Honourable Member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to start by saying that mining is a dangerous industry. Miners work in a very difficult environment. They're exposed to different gases, they're exposed to substances, and the technology has made a big step forward. The protection of miners now is much greater than before. But I also would like to mention that some materials that are dangerous to people are not used as commonly as were used before. Mr. Speaker, I remember in my young age, I used to play with little lead figures. Lead is not it's dangerous to people, and the use of lead has decreased over the years to a level that it's insignificant because it was replaced by other materials. And so is the case with other dangerous materials. Therefore, through the advancement of technology, through research and development, we may not need chrysotils down the road anymore. And that's the solution that we're looking for. But for the time being, the most important is that people that do have contact with this substance are protected to the best of our ability.
Good job. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Halifax West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. At the outset, I want to advise you that I'll be splitting my time with my honourable colleague for Vancouver Centre. I welcome the opportunity to take part in this debate on the NDP Opposition Day motion on chrysotile asbestos. Now, we've been hearing in the last few minutes from two Conservative members who've had really no coherent argument to offer on this subject that I've heard, and in fact have even had some difficulty in following the notes they've been ordered by the Prime Minister's office to use. Now, I know, on the other hand, I must say that the NDP have long opposed asbestos exports, and some members, for instance, the member for Winnipeg Centre and the member for Outremont, for example, have employed at times extreme rhetoric. Mind you, each of those members might admit, perhaps, that there's sometimes that they are known for that. But I believe the focus of today's motion is more reasoned, more balanced, and more logical. Of course, as you know, Mr. Speaker, the motion calls for a ban on the use and export of asbestos. This position, in fact, is supported by the Canadian Cancer Society, the Canadian Medical Association, the Canadian Association of Physicians for the Environment, and other physicians, scientists, and organizations too numerous to list. Why all this opposition, then? Why are all these medical people so strongly and so unanimously opposed to the export of asbestos? Well, with respect to asbestos, it is clear now, the science is clear, it is a danger to human health. The Conservative government will tell us that if used properly, it's safe. But I know, in fact, that most of their own members, Mr. Speaker, know that's simply not true. The Canadian Cancer Society says that more than 100,000 people die worldwide every year from occupational exposure to asbestos. Medical colleagues of the member for Simcoe Grey, Mr. Speaker, know the dangers of asbestos. In fact, about 250 doctors and healthcare professionals sent her an open letter indicating that her ethical code of conduct as a physician requires her to influence her Conservative colleagues to change their position on asbestos. And I would invite her to come out and indicate that that's what she's trying to do. And obviously, if she will do that, I would wish her success in her effort. But that's quite a challenge for a member of a Conservative party which last summer threatened to sue Michaela Kaiserlink, a widow whose husband Robert died of mesothelioma in 2009. Imagine this, Mr. Speaker. Conservative party operatives actually threatened to sue this widow for using the Conservative logo in her campaign against asbestos exports. Imagine the intimidation. That's like, what a disgrace. I mean, members, I think, would be embarrassed on that side to consider that their own party was threatening to sue a widow in this situation. Horrendous. It's shameful when you consider that, according to the World Health Organization, about 125 million people in the world are exposed to asbestos in the workplace. Now, asbestos can come in various forms, and we know the history in Canada. We used to hear about it being in ceiling tiles and various materials where it's not even solid, and where we knew it was very dangerous. But in fact, we'll be told, for example, that when it's with a bonding agent in concrete, for example, that it can be more stable for the time being. But it can be in floor and ceiling tiles, insulating boards, roofing shingles, water supply lines, plastic filters, pipe covers, vehicle parts, and even used in shipbuilding. Of course, the problem is But when it's sent to a developing country, or a country, let's say, like India, for example, which, of course, is one of the growing powers these days, it can be cut, scraped, filed, sanded, or perhaps removed out of a building. When any of those things are done, you need to take very, very careful precautions, or you risk having a danger to your health and causing cancer. And we know that those precautions, those measures are not taken in many of these countries. And so we have a responsibility to act on the knowledge we have, Mr. Speaker. In fact, the World Health Organization estimates that 1 in every 3 deaths from occupational cancer is caused by asbestos. And contrary to the feeble conservative excuses we've been hearing, the WHO says that all forms of asbestos are carcinogenic to humans and may cause mesothelioma and cancer of the lung, larynx, the lung, larynx, and ovary. Asbestos exposure is also responsible for other diseases, such as asbestosis or fibrosis of the lungs, pleural plaques, thickening, and effusions. The organization also calls for the addition of chrysotile asbestos to the list of hazardous chemical products under the Rotterdam Convention. The Liberal Party has supported the addition of asbestos to the Rotterdam Convention, as you know, Mr. Speaker, because we know the scientific evidence has clearly established the health dangers of chrysotile asbestos. Unfortunately, my colleagues on the government benches don't believe in scientific evidence. We see, to confirm this, all we have to do is look at the positions they've taken on things like the census. They didn't want the scientific information on that and what the experts were telling us about the importance of the census the way it was being done before. They don't like it when it comes to their crime bill. They don't want to hear the facts or the evidence on that. They don't even want to listen to their very right-wing conservative friends in places like Texas who are saying, hey, we tried that and it doesn't work. We see it in their attitude toward climate change. They don't want to listen to the scientists there. They don't really believe in it. And we see it in their attitude when they cut scientists at the Department of Fisheries recently. They're saying we don't need much science. We're not going to bother. We're going to have a little bit less often. So we're not going to worry about whether the fish stocks are good this year as opposed to last year and whether they might change. We're just going to rely on the fact that we did a test a couple of years ago. That should be good for a while. That's the conservative attitude towards science. So it shouldn't be surprising to any of us that they have this attitude on this subject. And they prove that attitude, many, many times. But they don't like science. They don't trust science for some reason. They like to accept what they're told by the Prime Minister's office. That much is clear. And they proved that again in July of this year when Canada became the only country in the world to object to adding chrysotile asbestos to the Rotterdam Convention. Adding it to the list would have forced exporters of asbestos to warn recipient countries of any health hazards. Kind of a basic thing, you think. These countries feel often that they are not well equipped to handle asbestos safely, like India, for example, and those countries could then refuse all imports of the fiber. Canada is, in fact, the world's 5th largest exporter of asbestos, and we're also the largest exporter that also imposes severe restrictions on its use domestically. So we're okay with exporting it, and we have severe restrictions, very, very tough rules about how you handle it in Canada, something that we know is not enforced elsewhere when it's exported. But take a look at the projects that like the one going on next door in the West Block, where asbestos is being removed. Well, there's a fence around the building, so members of Parliament can't get in there and be exposed to it. And I haven't been inside because, of course, of that fence, but I trust, Mr. Speaker, that people who are working in there have masks and suits and whatever else is required to make sure that they aren't affected by it. Obviously, the big concern is inhaling asbestos into your lungs, which can cause many of these diseases. So that's a rather hypocritical position for us to be in as a country, Mr. Speaker, in view of that. And of course, we still export over 90% of the asbestos we produce to other countries like India, knowing full well the proper precautions are not being taken by people who are handling these products. The Catholic Women's League of Canada recently stated, and I quote, "Canada is harming people's health by promoting its use and leading diplomatic opposition to the listing of chrysotile asbestos under the Rotterdam Convention," unquote. Mr. Speaker, Canada's stellar reputation will continue to be tarnished until this gross injustice is addressed. We also need to address the domestic situation, and that's why it's important, as this motion suggests, that we deal with the communities that would suffer as a result of closing asbestos mines, Mr. Speaker. And we should be concerned about the health and well-being of people living in communities where there is asbestos mining. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe this motion strikes the proper balance, and I hope that colleagues will support it. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, and Kapuskasing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as we are listening, as we're doing this debate today, I want to recognize Julius and Martina Hava, who are watching this very closely at home. Julius is basically in his final stages of asbestos-related cancer, and is, their experience in having to try to get medical help for this as soon as possible has been very trying for them, and now it's too late. So, as per the World Health Organization, it is estimated that about 90,000 people die each year as a result of asbestos, and Canada's mining this. Canada is responsible for most of the deaths. Dying from cancer is a very frightening experience for the whole family. This is what Martina writes. This cancer caused by asbestos is actually given, and I can say forced on the people by Canadian government. Carol, my heart is dying knowing that my husband might not even live to be 57 years old. So what I ask my colleague here is, does he know whether or not the government invests money into research to ensure that this debilitating disease or this killing disease is funded enough to give treatment for the people? How much is invested by the government? Would he happen to know that?
The Honourable Member for Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for her question. I appreciate her comments about her friends who are suffering from asbestosis, I believe she said, or cancer. Asbestosis? Asbestosis. And I appreciate her question about the science. In fact, you may have heard when I asked the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources if the government had research on the health impacts of asbestos. And her question is similar to that, and I would encourage her. I don't have the information of whether or not the government's done studies on this question of how you help people who are suffering from asbestosis and what the best means are. But if I would encourage her to ask a Conservative member that question, and I would hope that the Conservatives would bring forward and table in this House any scientific studies they have, independent scientific studies on both of these subjects. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments, the presentation given by my colleague from Halifax West. And I guess what's obvious in the early stages of this debate, I think, which was probably causes concern for anybody watching the debate, and certainly anybody that's been following this file, is wondering what the heck the government is thinking with regard to its position on the Rotterdam Convention. I know that people who smoke, they make a personal decision. They're very well aware of the risk factors associated with smoking. We identify the risk factors on cartons and packages of cigarettes. But they're willing to accept those risks. But in their reluctance to support the Rotterdam Convention in identifying this asbestos as a dangerous product, I think it befuddles me. And I just like my my colleague's comments on what does he believe? Why is the government holding back on this particular issue? Why are they not joining with other nations and trying to identify this as a difficult material to work with?
The Honourable Member for Halifax West.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we heard the last speaker before me talking about the industry, the chrysotile asbestos mining industry, and talking about, I think he said it was worth $2 billion. I don't think he said per year, but he was talking about large numbers in terms of economic impact, and I suppose that's the basis of the government's approach. But I think for most Canadians it would be very troubling to consider that with all the scientific evidence we now have, that we're the only country in the world that is standing in the way of adding chrysotile asbestos to the Rotterdam Convention's list of hazardous chemical products. And that, to me, is alarming and worrying, and I think it's time for the government to consider the scientific evidence, whether they like science or not. We know they're not keen on science, but really it's time to take it seriously and list chrysotile asbestos.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate the movers of this particular motion from my colleagues across the way and the New Democratic Party, and I want to say that we support this fully. We support this because of the evidence and the scientific evidence that tells us that asbestos is a known carcinogen. And I think the support of this motion, which speaks not only for the banning of the use and export of asbestos, also the listing of it on the Rotterdam Convention, but this also talks about looking at a plan for the transition of workers out of the asbestos industry and to retrain them to work in other industries, as well as to look at new economic development modules or models for miners who are banning asbestos currently in Quebec can be able to transition to some sort of new workplace environment and to some sort of new job. Mr. Speaker, I support this because I want to put this on the record. There is not a single reputable scientific authority in the world that does not agree that asbestos is a carcinogen. There is not a single scientific authority in the world that does not say that chrysotile asbestos can be safely used. So when we're talking about those people who say, but chrysotile asbestos is different, all of the evidence and science around the world is telling us that it is not. And so, Mr. Speaker, one of the things that have to concern us here, and the reason that we in Canada put asbestos on our own Hazardous Products Act, is because we know that it's dangerous. We know that it causes health effects. You heard from my colleague that it causes 3 known health effects right now, one of which is asbestosis, which is a chronic disease of the lung that affects your lungs so that you actually cannot use your lung tissue to breathe anymore. So you get a chronic obstructive lung disease as a result of that. The second one is mesothelioma, which is a very rare cancer that affects the chest and abdominal cavity and is linked only to asbestos. And of course, the third is lung cancer that is linked to asbestos. So here are 3 known health hazards that not only cause chronic illness, but it also causes death. Speaker, 90,000 to 100,000 people will die this year from asbestos-related disease. And 125 million people around the world, especially in developing countries and in poorer countries, are subject to asbestos inhalation diseases. Mr. Speaker, the government continues to fund this product, continues to put money into assisting with the mining of this product. Mr. Speaker, if you're going to make good public policy, it must be based on evidence, and it must be based on its impact on human health. And we have seen the evidence being very, very clear on this issue. Mr. Speaker, there are strict restrictions, as I said, in Canada here. And of course, we know that the United States also has absolute restrictions on the use of asbestos. 50 European countries, in fact, the whole European Union, no longer use asbestos and have a ban on it. And Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to tell you that going way back, in 1983, Iceland banned all types of asbestos. Moving on with all of the Scandinavian countries, into Hungary in 1988, into 1992 in Italy, 1993 in Germany. Mr. Speaker, the list goes on. Even Brazil, which produces asbestos, is now saying that it is a carcinogen. So, Mr. Speaker, we know all of this. That's the first thing. So let us deal with asbestos here at home. Let us move out of mining it. Let us help with the workers to transition. Let's build new economic development modules within the area so that people can find work. But that's here at home. I think, Mr. Speaker, when we know that, and we have asbestos under the Hazardous Products Act in our own country, I think, and I will use the word, as a physician, I believe it's an appropriate word, it is unethical for us to export this to other countries, especially countries that do not have good public health agencies, that do not have good public health regulations, and also to ban its inclusion on the Rotterdam Convention under the Rotterdam III, that basically tells people around the world that this is a dangerous substance and directs them how to use it in as safe as possible a manner. And that we're banning that. I think that is what is unethical about this. One, we don't think it's healthy here. Two, we export it to other people, but that we are blocking information, knowledge, and any kind of regulations on the fact that we want other people to know that this is a hazardous product and that this can kill them and that this can damage their health in terms of chronic lung disease. That is the unethical part of it for me. Mr. Speaker, we've seen that in Quebec, if you look at the Quebec Workers' Compensation Board statistics in 2009, they said that 60% of all workplace-related deaths came from asbestos-related diseases. And that is a strong statement. We also know that the Canadian Medical Association recently asked the government to ban, to stop mining, to stop exportation, to put on the Hazardous Products Act, to put on the Rotterdam Convention just as a minimum for some kind of really reasonable attitude towards this. We know that the Rideau Institute have asked the government to stop banning, to stop producing and to stop moving forward this lethal product. The Catholic Women's League, you've heard, are also telling the government to stop this. So this is not simply from medical bodies, it's not only from public health associations. All 16 public health officers in Quebec are calling for this, all of them. The Quebec Public Health Association is calling for it. The Canadian Public Health Association. So we have health groups, we have non-governmental bodies that care about the health of people calling for it. And of course we have an open letter to one of the members across the way who is also a physician with the government asking for this particular member to speak out and to have some kind of ethical attitude towards the use of this product by her government. And so, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to tell you that, that we know that asbestos is everywhere. We use it for, in many countries of the world, they use it for putting tanks of water on their rooftop to store water. We know that they use it for, mix it with cement to use it on floor tiles, on roof tiles, on walls. So that, and we know that the minute these fragment, the minute you rub them, the fibers of asbestos get into the air, they get into your lungs. You cannot stop them from getting into your lungs and into your air. There is no way that you can stop asbestos from getting out of the format that it's in. At the very beginning, you have it in a format that's supposed to keep the fibers intact. But with wear and tear, those fibers immediately become non-intact and they're in the air, and people are chronically exposed to it. And my colleague here just sort of shouted at me, imagine an earthquake. And Mr. Speaker, we have seen in countries of the world, in India, and we have seen in other countries that are using asbestos as some kind of insulation and for making buildings and for creating tiles, etc., who have been exposed to earthquake. I mean, it's a double hazard, Mr. Speaker, and I think that it's something that we should no longer, as an ethical country, be exposing people to. And Mr. Speaker, I just want to end with one quote, and that quote comes from the Rideau Institute, and I quote, "It is with sorrow and shame that we note that Canada is becoming a pariah on the international stage for its obstruction of global efforts to protect health, human rights, and the environment." Mr. Speaker, I can't top that one. I just think it's time we became an ethical nation again. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with great interest to my honourable colleague. I worked in the asbestos industry. I worked in the removal of asbestos from buildings in the downtown of Toronto. And I remember one day when they shut the entire site down because a young woman who was hired was using a vacuum and she wasn't even in the asbestos zone. But when they saw that she didn't have a mask, they shut the entire work site down because of the immediate threat to her human health by even being on the floor without a mask. So the science is there. We know the devastating effects of asbestos. And yet we also know that it's being imported into third world countries, put into cement mixtures, being cut as tiles. There's no protection of those workers. It seems to me that this government has made a decision that it's okay for the interest of a few jobs
to have people murdered in the third world because they somehow don't count as much as Canadian workers here. And I'd like to ask the member about her issue about us being an ethical nation, what it says about Canada on the world stage, that we would knowingly dump this level of carcinogen into third world countries without the protection that those workers need in order to maintain an industry that should have died long ago.
The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question, and I think you've heard from many groups, including the Canadian Medical Association, the Canadian Public Health Agency, the Radio Institute, all of whom are calling for Canada for that very reason, to, at a very least, have it placed on the Rotterdam III Convention. I mean, Mr. Speaker, children are exposed to this. If you have been using asbestos in a building site and it's in the earth and it's there, children are playing with it, this is not very ethical indeed, as the minister said, the member said. But I think that Canada used to be. Mr. Speaker, I travel the world as a minister for the Canadian government, and Canada used to be looked up to as a nation of ethics, a nation that was fair, and a nation that cared about others. And I think we have to think about this. I don't understand how this government could continue to block the putting of this substance on the Rotterdam Convention.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened quite carefully to the member's statements, and she did acknowledge that she has had the opportunity to sit around the cabinet table and obviously discuss issues like this. So I guess my question is when did the epiphany happen within the third party over here that they all of a sudden decided they were going to be outspoken critics on this issue? They were in government for 16 years and did zero. So when did the epiphany happen?
The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, it was in the last 5 or 6 years that many countries have now come to look at class action suits on this issue. That this has become really completely, every scientific piece of evidence is now showing us there was a time when everyone thought that chrysotile asbestos was safe. That has changed in the last few years. Yep. And Mr. Speaker, I can say to us that we may not have known that evidence for chrysotile at the time, but now there is no excuse when the evidence is clear for this government not to do the right thing. Absolutely no excuse. They have been here for 6 years.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Yes, you got it right. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And again, as I mentioned, Julius Hava and his wife are actually watching this on TV right now, and he doesn't have much time left, unfortunately. You know, he wants to reiterate the fact that he was a federal government energy, mines and resources department worker and also worked in the mineral exploration industry. He is now unable to work, and this afternoon, as I said, he's watching this, and he could have tried to have treatment right away at a cost of $400,000 in the United States. So my question to my colleague is that she mentioned with respect to medical assistance that's not in a third world country. Well, it's not here either. It's only trials. And I'm just wondering if she can maybe advise us, again, why is it that her government, when they were in government, they didn't do anything about it? And will she be supporting this motion today?
The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, well, the motion says very little about the medical treatment of and accessibility to medical care. But of course, this is an absolute essential. If you're going to get people who are becoming ill from a public health hazard, then under Medicare, they should be treated when they get sick. That is a given. If it is denied by provincial governments, that treatment, well, then one needs to look at it under the Canadian Health Act. So that's a given, but it is not, Mr. Speaker, in this motion.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Montmagny, Île, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to take a few moments at the beginning of my presentation to talk about the history of the fight led by asbestos workers for the reason that historically there have been so many key moments in this history that I think that we owe it to the asbestos workers to provide them proportional and immediate assistance for everything they've done for this country for decades and all the suffering they have experienced for now over 20 to 30 years. So the fight is one that has been long waged. Why? It started in the 19th century when they found asbestos in the asbestos region of Quebec. For over 50 years, people in the region had terrible working conditions. There were daily accidents, health care. People were rather sick on a regular basis. I would like to talk about something. There were 5 or 6 NDP members who met with asbestos workers for a full day at the end of this summer. And the workers were telling us that they were aged 50 and 60 years. And they said when they were little, they went and brought the lunches at lunchtime to their fathers in the plant. And when they opened the door, they couldn't recognize their fathers and mothers who were working there. They just saw shadows, silhouettes through the dust. And they had to call out their fathers, say, "Papa, I have your lunch, come." And their father would come out, and it looked like a big shadow, a ghost coming out of this dust. And it is in these conditions that these people lived until 1949. And then they had the asbestos war, and it was a key moment in this history. 8 months. 8 months of fighting, which quickly included the other asbestos mines throughout Quebec.
8 months of fighting between the workers and also the police. This, don't forget, we're under the Duplessis government at the time, what we call the Great Darkness. And our lovely premier at the time saw socialists within any workers' movement whatsoever, even if those workers were asking for something as basic as the right not to die at work. Our premier at the time just could only see socialism within that. So the fight was very tough. One important thing happened at the time. The clergy, for the first time in considering the difficulty of the people, and this was a real first, took the side of the workers instead of the government. So for historians, this was one of the first steps towards the quiet revolution for Quebecers. It was one of the very, very first initiatives in that regard. Mr. Gérard Picard, who is the president of a Catholic movement, was my mother's favorite uncle, and therefore in my childhood we often talked about that whole fight, and we knew that Mr. Picard, so my favorite uncle, was regularly stopped by the police for any reason whatsoever. His left tail light wasn't working for 8 seconds, for example, and so just to say that this fight went on for a very long time for such simple requests as saying, could we please work without facing the threat of death? So when Ottawa looked at the asbestos workers, there are people that we know in this House, such as Pierre Elliott Trudeau, who are historically recognized for the beginnings of his political implication. People like Jean Marchand, who had long political careers afterwards. They're the ones who supported Mr. Lester B. Pearson when they sat in this House, and they were the most influential government at the time. They launched the Canada Health Act and the Canada Pension Plan. So the origins of the thinking that underlay these initiatives was this kind of fight in Quebec. So Quebecers and Canadians have to recognize the historic battle of the asbestos workers and the terrible effects of asbestos on the health of those workers has brought the NDP to raise this issue here today and to ask for putting an end to the export of asbestos. We have to constantly remember that the international consensus has a founding. There are many workers who are desperate. People worked to modernize Quebecer at the time of the asbestos battle, and they deserve our solidarity. So I'm going to quickly look back at the salient points of the NDP motion. So we have to stop exporting it, asbestos, but we also have to quickly come to the assistance of these workers. That's the first point. We want to put an end to the international export. 100,000 people a year die of an asbestos-related cancer. And I have the Social Security report, and you can see it's a thick report that's very comprehensive. In the States, the Occupational Health and Safety Administration has concluded that asbestos causes several different kinds of cancer, and Health Canada has stated that chrysotile asbestos is not safe, and we have to take under consideration putting it onto the list of regulated substances. In Quebec, another association also came out against the abolition and export of asbestos. So the main clients for Canadian asbestos are Indonesia, India, and China. So even when I was talking about this with people looking to find the crux of the problem, I wanted to know, can you guarantee that a young person from the Philippines working with this, who's going to be asked to work on ripping out hundreds of roofs in Indonesia that are filled with this material, can we guarantee that that person can take those roof tiles off that have asbestos in them with all of the equipment necessary, masks and gloves, and one tile at a time? No, it's impossible. Even with the people who support the asbestos industry, when I asked them if we could guarantee that in 10, 15, 20 years we won't be poisoning young Indonesian workers, no one could reassure me on this point. And that is the crux of the problem. We can't hide our heads in the sand any longer. We want to support international efforts to add chrysotile asbestos to the list of hazardous chemical products under the Rotterdam Convention. This is not the first time that the current government poisons our initiatives to put chrysotile asbestos on this list of dangerous or hazardous substances of the United Nations. This is very serious. That means that part of our Canadian diplomatic corps, which had such a good reputation up to the 1990s, is now investing in something that virtually the entire international community is speaking out against. Because I think for asbestos, the least we could do is to put it on this list of hazardous chemicals, including countries like Indonesia. They should know that it's a dangerous product. We're involved in Canadian diplomacy and all of these processes to prevent that from happening. Another point, to assist affected workers by developing a just transition plan. The workers' cooperatives in asbestos have a long tradition of working, and in fact the miners are owners of the company. They're that involved with it. So imagine that there was a similar fund, $2.3 billion over 10 years. Imagine if we created such a thing for these people. And I'm skipping a point because I'm running out of time, which would be to support communities and municipalities in asbestos-producing regions through an investment fund for regional economic diversification. So some $50 million coming from Quebec were put into a fund to support asbestos, $1.4 million per year, therefore. So imagine if we invested that much in those countries. We'd be talking about many more than 300 jobs per year if we made intelligent investments there. So the motion is here before us, above all, to ensure that people stop working with asbestos. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would invite everyone to vote to support this motion, and that we get workers out of the asbestos mines wherever they are. We owe these people this assistance as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Cumberland, Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I can't help but ask the member opposite why his party, which says it stands for workers, won't stand with the Cristol workers in Quebec. You know, we know that the union that encompasses this industry does not support what this motion calls for. We also know the motion goes even further than the people who are asking for the listing of Cristol on the Rotterdam Convention. And that's the interesting point, because I have in my hand a record of a vote from the National Assembly of Quebec that shows that the member of Outremont was voting against the inclusion of this on the Rotterdam Convention. So can the member tell us if the member from Outremont, who is running for the leadership of his party, has changed his view? And can the member please tell us if the member from Outremont continues to support the workers in Quebec, or will he undermine them, as this motion calls for?
Honourable member for Montmagny, Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Well, I can tell my colleague one thing. That is that my colleague from Outremont was present by telephone when we met with the workers, and his position is clear. His position is the export of asbestos must stop because the accumulation of scientific evidence for years now makes the conclusion unavoidable. With the history that I've just given you, going back to my great-uncle, shows what the sad conclusion is, and it's unavoidable. We have to become aware of this, like all of the other developed countries have done, and above all, because we owe it to these people, we must come to the assistance of the people in the asbestos industry with a level of funding that is adequate and corresponds to their needs.
For Saanich Gulf Islands.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the member for his excellent speech. I would like to add something else to this debate on the issue of asbestos, and it's the issue of environmental impacts outside of Quebec. I'm certain that over the last few years, he discovered that asbestos has polluted the environment of Quebec.
By asbestos in waterways and in the regions of asbestos Quebec and its surroundings have led to the highest level of women with asbestos-related cancer documented anywhere in the world. And I wonder if he has any comments on that aspect.
The honourable member for Montmagny, Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. It is unavoidable. There's a significant number of workers historically over the last 100 years who have been the victim of the crash of the market for asbestos. We're talking about 1,000 jobs lost in a tiny community of 6,000. It's like 600,000 people a year losing their jobs in Toronto for 10 years straight. So they are the victims of this, and unfortunately, my colleague is quite right. They were talking about the frontline victims when we talk about the illnesses that are related to asbestos, and so I support my colleague's words.
The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his comments. It's ironic and it's quite bizarre to listen to the Conservatives. They now suddenly have such concern for unions. I remember very clearly of the courage and the leadership shown by the member for Outremont on this issue very particularly, and also other members from Quebec from the NDP, because the Conservatives are playing politics in the worst form possible. They're saying that we should be killing workers just to boost our confidence in the province of Quebec. So I wonder if my colleague could address that point. The honourable member for Montmagny, Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. I thank my colleague for having taken me down this path. Personally, I'm asking myself many questions. There are a few aspects missing, I think, here, but does the support of the government in place not indeed hide a deeper decision not to help these people? Because this industry has really run aground, and we might think for the last time. And we need to have an investment plan to come to the assistance of these people, but they are the ones who are going to have to answer that question, and answer it soon. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, as my colleagues who have just brilliantly spoken to this issue, I would also like to intervene in favor of the proposed motion. The NDP is a party that has the health and well-being of Canadian citizens at heart. The current use of chrysotile asbestos, of Canadian asbestos, and export directly contravene the health of our population. Moreover, it endangers the lives of workers in developing countries who are facing dangerous exposure to asbestos. To rectify this alarming situation, we must urgently take concrete steps, such as proposed by the NDP in today's motion. First of all, it is important, and it is a priority, that we must ban the use of this dangerous material, which causes fatal illnesses. It is important to know that asbestos disintegrates into fibers that are too fine to be seen by the human eye, the naked eye. They cause many fatal illnesses, such as amiantosis and lung cancer. These facts are there, and they prove the extreme dangerosity of this product. In Canada, more people die because of asbestos than any other combined cause of industrial or professional reasons. In Quebec, where the mines are primarily found, asbestos is responsible for half of the deaths in the workplace. Another concrete example comes from a study produced in 2009. This study concluded that the concentration of asbestos in the air outside of Thetford Mines, Quebec, is more than 215 times higher than samples taken elsewhere in Canada and the United States. The death rate related to lung cancer and mesothelioma is 17 times what it is in the population in general. Experts coming from different areas have also spoken to the issue of toxicity of chrysotile asbestos, but the government doesn't seem interested in hearing them, and even less verifying their expertise. Internal Health Canada documents reveal that since 2006, officials have refuted the Conservative statements saying that chrysotile asbestos is safe, but the Conservatives are turning a deaf ear to that. The Confédération des syndicats nationaux du Québec supported the asbestos business in the province, but the Conservative government has not heard them. On a world scale, the World Health Organization and the International Labour Organization have said there's no safe level of exposure to asbestos, but the Conservative government continues to tarnish our international reputation that we have built so arduously over the years. On top of being a dangerous material, the working of the asbestos mines has seen a serious decline since the 1990s. This sector is quite simply no longer profitable and needs a transition plan that could be similar to what was done for the tobacco industry. In 1991, the asbestos mines in Quebec employed some 1,000 workers. Today, there are barely 350, 3 or 4 months a year in Thetford Mines. Lab Chrysotile Incorporated is under bankruptcy protection and thinks that it will close forever next November. Instead of reviewing the dangerousness of this economic sector and supporting the miners' families, the government has found the criminal path of subsidizing 160 commercial or marketing delegations to 60 different countries to promote asbestos abroad. With the taxpayers' money, these delegations have gone to promote the use of asbestos in developing countries who don't have the safe conditions for handling asbestos that we have here. In terms of the cost related for the miners, One study indicates that the disability benefits for 691 workers suffering from asbestos-related illnesses has gone from 6 to 66 million in 2000 alone. Mr. Speaker, Canada can no longer allow itself to play around with the health of workers, and they shouldn't be playing with taxpayers' money in this regard either. The NDP has been asking for an end to be put to the export of asbestos for a long time now, because it causes serious illness and deaths in developing countries. In Canada, its use is strictly regulated under the Dangerous Products Act, but this is not the case in the many countries, developing countries, where the legislation on dangerous products has not yet been implemented, or they don't have the regulatory bodies in place to control its use. The estimation is that in the entire world, asbestos causes over 100,000 deaths per year. Workers in developing countries to which Canada exports its asbestos are usually not aware of the safety issues involved in its handling, and they receive no training in this regard. Indonesia, India, and the Philippines are currently the main buyers of our asbestos, and we know that their workers don't have the basic protection in terms of health and safety that they need. Whereas asbestos is banned in more than 50 countries, including the most developed, Canada continues to export its asbestos without warning of its toxicity. Worse, the government has even tried to discourage Thailand and North Korea from issuing warnings on the toxicity of the asbestos it has received. These kinds of warnings showing skull and crossbones, according to the government, would seem excessive. Another thing that could be done to support the NDP on their international efforts is to put this product on the list of dangerous substances pursuant to the Rotterdam Convention. Until now, 3 times since 2006, the government has put obstacles in the path of the international effort to include asbestos on this list of this under this UN initiative and this convention. Order.
The honourable member has 3 minutes. We'll have 3 minutes remaining when the House returns to this matter. Statements by members. The honourable member for Pickering, Scarborough East.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honour Deo HoC, a group of families committed to promoting the social inclusion and valued participation of people with disabilities. In 1994, they designed and built Rougemount Cooperative in my riding, home of over 200 people of widely diverse backgrounds, including adults with intellectual disabilities. In the co-op, Deo HoC has created an environment recognized internationally for helping adults with an intellectual disability, often stigmatized and treated as a burden, to become resilient and resourceful for themselves and make a significant contribution to their communities. Mr. Speaker, I thank the Deo HoC Support Network for the pioneering work they have done to improve people's lives. They have created a model for people with intellectual disabilities to live a better life in the community.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain. Mr. Speaker, in the world of pulp and paper, Laurentide in Grand-Mère plans to put an end to production on Machine 10, and as a result, hundreds of jobs will be directly or indirectly affected. Mr. Speaker, whole segments of our heritage are disappearing because of the world crisis, paper crisis. We need to take innovative steps in order to get the regions back to work, and in this regard, we are still waiting for the government to take action like this. It's easy for the current government to wipe out our public institutions one after the other under the cover of budget cuts. But what we need is a vision of what our regional economies of the future will consist of.
The honourable member for Saskatoon, Rosetown, Bigger.
Mr. Speaker, the Saskatoon Hilltops have done it again in what is turning into a bit of a rivalry both on the field and, dare I say, on this side of the House. The Saskatoon Hilltops have once again defeated the Vancouver Island Raiders this past Saturday in the Canadian Junior Football League semi-final. Last year, I had the pleasure of hosting my colleague, the member from Nanaimo, Alberni in Saskatoon, where my colleagues and I won a friendly bet on the outcome of the 2010 Canadian Bowl final. I congratulate the Saskatoon Hilltops and wish them all the best as they take on the Hamilton Hurricanes this coming Saturday, where they will defend their Canadian Junior Football League Championship title. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Randenburg and St. George's.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize James Hodder, formerly of St. Bernard's and now St. Lawrence, in my riding of Randenburg and St. George's. As a postmaster and telegraph operator in the 1950s, Mr. Hodder volunteered as a chief observer with the Royal Canadian Air Force Ground Observer Corps. In 1957, after 3 years of outstanding service identifying and documenting all low-flying planes, he was awarded the Ground Observer Corps wings. Unfortunately, those wings, commemorating his patriotic service to his country, were lost. Mr. Hodder's wife, Nella, of 43 years, knew he was distraught over the loss. Not knowing exactly where to turn, Mrs. Hodder started making inquiries and called my office, wondering how she could secure another set of wings for her husband. On September the 1st, along with Acting Wing Commander Major Luc Girard and Chief Foreign Officer Joe Burns, I had the pleasure of seeing Mr. Hodder presented with another set of wings. An appreciative Mr. Hodder declared, "This is a wonderful day, a very good day. I will never forget this." Today I ask all members of the House to join me in saying, Mr. Hodder, we will never forget you and the service you and other veterans give and continue to give to our country.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was my pleasure this past Friday, October 28th, to attend a ceremony at Rideau Hall where constituents Matt Jackson and Tyler Lockerbie were bestowed the Medal of Bravery by His Excellency, the Governor-General of Canada. In June 2009, Matt and Tyler risked their lives to rescue 4 people from a submerged vehicle near Revelstoke, British Columbia. They witnessed the van in front of them swerve out of control, roll down an embankment, and plunge into Griffin Lake. Jumping into the frigid waters, Matt dove under and pulled 3 victims out through the driver's side window, passing them to Tyler, who brought them to shore. With a 4th person still strapped inside the rapidly sinking vehicle, Matt and Tyler made their way back and managed to pull the last victim out through the broken window. Thanks to the quick and brave actions of Mr. Jackson and Mr. Lockerbie, all 4 victims survived. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the constituents of Kelowna Lake Country, it is my great pleasure to congratulate Matt and Tyler and to thank them for their courage and bravery. We are so fortunate to have these heroes as members of our community and our great country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Rouge River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This past weekend, I was pleased to participate in the Biodiversity Walk in Rouge Park, as well as the opening of the new viewing platform overlooking the majestic park and Little Rouge Creek. Rouge Park, located in the northeastern part of my constituency, is one of Canada's urban gems. Volunteers provide guided nature walks year-round for all interested. These very educational and interesting walks teach participants about the biodiversity in Rouge Park and the efforts that this park is taking to combat climate change. They're a great way to learn more about the flora and fauna of our area, as well as a great way to spend time with family, friends, and loved ones in our great outdoors. I would like to thank the volunteers who conducted these walks. People from across all party lines and all levels of government support naming of Rouge Park as Canada's first urban national park. I am happy to be working with my colleagues and community members to see this dream come true. I encourage my fellow members of Parliament to support Rouge Park and everyone in the area to come out and participate in one of Rouge Park's.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, last Saturday I had the pleasure of attending the 2011 Diwali Milan celebrations organized by Rajasthan Association of North America, Canada, a non-profit organization formed with a mission of preserving and promoting Rajasthan culture, values, heritage, and traditions from within Canada, and educated current and future generations about their motherland while enjoying the crisp freedoms that life in Canada allows them. Part of the celebration was the awards ceremony where outstanding individuals were recognized for their achievements, hard work, and dedication in promoting the culture, values, and heritage of Rajasthan. I would like to take this opportunity to thank President of Rana Canada, Mr. Yogesh Sharma, and his team for their tireless work, dedication, and leadership, and congratulate the honorable recipients of individual awards: Prerna Kandelwal, Mahendra Bandari, Ashok Kandelwal, Ekta Mantri, and Shalini Vyas, and Rana Business Excellence Award recipient, Globeways Canada, Inc.
Honourable Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Mr. Speaker, summer has come to an end, fall harvest is underway, and before winter sets in, another hunting season is on in Lambton, Kent, Middlesex, a time when rural and urban hunters in my area get together to replenish the freezer of many people, family, friends, and those that struggle to make ends meet. Mr. Speaker, bringing an end to the long gun registry is yet another step our Conservative government is taken towards a Canada that protects the innocent, lives by rule of the law, encourages personal responsibility, and respects the rights of Canadians, whether they live in the city or the country. Mr. Speaker, legislation has been launched, and another promise to Canadians will be kept. Long gone will be the long gun registry.
Not evident, deputy.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, today I would like to highlight the exceptional dedication and involvement of Mr. Yvan Boisvert in working with fellow citizens by presiding over a coalition called Proprio Béton. At home and in neighbouring ridings, more than 800 families are seeing the investments of a lifetime disappear with the discovery of pyrrhotite in the foundations of their homes. Not satisfied with simply finding a solution to his own problem by presiding over Proprio Béton, Mr. Boivin has acted as a leader, advisor, and an advocate for the victims of pyrrhotite. For the victims of this scourge, the consequences are as devastating as the floods in Montérégie. However, the time frames for getting back to normal and support measures are far fewer. I would therefore like to congratulate Mr. Boivin for his civic involvement and ensure him of my indefectible support in the search for a fair and equitable solution from the Canadian government.
Member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the finest human qualities is generosity. The late Anne Southam, who died in November of 2010, she knew that. Anne Southam, a celebrated music composer and Order of Canada recipient, left a generous endowment of $14 million to the Canadian Women's Foundation, the largest single donation to a community-based Canadian women's organization has ever received from any individual. Her gift will fuel the Foundation's important work of investing in programs that move women and girls out of violence and poverty and into confidence and success. By supporting the Canadian Women's Foundation, Anne Southam's legacy of generosity will empower countless women and girls across Canada. I encourage Canadians to celebrate the generosity and vision of Anne Southam today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I arise today to address this government's abuse of its power and the dangerous path they are taking this country down. In Bill C-19, an act to end the long gun registry, we see the Conservatives giving in to their worst instincts in proposing to destroy all the data. Their solution to a registry that cost too much to establish in the first place is to commit to spending millions more to wipe out the records from that same registry. Untold millions more. This government were not given a mandate in the last election to have a bonfire of the vanities. In fact, two bonfires, Mr. Speaker, one for the data and another one for the $2 billion that's already been spent. From shutting down debate at the Wheat Board to building prisons for crimes that they can't find, the 60% of Canadians that oppose this government are proven right that we need electoral reform in this country, finally, to have it truly represented in the government of the day. If ever a government's made that case, it's this government. If the provinces and the police want the data, why won't this government simply give it to them? Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Simcoe Grey.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, October is Women's History Month. And it is an important one.
Of women to the Canadian military forces throughout Canada's history. It's an ideal time to learn about their stories, celebrate their achievements, and be inspired by their courage and perseverance.
Women such as Shirley Robinson, who served with distinction in the Canadian military, dedicating herself to removing gender-based barriers, and Susan Wigg, who was one of the first women to attend the Royal Military College, should be acknowledged for their hard work. Both of these outstanding women have been recognized for addressing gender-based issues and for helping make the Canadian Forces more inclusive. Les Canadiens, les Canadiens.
Canadians should draw inspiration from them, from these women who are defending liberty and human rights.
David Papineau.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Brain Tumor Awareness Month in Canada. This may come as a surprise to some of my colleagues in this House. Eh bien, pour trop de Canadiens,
For too many Canadians, more than 50,000 of them, being diagnosed with a brain tumor came as a surprise.
we've all experienced through family and friends, and even through some of our colleagues here, cancer does not discriminate and can strike quickly. Thousands today don't even know yet that they have this increasingly common, though often hard to detect, form of cancer. The nouvelle technologie.
With new technology and treatment, this disease is less deadly. And with improvements to come, we can make sure that is the case.
A number of survivors are also coping better and living more normal lives. They walk these halls and pass us on the street. They're not simply enduring their struggle, they are thriving and winning. It therefore gives me great pleasure to be able to both celebrate them and increase awareness by highlighting Brain Tumor Awareness Month. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for West Nova.
Mr. Speaker, 93 years ago, at the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month, the guns of the First World War fell silent. On November 11th, our nation will pause to remember the generations of Canadians who have bravely served our country, and we will honor those who continue to serve today. With the First World War centennial approaching, let us take a moment to remember some of the historic milestones that contributed to our proud military heritage and helped shape our country. The Battle of Passchendaele, the Battle of the Somme, the Battle of Beaumont-Hamel, and the Battle of Vimy Ridge. Throughout these battles, regiments from across the country fought together to forge a new and stronger sense of Canadian identity. Mr. Speaker, this important chapter in our history must not be lost, and we should all encourage young Canadians to take an active role in remembrance by taking an active role ourselves, lest we forget.
The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Mr. Speaker, despite years of opposition to this government's policy on asbestos from average Canadians, scientists, and the worldwide community, we now see that division is beginning to appear in the government's own benches on this important file. The member for Sarnia-Lambton told the media, and I quote, "I'm definitely not supporting the mining or exporting of asbestos." And Mr. Speaker, we know there's more. We know there's a growing opposition among Conservative MPs of just how out of touch the government position on asbestos really is. But, Mr. Speaker, there is a chance for Conservative MPs to stand up in this House with Canadians, to stand with the worldwide community, and to stand up for a just transition. All that is needed, Mr. Speaker, is for the Prime Minister's office to allow Conservative MPs who agree with New Democrats on asbestos to stand in their place and to vote to turn the page on asbestos. It will be a great day for Canada's reputation on the world stage, a great day for workers' health and safety, and a great day for democracy.
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, the IMF's annual review of Canada supports the government's plan to return to balanced budgets in the medium term. As the Minister of Finance said, thanks to our sound and stable economy and measures taken in the next phase of Canada's Economic Action Plan, the IMF is maintaining its positive outlook for Canada. The IMF statement endorses the measures taken by the government to promote the long-term stability of Canada's housing market, including changes in the rules for government-backed insured mortgages. The statement confirms our financial sector is solid, noting the government's high prudential standards and rigorous supervision. The statement recognized substantial progress in advancing international and domestic financial sector reforms. They welcome our intention to launch a Canadian securities regulator. Although GDP is up for August, the global economy is still fragile. That is why our government is implementing our low tax plan to create jobs and economic growth. Mr. Speaker, our plan is working.
Oral questions, questions orales. L'honorable chef de la...
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the latest GDP numbers show a stagnation of the economy. One exception, the oil and gas sector, thanks to conservative favoritism. But high productivity sectors like manufacturing and infrastructure were flat or down. Isn't that we should prolong the stimulus package and target high productivity sectors?
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government's position is that we should keep going down the path that we're on because it's working. The IMF says so. The World Bank says so. Stats Canada today again says so. Mr. Speaker, what we're doing is working. Since the worst part of the recession in July of 2009, the Canadian economy has produced over 650,000 jobs, more than 80% of those jobs are full-time jobs. We're getting the job done for Canadians, and that's why they've entrusted our government to continue focusing on the economy because we're getting the job done.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Not only are the Conservatives refusing to help our economy, they're also turning off the taps of the previous stimulus package. The City of Hamilton stands to lose $7.8 million in infrastructure funding today. There is no reason for the government not to invest the money that was budgeted for in infrastructure. Why not make sure that every penny allocated to stimulate the economy will actually go to stimulate the economy?
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I would simply point to the Leader of the Opposition that our economic action plan has indeed worked. And the Auditor General took a look at our economic action plan, the way in which we were investing our funds, and said that we did it prudently and responsibly. It's true that the stimulus spending has ended, and the stimulus spending had the positive effects that we intended. Now we're moving to the next chapter. The next chapter of our economic action plan, which is drive to a balanced budget while putting in place policies that drive up economic growth and create jobs for Canadians. It's what we promised to do. It's what we're going to do.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Help the economy. Les chiffres du PIB.
GDP figures should wake them up. The economy needs greater stimulus, not an abrupt end to already announced funding. In Saint-Eustache, for example, work has been delayed due to federal administrative rules. It is not the town's fault, but the Conservatives are using the opportunity nonetheless to turn off the taps for the Corbeil Island Bridge. Instead of ending the stimulus funding, why not extend it or even expand the program? The Honourable Minister. We have already extended the process in order to ensure that these kinds of projects could be terminated. We had a responsible and effective process for the economy. We worked with the towns, then the provinces. But let's be clear, Mr. Speaker, our process, our action plan, our anti-crisis plan is working. We are creating jobs. We're seeing an improvement in our economy, and our work is not yet done. We will be finished when all Canadians have the opportunity to find the job they need, and we will continue to move in that direction in the next budget next year.
Deputy Gatineau.
Honourable Member for Gatineau. Mr. Speaker.
Pretends to support victims, but now it's moving to scrap years' worth of gun registry records. Victims of tragedies like the shooting at l'École Polytechnique want these records kept. Police chiefs want them, provinces want them, but this government refused to listen. Example right there. Mr. Speaker, this government is planning a $2 billion bonfire. Why are they ignoring the pleas of victims and their families? Why won't they put public safety first?
Order. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Order.
It's interesting that question coming from a member who has voted against every single public initiative that actually protects victims. And perhaps there's a little something that she should know. Just because the Liberals spent $2 billion on a long gun registry doesn't mean it's worth anything.
In fact, the only thing it does is target law-abiding Canadian citizens improperly obtrusive into their private affairs. In fact, let's make it very clear, our government will focus on issues that deal with victims.
The honourable member for Gatineau. Mr. Speaker, this government had put forward bills that were interesting and were supported by most Canadians. We would be pleased to support them. Each day, new voices are speaking out in Quebec in order to demand for the preservation of the data in the Firearms Registry. The National Assembly, police chiefs, families of victims of people who have been murdered or who have killed themselves, abused women's groups, and recently a big union in the construction industry, the FTQ, are all saying that existing data should be kept. Why will this government spend money to destroy useful information instead of using it to increase protection for police? Order. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Let's hear, in fact, what the police are saying. The Canadian Police Association has said we're quite satisfied with the efforts this government has made to work on behalf of frontline police officers, especially with respect to the comprehensive justice legislation, Bill C-10, that member opposes. Indeed, if she wants anything else, perhaps she can speak to her colleague from Sackville, Eastern Shore, who says the registry itself gives people a false sense of security over gun control and gun safety. He's in favour of getting rid of it. Why isn't she?
Right up. The honourable member for Toronto Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a question to the Minister of Public Works. I wonder if the Minister can tell us whether she considers the work of the Fairness Officer in assessing the value of the contract with respect to the building of ships was an important and integral part of that entire process.
The Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And where it's necessary and we think it's valuable, we employ fairness monitors to be a part of procurements. And in this situation with the shipbuilding procurement strategy, it was invaluable.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
Well, since the Minister feels that it was invaluable, I wonder if I can ask her colleague, the Minister of National Defence, why a similar process would not be followed with respect to the F-35s. We have the Prime Minister of Holland. We have the American.
Order. The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre has the floor. Members should hold off on their comments.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. While the government figures out who's going to answer this very tricky question, if it's good enough for the ships, why isn't it good enough for the planes, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
The only person who had trouble.
Order. The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage has the floor.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the only person who had trouble with the question was the Leader of the Liberals, who took him 3 tries to spit it out. But the answer is, Mr. Speaker, is that we are going down the road to ensuring that the Canadian forces have the equipment that they need. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, is we've said time and again that the greatest threat to the health and safety of the men and women of the Canadian forces should never be their equipment. And what we saw under 13 years of Liberal rule was a constant degrading of the Canadian forces' budgets, and that can never happen again. If the Leader of the Liberal Party doesn't like the process with regard to the F-35s, all he has to do is look to his left, look to his right, because it's his party that started it.
Order. The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I clearly heard a personal insult towards me, and I am quite surprised that the minister went to such depths. I would like to ask the minister of a question. If an officer, a fairness officer, is sufficiently good for ships, why not for planes? It's a very simple question. Order. The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, even if the question is French or English, our process was clear from the beginning. We will make sure that our men and women in the Canadian forces will have the equipment they need to do the work that our Parliament and our government is asking them to do. That's what we've done here with the F-35s. We are looking out for the men and women. We will continue with our process.
For Hamilton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. New Democrats joined all Canadians in mourning the tragic loss of Master Corporal Byron Greff on Saturday. Master Corporal Greff and 16 others were struck by a suicide bombing on the outskirts of Kabul. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister update this House on his current view of the security situation our troops are now facing in Afghanistan?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Well, Mr. Speaker, like the Honourable Member, I think all members present would share in expressing our condolences to the family of Master Corporal Greff, who gave his life courageously in Afghanistan. And it is a reminder of the unlimited liability assumed by members of the Canadian Forces and our allies in that mission. And no one would suggest that the risks will ever be zero in that country, given the current security climate.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, last November, the Prime Minister assured Canadians that this new training and aid mission in Afghanistan involves, and I quote, minimal risks to Canada. Now, tragically, we see that just isn't the case. Mr. Speaker, we still have 950 troops stationed in Afghanistan. Their families need an honest assessment about the true risks of this new mission. Why hasn't the Prime Minister been more clear and straightforward about the real risks our soldiers are facing in Kabul?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Well, let's be frank, Mr. Speaker. The reality is that this training mission, which is in a different configuration, it does not involve combat. It does not involve searching and engaging the enemy. It involves training in a static base form in and around Kabul. But there is no way to eliminate all risk, given the reality of that country, given the security climate that is there. We can never mitigate that risk to zero, as I just said, but we certainly want to support our men and women in uniform with equipment. We want to support them morally, and that is what this government has.
The Honourable Member for Beaches, East York.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the F-35s, this Defence Minister seems now to be at odds with everyone. The Parliamentary Budget Officer sees costs overruns of $53 million per plane. U.S. Senator John McCain sees a train wreck coming. And last week, reports surfaced that the Minister's friends in Cabinet and the Prime Minister's office are questioning the Minister's ability to manage this file. Mr. Speaker, when will the Minister of Defence admit he has botched this file and send the contract out to tender?
The Associate Minister for National Defence.
Well, Mr. Speaker, in 2001, Canada participated in the extensive and rigorous U.S.-led search competition process where two bidders developed and competed prototype aircraft. Excuse me. Partner...
Order. 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 If members use up all their time when a minister is giving an answer, they may find themselves short of a question later on in the period. Order. Order. The Associate Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Partner nations were engaged during their competitive process, and this led to the selection of Lockheed Martin and its partner agencies as the joint fighter manufacturer for our needs at this time and well into the future, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Beaches, East York.
Mr. Speaker, it seems like every week this opposition asks a straightforward question, and every week the Minister of Defence fails to answer it. It's a simple but very important question, Mr. Speaker, so I'll ask it again. When will the Conservatives finally admit that the F-35 scheme is in a tailspin? When will they start putting Canadian taxpayers first, cancel the F-35, and establish a transparent and competitive process for the replacement of the CF-18?
The Associate Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, through a process launched by the previous Liberal government in the late 1990s.
Order. 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 The Minister has been asked a question. He has the right to answer it. The Honourable Minister has the floor.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada determined that the F-35 is the best and only aircraft that meets needs of Canada's armed forces. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, last week the Commonwealth countries were meeting in Australia to talk about human rights. Australia and Great Britain voted to put an end to criminalizing homosexuality, a criminalization that unfortunately exists in 41 of the 54 countries of the Commonwealth. Decriminalizing homosexuality is a fundamental human rights issue. Mr. Speaker, can the Prime Minister confirm to us that he raised the question of the rights of homosexuals during the meeting? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
The question of human rights abroad is a central part of Canada's foreign policy. At the Commonwealth meetings last week, Canada was outspoken on the criminalization of homosexuality. We spoke very strongly against it, and we will continue to work with our allies like the United Kingdom and Australia on this issue in the days, weeks, months, and regrettably years to come.
The Honourable Member for Squamish-Winnipeg.
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately Canada failed to get the Commonwealth to move on this basic human rights question on this weekend in Perth. What we need now is every Commonwealth leader who believes in ending the state persecution of lesbians, gays, bisexual and the transgender to step up right now. Mr. Speaker, this government has an historic opportunity to provide leadership on this issue which it claims to care about. So can the Minister tell me, why did they fail in Perth, and what is their plan to take action now to assert leadership on this issue in the Commonwealth?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, let me assure the Honourable Member opposite and colleagues on all sides of the House that Canada was the loudest voice on this issue in Perth. We spoke out strongly against it, Mr. Speaker. It's very clear, regrettably, that we will not see immediate changes in this regard, but it will be important that we continue to push for human rights, whether it's for gays and lesbians, whether it's for religious freedom, whether it's for women, whether it's for other persecuted minorities, and Canadians can count on this government to continue to fight for those issues.
Honourable Member for Newton North Delta.
Mr. Speaker, the arrest of Al-Attar, an Edmonton imam, while participating in the Hajj is part of a larger problem. Amnesty International has raised concerns about the ill treatment of Saudi prisoners and the country's continued use of the death penalty. This is no place for Canadians to be stranded without government support. What is the Minister going to do? What is the Minister doing to improve the treatment of Canadians detained in Saudi Arabia?
The Honourable Minister of State for Consular Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member opposite for her important question. Mr. Al-Attar was released from detention today thanks to the good work of our consular officials and to the cooperation of our partners in Saudi Arabia. I can assure the member that we're committed to providing the same level of assistance for all Canadians. However, each case is unique, and these are very often complex. So we will continue to work with our partners to ensure due process and the well-being of Canadians in distress in Saudi Arabia, as we do for Canadians all over the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Mr. Speaker, for several months there have been a number of concerning cases of Canadians imprisoned in Saudi Arabia. What is of even greater concern is the way they are being treated. Among them, there is a young man from my riding, Mohamed Kail. He has been in prison for nearly 5 years, and his family still doesn't know what's happening. Recently, he contracted tuberculosis in prison, and he is gravely ill. Mr. Speaker, what is the government doing to ensure that Mohamed Kail has a fair trial and gets the medical attention and care he needs? The Honourable Minister of State.
Canada has and will continue to pursue all avenues to assist Mr. Kohil. A retrial is currently in process for Mohamed Kohil. The last hearing took place this past May, and our government has continuously raised this case with Saudi officials. In total, 6 ministers and 2 parliamentary secretaries have raised this matter with top Saudi officials as well. Councillor officials are actively providing assistance and support and remain in regular contact with the Kohil family and their legal counsel. Our government will continue to work.
Order. The Honourable Member for Quebec. In 5 days' time, veteran Pascal Lacoste will begin a hunger strike in front of the office of the Minister of Veterans Affairs. With this extreme measure, he wants to protest against the department's inaction. 11 years now. 11 years now he has been fighting to be heard. At the age of 38 only, he is seriously ill today after having been exposed to depleted uranium, particularly in Bosnia. Mr. Speaker, time is of the essence. Why, in 11 years, has the department done nothing? What is the Minister of Veterans Affairs doing, or does he intend to do, to ensure the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs? The health and well-being of all our veterans is a priority for our government.
Brought to the Minister's attention. Officials were asked to follow up immediately to ensure that this gentleman is receiving all of the benefits to which he is entitled. I want to be very clear, our government is maintaining all veterans' benefits.
The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives' preoccupation with the Arctic defence is proving to be more rhetoric than reality. If they did care about defending our northern sovereignty, they wouldn't be buying a plane that can't communicate in the Arctic, can't land in the Arctic, and can't refuel anywhere. That's right. The F-35 simply does not meet Canada's needs. Therefore, when will this Conservative government hold an open competition to determine the aircraft best suited to all of our needs, including the Arctic?
The Associate Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I think the rhetoric around this issue has gone on for an awful long time. However, the reality is that back in 1997, the Liberal government of the day started this project, and it's the best aircraft for the men and women of our military today and into the future, and as well to ensure that we have control over our sovereignty in years to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Why don't we go back to Laurier, Mr. Speaker? The minister considers it a successful procurement if a plane can't refuel anywhere, can't land in the Arctic, can't communicate in the Arctic, and has only one plane to boot. Instead of holding one engine to boot. So instead of holding an open competition to get best value for money, the Conservatives lecture the world on fiscal responsibility. With structural deficits as far as the eye can see, why can't these Conservatives control the skyrocketing costs of the F-35?
Order. Order. The Honourable Associate Minister. Order.
Mr. Speaker, reasonable people agree that we need aircraft to defend Canadian sovereignty, and we will ensure that our men and women in uniform have the best equipment to do their job safely and effectively. And we expect communications of our aircraft and all other aspects to be there in place and will exceed current and future capabilities. The F-35 will ensure that Canada's interests at home and abroad will be well served, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member for Beausejour.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, the total cost of the F-35s has now exceeded $30 billion, even if the government says the opposite. With a financial commitment that is so significant, we should see guaranteed economic spin-offs for Canadian companies, but the Conservatives are abandoning them. $30 billion in expenditures, zero in guaranteed economic spin-offs, a good gift for Lockheed Martin in Texas. When will the Prime Minister admit that an open competition, a public competition, is essential to guarantee jobs and the economic future of the aerospace industry in Canada?
Order.
The Honourable Minister, Associate Minister of National Defence.
Infuse a dose of reality in this whole argument. Recently, I saw firsthand the direct benefits of economic growth and job creation at Magellan Bristol Aerospace in Winnipeg, as well as that which is taking place in over 60 other companies across the land. Mr. Speaker, it isn't only about the F-35. It's about jobs, it's about economic growth, and it's about providing our men and women the best tools they need to do their job. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Nickel Belt.
Mr. Speaker, today I had the honour of tabling in the House my motion intended to ban the use and export of asbestos. The evidence is clear. Asbestos is an industrial killer. Yet this government continues to blindly support this industry. Canada is the only member of the United Nations to oppose the inclusion of asbestos on the list of hazardous products. Mr. Speaker, Who exactly is this government defending? Workers and their families, victims of asbestos, or the major corporations? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, Canada has been promoting the safe use and controlled use of asbestos, chrysotile asbestos, here in the country and elsewhere. Scientific evidence shows that it can safely be used under controlled circumstances. The government respects the provincial areas of jurisdictions in terms of exploiting of its natural resources. We don't want to put our workers on permanent EI. The member for Nickel Belt.
Citizens across the country are standing up to this government's support of deadly asbestos. Here's just one, and I quote, "I have made the decision that the production of and export of asbestos is contrary to the best interest of Canadians." Mr. Speaker, do you know who said that? Donna Cadman, the former Conservative member of Surrey North. Will this government finally act in the best interest of Canadians and support the New Democratic motion to ban asbestos?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, scientific reviews confirm that chrysotile fibers can be used safely under controlled conditions, and our government respects provincial jurisdiction over the development of natural resources, and the honourable member should appreciate the effort that are being put in place to avoid a ban of nickel, and this is the same thing for asbestos chrysotile, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Montmagny-Lille-Ramoras-Rivière-du-Loup. Mr.
itself and not trying to justify its position on asbestos. Here's an interesting quote. "I'm definitely not supporting the mining or exporting of asbestos. The Minister of Labour is certainly bringing the issue forward to the cabinet level for more discussion." And who said that? The member for Sarnia-Lambton. Can the Minister of Labour explain to the House what cabinet decided to do about Conservative hypocrisy on asbestos, and can he give us something else than a tape recorder?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has promoted the safe use of chrysotile domestically and internationally for more than 30 years, and scientific reviews confirm that chrysotile fibers can be used safely under controlled conditions. Mr. Speaker, our government respects provincial jurisdiction over the development of natural resources. The NDP would put entire communities out of work, then put those workers on permanent welfare.
A member from Montmagny-Lille-Kamouraska. Mr. Speaker, they're not the only government putting their workers into a bad position. Workers in the asbestos mines are worried about the future of their industry. The industry is dying, and they still have the support of this caucus, but they're not getting any assistance from this government. This government puts profits ahead of the well-being of the workers in the long term. This is totally unacceptable. Mr. Speaker, will this government do the right thing and facilitate the transition of these workers and their families toward other sources of income, and as quickly as possible? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, Canada promotes the safe use of chrysotile asbestos, and it's been over 30 years that we've done so. This was a position taken by the workers in the industry themselves, so I don't know what planet this MP is coming from. The workers themselves have supported this position, the safe use of the product. So let's be clear. Chrysotile asbestos can be safely used in a controlled environment according to regulations. So the government respects the provincial areas of jurisdiction in terms of natural resources.
Mr. Speaker, this weekend, members of the Islamic Shia Ithna Ashari Association in Edmonton learned that their imam, Mr. Al-Attar, was detained without charges in Saudi Arabia. The member from Edmonton Millwoods Beaumont went with his son to meet with his community and its leader to hear their concerns and relayed these to the minister's office directly. Today, we're happy to learn that Mr. Al-Attar has been released by Saudi authorities. At the risk of repeating good news, could the Minister of State please tell this House how the government quickly reacted to learning of Mr. Al-Attar's detention and ultimately assisted in obtaining his release?
Order. The Honourable Minister of State.
Mr. Speaker, after being informed of Mr. Al-Attar's arrest, our government made representations to local authorities and senior Saudi officials. We were also in contact with his wife in Canada yesterday and today. I thank the member for Edmonton Millwoods Beaumont for his excellent work over the weekend. liaising with my office. Our government is pleased that our concerns about Mr. Alatar's situation were addressed in a timely manner and that he has been released. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, once again, we're very concerned by the inadequate accounting practices that seem to be the rule at the Treasury Board. In 2007-8, Parliament approved $50 million over 5 years for the Institute of Theoretical Physics. And yet, this information, according to the Receiver General of Canada, this institute was given $127 million. That's 1,200 times what the annual maximum to be approved by Parliament is. Can they explain how this happened? Where's the money? The Honourable Minister of State.
DP is flat wrong again, and it's quite unfortunate that the member did not do his or her math, whoever's helping the member, before they decided to go on these tactics. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, in 2007, 8, 9 funds were drawn from the government resources, just like we said in the budget, and then subsequent public accounts. I would recommend the member consult the public accounts.
He won't do that.
He can do that.
Facts
All the
don't
other
matter.
members that are leading to this misinformation for Canadians, the member continues to be.
Order.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, I should recommend that my colleague go visit his optometrist. Having overspent the 2009 budget, have they learned anything? No. Once again, when the Institute was supposed to have spent $10 million, the government gave them 44. But these are sums that the Institute never received, so it's very strange. The Treasury Board has $50 million in infrastructure, border infrastructure funds, slush funds, etc. One of the main responsibilities of parliamentarians is to oversee and approve this government spending. So how can we do our work if they're always playing with the numbers? The Honourable Minister of State.
They recommend the member give up his day job. The public accounts of Canada are certified by the Comptroller General and the Auditor General. The facts are very clear. The funds for the Perimeter Institute are consistent with the government's commitments, but the question here remains, Mr. Speaker, why has the NDP chosen to attack this world-class institution to score cheap political points and then be flat wrong? Mr. Speaker, that member should apologize to the Comptroller General of Canada for an insulting attack.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. New documents show that the Muskoka minister used the G8 as a cover to promote a white elephant vanity project that they called the Summit Centre. It was sold as a dorm for the media that never came. But it's one email that was particularly disturbing where he says, quote, "I'm going to Treasury Board to flow the funds. I should have the money to you in 3 weeks. I know your credit card is maxed." So where's the paper trail for this vanity project? Because if he doesn't have the paper trail, he's going to need to explain why he used the Treasury Board as a partisan cash machine.
Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, it won't come as any surprise to the member opposite that I don't agree with the premise of his question. Let me say this. The government funded 32 public infrastructure projects. All 32 projects had contribution agreements. All 32 projects came in on or under budget, Mr. Speaker, and all the documentation was presented to the Auditor General. She's made some good advice on what we can do to be even more transparent and more accountable to Parliament, and we completely agree with her wise counsel.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I know it's Halloween, but he doesn't look dressed up at all like the beleaguered president of the Treasury Board. So I'll go back to him, who on day 144 showed up to work today dressed as the Invisible Man. This project didn't come in under budget. They dinged a town for an extra $9 million. Now, my colleague from Foreign Affairs keeps saying this was arm's length. There was nothing arm's length about it. He was up to his neck in pork barrel partisan politics. So, will they explain why he was using the Treasury Board to get money for a bogus project like this that had no justification or paper trail? Where is the paper trail?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, this project, like the other 31 projects, have a full contribution agreement that was drafted by officials at the Treasury Board. This project is a public infrastructure project that will benefit the people of that municipality for many years to come. We look forward to having the opportunity to answer even more of the member opposite's questions at committee in short order.
The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's tourism market share continues to plunge. We've dropped from 7th to 15th in international tourism visits. This government's failed tourism policies are costing Canada's economy and small businesses thousands of jobs and billions of dollars each year. Government solution? Treat air travel as a cash cow. Slap visitor visas on our most dynamic markets. Increase EI payroll taxes. This government's so-called strategy is a disaster. And when will they heed the industry's alarm bells and take action?
Honourable Minister de l'Industrie.
Honourable Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, on the contrary, this has to be seen positively, this good news that was announced by my colleague, because you know the businesses in tourism support job creation in Canada, and that is why we set up the federal strategy on tourism so that we could better hone our efforts for the tourist industry and help those businesses to become more competitive and to seize opportunities and create more jobs for Canadians. So yes, Mr. Speaker, we're doing things. We're selling the goods.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives sent an SOS warning to Canadian fishers when they went after the three vital S's of a fishery: safety, science, and service. They are slashing safety at sea by closing the maritime rescue subcentres in St. John's in Quebec. They are slashing science by getting rid of the Fisheries Resource Conservation Council. And now they're slashing service by putting fishing licenses out of reach for those without access to the internet. Will the minister commit to reverse his plan, which will hurt rural fishers who do not have access to broadband internet, and keep the current license application system?
And the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her occasional interest in fisheries issues.
Order. 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 The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you what we're not going to do. We're not going to follow the example of this member's party that made massive arbitrary cuts in the 90s, through the 90s, and even as recently as 2005, cut $50 million from the science budget. Our government has a clear vision for a prosperous and viable future of the fishery in Canada. So fear-mongering over progressive changes is not the type of...
The Honourable Member for Acadie-Bathurst. Mr. Speaker, in order to be the Auditor General of Canada, one has to be bilingual. It's not only Francophones who are asking for this, it's also the Canada Gazette. The job offer clearly stipulated that mastery, and I quote, of both official languages is essential, unquote. The President of the Public Service of Canada quite rightly rejects this appointment. Canadians want to know, was the staffing process fair, or is the government once again giving favourable treatment to one of their friends? The Honourable President of Treasury Board. The government was looking for bilingual candidates, of course. But after a rigorous process, the best qualified was chosen. Mr. Ferguson has said that he wants to learn how to speak French, and he's already begun to take courses. The Honourable Member for Acadie-Bathurst. I don't understand why they didn't issue a new job offer and other people to apply. Mr. Speaker, it's not the first time that the government has misled Canadians. How can a unilingual candidate possibly have survived the interview process? Were no questions asked in French? This is a direct affront to bilingualism. Mr. Speaker, the question must be asked, is the government proposing, or when the government proposed, or did they ask Michael Ferguson to apply, even if he wasn't bilingual? The Honourable President of Treasury Board. Mr. Speaker, as we have already said, Mr. Ferguson is a very highly qualified candidate. As we also said, he's already started to learn French.
That he is getting rave reviews, including the former Auditor General Sheila Fraser, who has indicated her support for his candidacy.
Honourable Member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Canada's entrepreneurs are the unsung heroes of the Canadian economy, creating jobs and growth in every region of our country. Following this month's nomination by Forbes magazine as the best place in the world to do business, will the Minister of Industry please tell this House how our entrepreneurs are leading all G20 countries?
And the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's an excellent question because, yes, Forbes magazine did give Canada excellent ratings, but there are others. Ernst & Young stated that the confidence level among Canadian entrepreneurs is one of the highest in the G20. Another report from McKinsey said that Canada is the best place to go into business in the G20. So we can see that it shows that our government has taken the right decisions in maintaining corporate and taxes and other taxes at a low level, and we're going to carry on in the same vein. And we're not going to do what the NDP suggests.
Well,
Mr. Speaker, the bill killing the Canadian Wheat Board will be before a legislative committee starting this evening. While the government cut off discussion, allowing only 3 days of debate, Western grain farmers and Canadians as a whole still have a right to better understand the devastating impact of this legislation. Will the government allow this committee to travel out west to allow access to the committee and hear from experts and from the farmers who will be affected by this legislation? And will this government commit to televising the proceedings so Canadians are not left out of this important process?
Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Canadian Wheat Board.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Canadians have not been left out of this important process. It's gone on far longer than the member knows. It went on long before he was ever involved in it. Right. Our government is committed to passing the Marketing Freedom for Farmers Act in a timely and an orderly manner to ensure market certainty for farmers. They need market certainty for next year. We intend to do that as quickly as possible. This legislative committee is an ideal place to examine the bill in its technical nature.
Honourable member for Western Arctic.
Speaker, while Conservatives make cuts to the University of the Arctic, Northerners are wondering what happened to the government's commitment to the North. As Philip, one of many who has emailed me with these concerns, wrote, and I quote, "How does the Prime Minister's commitment to Arctic sovereignty, issues of sustainable development, and expansion of Canadian understanding and cooperation with peoples of the North coincide with his government's slashing of funding for the University of the Arctic? Where is it? What's their answer to Philip and other Northerners?"
The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, we have and continue to make important and strategic investments to strengthen the economic prosperity and quality of life of Northerners. The Government of Canada continues to support the University of the Arctic. However, we have also advised them that we cannot continue to be the only source of funding for this initiative. Territorial support is crucial to their long-term sustainability and success in Canada. The territories have indicated they wish to explore other options. We respect this decision. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are concerned about crime, and it gave our Conservative government a strong mandate to keep our streets and communities safe.
Yes, they did.
That is why in the last election we promised to introduce lawful access legislation in due course. Our balance to this issue has always struck an appropriate balance between police powers needed to protect public safety and the necessity to safeguard the privacy of Canadians. However, there have been exaggerated concerns presented by the opposition.
Oh, shame.
Could the minister tell this House what our proposed approach to the lawful access legislation will do?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Speaker, I want to thank the member for his question. I want to be clear, no legislation proposed by our Conservative government will allow police to unlawfully read emails without a warrant. As technology evolves, many criminal activities such as the distribution of child pornography become much easier. We are proposing measures to bring our laws into the 21st century and provide police with the tools they need to do their job. Rather than making things easier for child pornographers or organized crime, I call on the NDP to support these balanced measures to protect law-abiding Canadians.
Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Mr. Speaker, the NDP is asking the government to stop hiding behind cabinet confidences and to answer our access to information request by immediately making public the reports on the safety of the Champlain Bridge that they've been hiding from the users every day to 100,000 people use the bridge, and they have the right to be kept up to date on its safety and its actual state. Will the government finally disclose the information that they're sharing around the cabinet table, but that they refuse to show to Canadians? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, if the NDP was so concerned by the safety issues around the Champlain Bridge, they should have voted for our budget, which was investing in the maintenance of the bridge in 2009. We are doing the necessary work to ensure that this bridge is safe, while the priority of the NDP is to scare the population. We are looking towards the future and the building of a new bridge over the St. Lawrence. So I invite the honourable member to support us in the initiatives to change the bridge with a new one. The honourable member of Haute-Gaspésie, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives misled Quebecers concerning the extension of the Afghan mission. The Prime Minister stated last year that there were only low-level threats and that the training would happen, and I quote, on military bases and in classrooms, unquote. Today he's saying that the mission includes significant threats. Is there not a reason here to believe that the Prime Minister did not give Quebecers the facts? Will the government recognize that he provided misinformation on the current risks and that as a result of that he should put an end to the military mission? The Honourable Minister of National Defence. That's false, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister gave good information. It is true that this mission represents a great many risks.
To support our men and women in uniform with appropriate equipment to protect them, to support them in every way we can. We have nothing but the highest regard, admiration, and respect for the men and women in uniform and their families for what they do for our country at home and abroad.
That concludes question period for today. Tabling of documents, dépôt des documents. Introduction of government bills.
Peter.
Déclaration des ministres.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the report of the Canadian delegation of the Canada-Europe Parliamentary Association respecting its participation to the 34th Annual Interparliamentary Meeting with European Parliaments, Delegation for Relations with Canada, and the Parliamentary Mission to Denmark, the next country to hold the rotating presidency of the Council of the European Union, held in Strasbourg, France, and Copenhagen, Denmark, September 10th to September 17th, 2011.
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to correct the record. In answer to my question from the Democrats, I said contribution agreements were drafted by Treasury Board. They, of course, were drafted by Infrastructure Canada. I regret any false impression I may have made.
I'm sure the House appreciates that clarification. Présentation de rapport de comité.
Presenting reports from committees.
Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture de...
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I am honoured to rise today to present a petition that's signed by literally thousands of Canadians from all across Canada who call upon Parliament to take note that asbestos is the greatest industrial killer the world has ever known, and they point out that more Canadians now die from asbestos than all other industrial causes combined. They also remind Parliament that Canada remains one of the largest producers and exporters of asbestos in the world and spends millions of dollars subsidizing the asbestos industry and curbing international efforts to curb its use. And therefore, these petitioners call upon the Government of Canada, Mr. Speaker, to ban asbestos in all of its forms and institute a just transition program for asbestos workers and the communities they live in. They call upon government to end all subsidies of asbestos, both in Canada and abroad, and they call upon the government to stop blocking international health and safety conventions designed to protect workers from asbestos, such as the Rotterdam Convention. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Cooney Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I'm honored to present a petition on behalf of 5,600 constituents from coast to coast. It calls for a national child abduction kidnapping registry, informing communities of high-risk offenders. It calls for protocols to nationalize the Amber Alert program and to introduce a three-tiered classification system for child abduction kidnapping laws similar to the Adam Walsh Child and Protection and Safety Act passed on July 27, 2006, as the United States federal statute reflects. Mr. Speaker, it's imperative that we take care of our children in this country, and it's imperative that our communities understand what we will do for them. And I present this on behalf of all of them. Thank you very much.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Speaker, I have a petition from people from all over Ontario who are concerned with the proposed mega quarry in Melancton Township in Dufferin County, which will be the largest open pit quarry in Canada at over 2,300 acres. They are concerned about a number of things, Mr. Speaker, one of which is that the proposed mega quarry would remove from production some of Ontario's best farmland, and that they're asking that the Government of Canada conduct an environmental assessment under the authority of the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act on the proposed Highland Company's mega quarries developments.
Petitions, the honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to present a petition signed by prominent leaders in the Iranian-Canadian community. A similar petition has been signed by thousands of human rights advocates, particularly from the Iranian community in Canada. The petitioners are bringing the case of Mr. Kavari to Parliament's attention. Mr. Kavari, a dual Iranian-Canadian citizen and former chairman of Iran's largest bank, is wanted for questioning in Tehran, Mr. Speaker. And during the time he reportedly obtained his Canadian citizenship, Mr. Kavari led a financial institution belonging to the Iranian Revolutionary Guards, a known international sponsor of terrorism and the source of much of the violence against civilians during Iran's post-election protests. The petitioners are requesting that the government investigates the conditions of Mr. Kavari's citizenship to see whether he obtained it by meeting all the legal requirements. Mr. Speaker, this is a growing problem that the Iranian-Canadian community is raising with the government. Just today, we read that a second Iranian banker has settled in Montreal. These individuals are associated with the Iranian regime, even if they find themselves on the wrong side of the regime today. Many Iranian Canadians contacting my office argue that Canada should not be a safe haven for these individuals. It is a slap into the face. It is a slap in the face of so many of the people who have moved to Canada to avoid the torture and violence of this regime.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present today a petition signed by a number of citizens across west central Saskatchewan. They're expressing concern about their fellow Canadians who suffer from both CCSVI, that is chronic cerebrospinal venous insufficiency, and multiple sclerosis at the same time. They point out that the unfortunate occurrence of both of those serious diseases can often result in particular treatment being denied with respect to CCSVI. They are calling upon the Minister of Health to consult more broadly and more thoroughly with experts in Canada and around the world who actually have direct experience with the treatment of CCSVI. They are urging the Minister of Health to proceed with Phase 3 clinical trials on an urgent basis, and they are urging the Minister of Health to provide a system to follow up on the experience of these patients over time so that Canada can develop the information base that's necessary to ensure that CCSVI is properly treated in Canada with the new technology that is available.
In petitions, the honourable member for Calgary West.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present the first of thousands of petitions asking to end the patently unfair taxpayer subsidy of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. Canadians from British Columbia, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and Ontario all want to end the $1,160 million taxpayer subsidization of the CBC. Rural Canadians from Innisfail, Alberta, Chemainus, British Columbia, Waldheim, Saskatchewan, and Exeter, Ontario are calling for an end to the $1 billion public subsidy of the state broadcaster. When we live in a 1,000-channel universe, why spend over $1 billion on a state broadcaster like the CBC? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise in the House today to present two petitions. The first petition is many pages of petitions that have come from people in Peterborough who want to draw to our attention that kidney disease is a huge and growing problem in Canada, and that while real progress is being made in a variety of ways of preventing and coping with kidney disease, they also want to call on Parliament to make research funding available to the Canadian Institute of Health Research for the explicit purpose of conducting bioartificial kidney research as an extension of the research that's being successfully conducted at several centres in the United States. And Mr. Speaker, the second petition comes from Vancouver and is signed by members of the Kurdish and other concerned Canadian citizens who want to draw to our attention that there have been serious violations of human rights by the Kurdistan Regional Government, KRG, in the northern part of Iraq, Kurdistan. And they point out that activists, journalists, academics, members of opposition, political parties and ordinary citizens who have been participating in demonstrations and assemblies are often arrested, tortured and killed. They've militarized Kurdish towns and cities and crushed any further opposition. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, the petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada and all of us to condemn these violations against the demonstrators by the KRG in the northern part of Iraq, Kurdistan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Mount Royal.
I also have the honour to present two petitions. The first is with respect to a matter that has already been brought before you, but a particularly compelling matter. This is a group of Iranian Canadians who wish to bring to the attention of the House the concerns that they have with regard to Mahmoud Reza Kavari, who's the former managing director and chairman of the board of the largest state-owned Iranian financial institution, the Melli Bank, a director also on the board of another principal state-owned entity, the SEPA Bank. Mr. Speaker, these are of particular concern with respect to Mr. Kavari's alleged settling here in Canada, because these two banks with which Mr. Kavari has been intimately associated are state-owned entities which have been blacklisted by the United States, the European Union and the United Nations for having assisted Iran both with respect to its nuclear weaponization program and with its respect to its financing of terrorist activities and threatening thereby international peace and security. And so the petitioners call upon the Government of Canada to recognize the grave concern that this poses in this regard by Mr. Kavari to peace and security in general, and to ask the Minister of Immigration here in Canada to look into the situation with respect to the acquisition of citizenship and permanent residence and whether these were acquired by fraud or misrepresentation or any form of concealed material circumstances. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With respect to the second petition, c'est une pétition pour...
It is a petition to condemn the persecution of Falun Gong. Falun Gong, as petitioners say, is a peaceful practice based on tolerance. Since July 2000, the party in China has attempted to eradicate Falun Gong. 12 Canadian families are serving sentences because of their beliefs in Falun Gong. Therefore, the petitioners call on the government to condemn the Chinese Communist regime for its position on Falun Gong and for it to assist the members of the families mentioned earlier for their belief in Falun Gong. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure today to present a large number of petitions, as you can see, from Canadians from coast to coast. And they are calling on the government to defund the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. They would particularly like to draw the attention of this House to the fact that the Government of Canada funds the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation to the sum of $1.1 billion per year, and that the vast amount of the Government of Canada funding gives the CBC an unfair advantage over its private sector competitors. So these petitioners are calling upon Parliament to end public funding of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to present a petition on a subject that already has been touched upon in this House today, and that is the treatment by the government of the People's Republic of China of the Falun Gong, who in fact are a very peaceful and spiritual group of people who are exercising their right to pursue their principles of truth, compassion, and forbearance. It's reported that more than 3,448 practitioners have been tortured to death in the People's Republic of China. It's certainly the case that the UN Special Rapporteur on Torture has reported many victims of alleged torture and ill treatment in China as Falun Gong practitioners. There are apparently 12 people who are in forced labor camps in the People's Republic of China and who have close family ties to Canadian Chinese citizens. And, of course, the government and any free and democratic nation has a responsibility to condemn crimes against humanity wherever they occur. So these petitioners call on the Canadian government to use every channel possible to call for an end to persecution of Falun Gong, especially when they meet with top Chinese leaders at international forums, and also to help rescue the family members of Canadian residents who are incarcerated because of their belief in Falun Gong. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation des pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, question number Q129 will be answered today. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, questions number Q132 and Q138 could be made orders for returns. These returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that questions number Q132 and Q138 be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you once more, Mr. Speaker. Lastly, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Order du jour.
Government orders. Business of supply. Resuming debate on the opposition motion on asbestos.
Il ne reste que 3 minutes pendant l'arbre de...
The honourable member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles has 3 minutes remaining. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, lists are determined by consensus, and if certain ones if there's disagreement, they can't be included. So Canada is therefore contributing negatively to the effectiveness of this list. The list advocates better international health thanks to better control over exports of the toxic substances. The NDP therefore encourages the registering of, or listing rather, of asbestos on the Rotterdam Convention. It would force exporters such as Canada to advise importing countries of any health risk, and this would be an important measure.
Mr. Speaker, a motion such as today doesn't mean that we have to forget about the workers in the asbestos industry. On the contrary, federal government support is essential in order to help the affected workers who have already given of their time, efforts, and their health to this industry, which is failing. We also have to implement urgent measures in order to revitalize the economy in these regions, which have already been suffering for far too long already. The NDP is suggesting rather concrete actions to ensure that these workers can be reintegrated into the labor market, or for older workers who would be able to maintain their well-being and properly prepare for retirement. We know that when a mine closes in a single industry town, the entire community feels the effects. It's not just the closure of the mine, but also the small business that provides goods and services to the mine and other businesses within the municipality, be they car dealerships or others. No jobs means no goods being consumed or services. We must ensure that we counter the effects of this and protect people in the affected regions. The NDP is recommending that we consult the communities and workers who are affected for investing in the economic development of communities that are affected by the not failure of a mine to reopen. For workers that are close to retirement, we must ensure a transition period to allow them to end their careers with dignity, implement a early retirement benefit for younger workers. We have to put in place training measures for them to help them rejoin the labor market. A concrete, fair, and sustainable solution is what the NDP is proposing, a solution that respects families, the economy, health of citizens. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, I think it's quite curious to hear such a speech. We know that in 2006, the Quebec section of the NDP had proposed to the NDP policy in Quebec, and I quote, that the NDP votes in favor of the safe production and responsible use of chrysostil, end of quote. Could the representative on the other side of the House tell us if they are supporting people on the ground with regard to the safe use, or are they part of the elite that are helping operate the partisan machinery? I'd like to know. There was the resolution adopted by the National Assembly of Quebec in 2004, and she took part in that development of the policy. And I'd like to ask her why she's changing her position now. We know that there's a lot of lobbying and pressure being put to show and to ensure that chrysostil can be used safely. And now what we're doing is trying to ensure the use of other alternatives. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Among the 10,000 workers in the mines in asbestos and others, there were 38 deaths through to mesothelium. There were measures taken between 2008 and 2009. Other workers had suffered from pulmonary illnesses. 43 people died between 1993 and 2003. They were not included in the initial number of those suffering from the illnesses. There were a number of people suffering from other asbestos inhalation-related illnesses. So we're sending these products to developing countries where people don't know how to properly use the product, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-l'Île. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In fact, I'd just like to know what my colleague thinks about the part of the motion where we talk about support for workers and the industry. Wouldn't it be possible for the government to stop subsidizing countries for trade delegations rather to countries where they could promote the use of asbestos? Wouldn't it be possible for the government to stop devoting and investing hundreds of thousands of dollars to the asbestos industry every year, take all that money and invest it instead in a fund for, first of all, diversifying the Canadian economy, words we often hear from the other side of the House, but also to help the workers, deal with the fact that when asbestos stops being produced, they are going to find themselves without an income. I'd like my colleague to comment on this. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. I want to thank the Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, we went to meet with the asbestos workers in early September. We, the NDP members, that is. And the workers, for the moment, are asking, and what they are asking for, the older workers remain. We're talking about 300 to 400 people left. They're asking for a fair transition so that they can make it to their retirement. There are very few young people, and they want to be able also to be channeled into other jobs, be it in the commerce sector. And there is about 25 to 35% of the people who are already working in other areas. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Works. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an important issue for Quebec and the regions of Quebec, and it's an honour for me to rise and defend them in the House. Canada has promoted the safe use of chrysostyle domestically and internationally for over 30 years. And that is why I'd like to say once again that our government supports regions that produce asbestos. Canada has is following the use of chrysostyle asbestos and promoting safe practices throughout the world. Canada is not banning the mining of these substances that are naturally present in the environment. Natural resources are the motor behind the Canadian economy. Prohibiting the mining of any substance found naturally would have a devastating impact on the entire natural resources sector. During the last election campaign, our government has said that it would not ban a natural resource whose trade was legal throughout the world. This government will not put a Canadian industry in a position where it would have to be subject to negative discrimination in a market where sales are allowed. This production represents export values of nearly $100 million, approximately 10% of world production. Our government is aware of the importance of this industry within Quebec. Our government is also making efforts to diversify the economy in the regions. We should talk about the essential support by the Société d'aide au développement des collectivités, the Community Development Assistance Society, the Source, and in Thetford, which is working to diversify the economy in the regions. There are a number of initiatives that have been undertaken, among other the important a recent announcement of an important project that the Prime Minister personally took part in with regard to the gas pipeline connecting Valley Junction and Thetford mines. With an investment of over $18 million, the government is enabling the building of a $24 million pipeline that will ensure access to a dependable and less costly source of energy, that is natural gas. The project will ensure the development and economic diversification of the regions and neighbouring communities. This contribution by the Government of Canada is an exceptional measure to diversify the economy in the region. I'm also thinking of financial contributions in the amount of $474,000 in order to implement and operate the 2 research centres located in Thetford, which people in the region and the business community are extremely proud of. The Mineral Technology Center, $170,000 in 2007, provides professional expertise in the plastics and mineral sectors. That said, chrysostyle exposure is rigorously regulated with maximum limits for exposure in the workplace issued by the federal, provincial, and territorial governments, and through a restriction of certain categories of consumer products and products to be used in the workplace under the Dangerous Products Act of Canada. Importing countries are alone responsible for the decisions relating to the importation of such products, including chrysostyle, as well as the implementation of measures to ensure the health and the safety of their workers. Mr. Speaker, for a long time now, we have had in place the means to protect the health and safety of people working in the mining sector, namely the workers who handle chrysostyle. Our expertise and knowledge is constantly increasing in this field, as they are doing with regard to other products that can represent risks or dangers that are still unknown. We have to make a distinction, and we have been doing for the past several decades, between amphibole and chrysostyle, and we have implemented regulations to protect workers in this sector. The diseases and illnesses that we currently see in countries with heavy usage of asbestos fibers are linked to strong exposure in the past and of inappropriate practices that were banned and abandoned and prohibited in Canada at the end of the 1970s. The complete ban of chrysostyle is neither necessary nor appropriate because it will not protect workers or the public from the uses that occurred in the past and that have been prohibited for a number of years. Since 1988, all provincial, territorial, and federal health and safety regulations in Canada concerning directly or indirectly working with asbestos are consistent with the Convention 162 of the International Labour Organization of 1986, the Convention on the Safe Use of Asbestos. Canada is a leader with regard to the development of this convention. Importing countries are alone responsible for the decisions regarding the importation of such products, including chrysostyle, as well as the implementation of measures to ensure the health and safety of their workers. However, we strongly encourage importing countries to put in place the means to ensure controlled use of chrysostyle and products containing chrysostyle. Once again, because this deserves being repeated, exposure to chrysostyle is rigorously regulated by maximum limits of exposure in the workplace. These limits are set out by the federal, provincial, and territorial governments, and there is a restriction on certain categories of products for consumer use and products for use in the workplace under the Consumer Products Act of Canada. The purpose of regulations is to prevent consumers from being exposed to products containing asbestos and where the fibers might detach, be inhaled, or have negative effects on our health. It's important to say that the development of natural resources is a provincial responsibility. Banning the mining of a natural resource would be interfering in a provincial jurisdiction. Our government has great respect for provincial jurisdiction, Mr. Speaker. With that in mind, I find this motion is troubling because it is presented by a party that claims to be defending the interests of Quebec. We know that this is clearly not the case, particularly when we take into consideration the fact that the Quebec government supports the chrysostyle industry. If you don't believe me, Mr. Speaker, listen to the following quotes by Premier Jean Charest. The government has not changed its mind. We will continue to defend the safe use of chrysostyle, a policy that deserves to be defended. This is from April 12, 2010. Quebec encourages the safe use of chrysostyle. That's what we practice at home, and that is what is encouraged in the rest of the world. Again, Jean Charest, January 29, 2010. Mr. Speaker, I wonder why the NDP wants to punish Quebec instead of standing up and defending people who voted for them. Worse still, because they must be aware that this is an extremely important issue for Quebec. Well, they're not aware because they're turning a deaf ear to the Quebec members of their own party. For example, we know that in 2006, the Quebec section of the NDP proposed in the policy convention held by the NDP in Quebec City that the NDP vote in favor of the safe production and responsible use of chrysostyle. Resolution 4J3, the Quebec section of the NDP even recognized that chrysostyle can be used safely, and that was stated in the same resolution. Do the representatives on the other side of the House want to tell us if the Quebecers among them support the people in the regions or the elites who are behind the partisan operation of the NDP? I wonder, because it's clear that they cannot support both sides at the same time. In 1984, the Canadian government came together with the Quebec government, industry, and the workers, the unions of workers affiliated with the Canadian chrysostyle industry in order to create the Chrysostyle Institute. Governments recognized the need to promote the controlled use of chrysostyle with training programs, health and safety training programs, technology transfers, and information sessions. These initiatives generated a great deal of interest both for countries that produce and use chrysostyle. Since its creation, the Institute has conducted research, held information sessions, training sessions on how to control the dust, and these information sessions are for the unions and the workers. It has also held training programs to ensure medical follow-up and helped to transfer knowledge and technology to over 60 countries. Furthermore, the institution is promoting the development and implementation of regulations and exemplary practices internationally. These initiatives have helped developing countries to adopt health and safety practices that are consistent with the requirements set out in Convention 162 of the International Labour Organization in its Convention on the Safe Use of Asbestos. In February 2008, the Canadian government confirmed a commitment of $250,000 per year over 3 years for the Institute to ensure that it could fulfill its mandate. The agreement between the Government of Canada and the Chrysostom Institute continues today with these same terms and conditions, and the agreement will end on March 31st, 2010. Our partnership with the Institute allows us to inform the public about technical means, control measures, standards, and best practices relating to the production and handling of chrysostom fiber. Over the years, this same partnership has helped to facilitate the transfer of knowledge and technology around the world, which has helped to strengthen our economy. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to reiterate that our focus has always been to ensure that there's economic growth and job creation for Canadians. I know that we can be proud of these 656,000 new jobs that were created since the worst part of the recession in July 2009, the strongest growth in terms of employment among the G7 countries. We can also celebrate the fact that our unemployment rate is constantly dropping and is now at 7.1%, the lowest level since December 2008. With our World Caliber Economic Action Plan, which the NDP opposed, we have established partnerships with the provinces to provide training and financial assistance to workers who have been affected in order to ensure that they can remain in the labor force. With labor sharing agreements with employers, labor market agreements, and labor market development agreements with the provinces, as well as the excellent funding of our Economic Action Plan, our government has provided nearly $3.5 billion to Quebec. All these economic measures were opposed by the NDP. Mr. Speaker, work sharing has been developed in order to ensure that companies with a temporary slowdown can avoid having to lay people off and provide income support under the EI program to workers having to reduce their number of hours per week while the company gets back on its feet. The employers keep their employees and avoid having to spend money to rehire and retrain people, and the workers continue to work and keep up their skills. Workers who are laid off at the end of the work sharing agreement are entitled to regular benefits under EI. As of October 16, 2011, there were 5,774 workers taking part in 145 active agreements for work sharing in Quebec. However, individuals must now transition to a new career in order to continue to work. Although the federal government recognizes that the provinces and territories are responsible for developing and implementing labor market programs, it provides great support to Quebec to help Quebecers get trained to find the jobs they need. Since 2008-2009, the government has invested over $3.5 billion to Quebec with regard to skills training and employment. This includes nearly $360 million with regard to the Economic Action Plan to help Quebecers affected by the economic slowdown so that they can retrain and upgrade their skills. This year alone, Quebec will get more than $750 million to fund its priorities with regard to skills training and employment. This significant investment was recognized by Quebec when the province made its announcement on the Employment Pact. Budget 2007 established a basis for this new labor market architecture, which provides a labor market program for those in need by encouraging all employers to provide more training. This new architecture clarifies the roles and responsibilities by recognizing that the provinces and territories are best placed to develop and put in place labor market training.
This was done thanks to the bilateral agreements that we call labor market agreements that are supported by federal investments annually to the tune of $500 million allocated to the provinces and territories on a per capita basis. These agreements were created in order to target the gaps between labor market programs for training under EI and to encourage employers to offer more training to their employees. The provinces and territories, like Quebec, have the main responsibility for developing and implementing the program, and they therefore offer more flexibility to be able, they are better able to understand and meet the needs of the local and regional realities of the job market. Through the Economic Action Plan, once again, I will repeat that the NDP opposed, threatens the economic recovery. The federal government invested more in the labor market agreements through the Transition and Strategic Training Program. These funds were intended to target the particular needs of individuals who were affected by the economic slowdown, whether or not they were eligible for employment insurance. The fund brought more flexibility to the provinces and territories in order to target local and regional realities of the job markets. This also contributed to assuring all Canadians that they would have access to training and the necessary assistance to get back to work. The Strategic Training and Transition Fund offered $55 million over 2 years and was administered through the labor market agreements with Quebec. These labor market agreements, the Honourable Member of Daval-des-Îles, for La Pointe-des-Îles. Yes, I'd just like to remind my colleague that today the debate is on the asbestos industry, not on the government's economic action plan. He spoke about asbestos for the first 2 or 3 minutes, and then since then, I haven't heard any more. He's just talking about the economic action plan and the 650,000 jobs, which has nothing to do with today's debate in the House. It's on asbestos. Thank you.
We've had several points of order raised today during this debate on relevance, and I'll reiterate the point that I made earlier this morning, that there is a matter before the House and that there is a standing order that requires members to address that issue. It is the practice of the House that members are given a significant amount of latitude in terms of their remarks, whether they want to deal with the issue narrowly or more broadly, and I would ask the cooperation of all members in that regard.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to talk about what I was, and this question was asked earlier on, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the benefit of EI, and thanks to these labor market agreements, this allows people who have lost their jobs through no fault of their own to have access to training and to transition to another career. Currently, Canada is investing some $2 billion in the provinces and territories through this system. Since 2008, Quebec has received $2.4 billion through the labor market development agreements in order to assist the workers of Quebec. In order to obtain some perspective about what this means for Quebec workers, in the 2009-10 fiscal year, 205,411 clients were served by this program, providing 62,000 employment benefits and 173,000 interventions with job assistance. So clearly, Mr. Speaker, our government, under the strong leadership of the Prime Minister, has invested significantly in workers who are unemployed and in order to help them find new careers. As a result, and in conclusion, we reject the premise of this motion, which is intended to vilify an entire industry, a natural resources industry that has existed for a long time in Quebec. We also reject their argument that separate funding should be given to these people because our government has already provided additional assistance to the workers who wish to transition towards a new career if they feel the need. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your attention. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Nickel Belt. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier on in the question period, the Minister of Industry said that exports of natural resources was an area of provincial jurisdiction, which is totally false. This comes under the federal government. Also, the Ministry of Industry compared rather the nickel mines where I worked to the asbestos mines. If the Minister of Transport isn't familiar with the difference between nickel mines and asbestos mines, I'm prepared to talk to him. I have many nickel mines in my riding, and I'm prepared to invite the Minister of Transport to Sudbury and show him what the difference really is. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the question. I must say that for the last 30 years, Canada has been promoting the safe use of chrysotile asbestos, both here and abroad. And if my colleague wants to defend that, he just has to vote against the motion.
Member for Vancouver Quadra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as the NDP member that brought forward the point of order noted, the parliamentary secretary spoke very little of substance towards this motion, and much of the speech was on other issues and promoting his government in areas that really were not associated whatsoever. That makes one conclude that possibly the parliamentary secretary is not personally very proud or support of the government's position on this issue, and certainly didn't have very many words to develop an argument for why he supports the government's position. But I have a specific part of the motion I'd like to ask. Section B, when the parliamentary secretary talked about demonizing an industry, in fact, this motion also asks that the government support international efforts to add the asbestos to the list of hazardous chemical products under the Rotterdam Convention. India itself, which is a exporter and importer, supported this Rotterdam Convention. So could the parliamentary secretary just explain why the government wouldn't add their voice to something that even India is in support of?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The inclusion of asbestos was debated during the sessions on the Rotterdam Convention in 2006, 2008, and 2011, and every time there was no consensus, so it was stood down for to be put on the agenda on the next meeting. So there's a former health minister and a former natural resources minister among the NDP here. How are they going to vote to defend natural resources industries in Canada? Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, after this intervention, once again, what happened in question period, and here what the member for Nickel Belt has said, there's a lot of confusion. I was talking about the development of the mining industry, and the member across must know that the nickel industry is under international pressure as well, so to limit its exploitation as well. So what will it be next? Uranium, the oil sands? We can see, Mr. Speaker, what the crass lack of credibility is of the NDP. The member for Montmagny is talking about the workers, but we can see that they are far apart. The workers in that area support the safe use of of asbestos, and I know that he has received an email from the leader of the union on that issue. So what does he have to say about that? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague, the Minister, because he's doing excellent work in defense of the people of his riding. It's true, I received a email from the metal workers union, the asbestos workers, and he said that it is crazy and unacceptable to talk about banning chrysotile asbestos in Canada. On top of losing at least 1,000 direct and indirect jobs, you would deprive the world economy of Canadian expertise in this regard if you close down these mines. I promise you that I will be there when you try and put a ban on all of the dangerous products and hazardous products in this world. So this came straight from people at the union level that was sent to the NDP as well as us. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellant. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I was listening to my colleague's speech from across the House, and I was particularly struck by the fact that he said the importing countries are the only ones responsible for the health of their workers. I'd like to remind my colleague that currently we are exporting to countries that are developing countries, and we're sending them or selling them chrysotile asbestos. Canada was the only country to oppose the inclusion of this substance on the list of hazardous products. Even India, where we are currently exporting chrysotile asbestos, was in favor of it being put on the list. So I'd like to ask my colleague across the way why this government is not working with the other countries and banning this dangerous substance. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I'm going to repeat, for over 30 years, Canada has been promoting the safe and controlled use of asbestos, both here and abroad. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
Democratic Reform.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the Parliamentary Secretary if he feels that really what the NDP are trying to do is shut down the natural resource industry in Canada. I know the member from Nickel Belt is sensitive to this, but if we look at the NDP record from the last Parliament, where they brought forward not one but two bills that would essentially eliminate the natural resource industry from competitive competition. When first on the ability of mining companies to base themselves here in Canada, and secondly on the environmental regulations, which were so stringent that it would shut down the industry. I wonder if the member could comment and perhaps discuss what he thinks the NDP motive is in the big picture.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This is an excellent question that really brings out the contradictions of the official opposition's position on the way in which they take positions on the mining industries in Canada. So I would like to have clear positions when they or have their conventions. They have clear positions, but when they get back to the House, they defend the contrary. So we'd like to see a little more consistency in their positions, because the Canadian mining industries are a real engine of our economy, and we defend them with great pride. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, and Kapuskasing. Short question, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can't believe that this member is really looking at the victims. There are millions of victims who are facing health problems, not only health problems, but death. So we can make a link between this and, say, Agent Orange. You might be laughing, my colleague across the way, but what are you going to tell victims? they don't have access to a good health system that's adequate to deal with their health problems. So are you prepared to invest to ensure that they also will have access to a healthcare system that will come to their assistance? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that I'm very proud of the Canadian healthcare system, one of the best in the world, that the government maintains in collaboration with the provinces, but let's not challenge the Canadian healthcare system. It's one of the best in the world. I think that my colleagues should apologize.
Order. Order. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with my colleagues from Newton North Delta. Mr. Speaker, before I get on with my speech, today is Halloween. Yesterday when I left home, I talked to two of my children, and I asked them that any candy that they bring it home, that let mom or grandma inspect it before they eat. So I'm going to urge all parents today to check the candies that the goblins bring home and make sure they're safe before our children are able to eat those. And I'm also going to urge all Canadians, especially tonight when the trick-or-treaters are out there, to be careful when you're driving and watch out for our young goblins out there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to speak on the NDP motion on asbestos. And, the NDP has long called for a ban to end asbestos export to third world countries. And basically, this motion calls for a ban on the use and export of all forms of asbestos and a just transition plan for asbestos-producing workers and communities. The motion would ensure that older asbestos workers have a decent standard of living through retirement. It also calls for an investment fund to support diversification of the economy in the asbestos-producing region. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to talk about the first day I arrived on this House. I was accompanied in a green bus with Conservative members, with Liberal members, and my NDP colleagues. And we were on one of those green buses that brings us to the Hill. And as soon as we entered the grounds, I noticed one of the buildings was covered in a building envelope. And being new to the Hill, I asked my colleagues, I said, oh, what's going on here? And I was very pleased that a number of them offered their advice as to what was going on. And not only it was my colleagues, NDP colleagues, it was also my Conservative colleagues that offered an insight into what was going on at the Hill there. And basically, as we know today, we've known this for many years, that the Parliament buildings have been going through extensive renovations over the years. And, millions of dollars has been spent over the years to renovate these buildings. And why are they being renovated? I asked, my colleagues. They said, oh, we have to get rid of this asbestos, which is carcinogen and is harmful, and that we've had concerns for this product in Canada that is banned. It's not used anymore. So I said, oh, that's good to hear, that we are, the workplace will be a healthy place for me, that I'm not going to be exposed to any sort of harmful substance, material that I'm working on the Hill here. So that was very, very helpful for me to find out that this product was being removed from the buildings here. And later on, I've done a little bit of my own research after that, and we've seen school buildings being cleaned. We've seen other public buildings being cleaned. We've seen many, many projects where this particular product, which is the asbestos, is being taken out of the buildings. And why is that? Because we know from facts. I know my colleagues don't believe in, conservative colleagues don't believe in facts because they rely on some other science. Actually, they don't even rely on any science. But the fact is, this is a harmful product, and it's been shown to be harmful, and that is why it's being removed from Parliament buildings, schools, other buildings across this country. Mr. Speaker, so here's a million-dollar question. We have a product which is harmful, is proven to be harmful and carcinogen, it causes disease, and rightfully so. Our government many years ago took the steps of banning it in the general use in buildings and all that. So why are the Conservatives so bent on exporting this to third world countries? Why did they want to do that? That's my question to my colleagues. Why do they want to export death to other countries, unsuspecting workers, unsuspecting public? Why do they want to do that? That is my question to my colleagues. And I haven't heard a satisfactory response all day today. I've been sitting here since this morning. I haven't heard any satisfactory response at all. But what they will tell you is a lot of other stuff which I'm going to talk about what the Conservatives are saying. Mr. Speaker, Canada is the only developed country that exports asbestos to other countries. In fact, most of the European Union, in fact, 50 of the countries, over 50 countries, have banned the use of asbestos in those countries. Most of the developed world has banned the use of asbestos in their countries. So what do? Well, we export this product, harmful product, which is known to be harmful, which is cancer-causing, which kills people, which basically, I've seen emails from various people that it sucks the life out of you. Yet, we export tons and tons and tons of this to third world countries, to countries where workers are exposed. Not only workers are exposed, who knows where this material ends up. And general public may be exposed in those countries. Generally speaking, these workers do not have any sort of training in regards to how, as Conservatives would say, a safe, controlled use. Well, they don't get any training to use this controlled and in a safe manner. In fact, there hasn't been any studies done that this product, asbestos, can be used in a safe and controlled manner. Those are not facts. But my friends from across the aisles, which is the Conservative, they'll have you believe, they'll keep saying it over and over again, that this can be used safe and in a controlled manner. Mr. Speaker, I think Canadian public knows this better. They know that when somebody is not speaking the truth, when somebody is not stating the facts. And I've been sitting here this morning and they keep saying that. And that is absolutely not true. Mr. Speaker, there are many concerns, in regards to health and safety issues. It has been banned in Canada. It's used on a limited basis in certain products. It was interesting to read up on asbestos as to what it does. Basically, all asbestos materials breaks down into these tiny fibers. These tiny fibers, you can't even see them. So if you're breathing this stuff, you don't know whether you're breathing this or not. So it breaks, and all of it breaks down into these tiny particles, which we cannot see with our eyes. So a place where there's asbestos, you can breathe this in and contract a disease that can eventually kill you in a matter of a period of time. So basically, there's various number of different estimates that are out there as to how many people are killed by this asbestos material. There's estimates by the World Health Organization that anywhere from 90 to 100,000 people die from this particular disease. Mr. Speaker, I know I've got 1 minute, but I'm going to say that the Conservatives' record on this. Basically, Conservatives will claim, well, crystal tile asbestos is safe if it's used in a controlled manner. That is absolutely not. Those are not the facts, Mr. Speaker. Conservatives will also tell you that, hey, this material here, as the mining industry is a provincial jurisdiction. Well, Mr. Speaker, as far as I know, exports are governed by federal government. So we can certainly ban this material that exports deaths to third world countries, and want to make sure that Canada's reputation is kept intact, and that we are leaders of not only, this is a matter of human rights, that we are leaders in safeguarding health of not only Canadians but citizens across this global nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for question. The honourable Minister of State for Democratic Reform.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the member if he is so passionate or supportive of the mining industry, why in the last Parliament did his party introduce legislation that would essentially shut down the mining industry? This is a contradiction that the NDP have, and this is why Canadians are so perplexed and cynical about the NDP position, because on one hand they say they want to protect the environment to the nth degree. They don't believe in the ability of remediation for mining sites or the ability to have a proper balance between resource extraction and the environment. It's really just the NDP spouting off rhetoric that has no basis in reality. I wonder if the member could reconcile the two extremes, or the many extremes, that the NDP have. It's like an octopus. They have 8 or 9 positions on everything, but stand for nothing.
The honourable member for Surrey North.
Mr. Speaker, there you go again. The Conservatives back to their talking points. This material is so toxic. We know that from the facts from the World Health Organization, the Canadian Cancer Society, from the physicians, from all evidence, all credible research that has been done. Asbestos has shown to be toxic, carcinogenic. It kills people. Yet, Conservatives are also starting to realize that this material is actually toxic, because I haven't heard them use the word actually asbestos. We're talking about asbestos here. We're not talking about mining here. Mining, when you talk about mining, we are talking about asbestos here, that the product that kills citizens across not only this nation but other parts of the world, and we need to take a stand where we protect the lives of people not only in Canada but across this global globe.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Nickel Belt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to quote from a letter that was an open letter sent to the MP for Sarnia-Lambton, and I'd like the honourable member to comment. And I quote from the letter: "Only industry-funded institutions such as the Chrysolite Institute, which is a registered lobbyist for the asbestos industry, promote chrysolite asbestos and claim against all independent evidence that it can be used safely. In Canada, chrysolite asbestos is classified as hazardous substance under Canadian law in order to protect Canadians. Yet the Chrysolite Institute, and unfortunately also the Prime Minister, refused to allow people in the developing world the same basic human rights to be informed about substance that can harm and kill you. This double standard, in our opinion, is morally indefensible and brings Canada to an extreme disrepute internationally." Can you comment on that, please?
The honourable member for Surrey North.
I want to thank my colleague for the wonderful question there. Mr. Speaker, this government, Conservative government, spends hundreds of thousands of dollars every year for a lobby group that's going to lobby in different parts of the world. In fact, over the last many years, $50 million has been spent on government's lobby efforts to lobby this killer product, asbestos, to have this product sold in other third world developing countries. In regards to having some sort of warning, the Rotterdam Convention, which is basically was going to list asbestos as on a hazardous list, so there would be some sort of warning to people handling this material or countries that are buying it, that this material has ability to kill. This material has the ability to cause cancer. And Mr. Speaker, 3 times in the last 5 years, this government has rejected that idea, and that's shameful. And this is not my Canada. I don't want to see my Canada a place where we export that and we don't take a leadership role on protecting the lives of people.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we're here to debate a ban on asbestos and really to share the impact that asbestos and the mining of asbestos has and the use of asbestos has on people around the globe. And being one of the largest exporters of this death trap, we have to take responsibility. And I know I've heard my colleagues across the way say, you know what, the NDP is against mining. What have they got against the resource industry? And I find that argument so disingenuous. We're here to talk about asbestos and the impact of asbestos on human lives, so let's focus on that. Their argument would have us say that because I am for pharmaceutical drugs, therefore I support cocaine and heroin. That is just a fallacious argument. And they're using those kind of arguments to stop themselves from really dealing with the debate and the issue that's at hand today. Mr. Speaker, I had the privilege of arriving in Canada in 1975. I was a young teacher in England, got my first, not my first teaching job, my second teaching job, to come and teach in Quebec. And I was very excited. And we arrived in Thetford Mines. And my husband and I are both teachers, and we got hired to teach there. I worked at the CJEP, and I worked at the high school there. I also worked with the seniors. And one of the things I did was I fell in love with Canada at that time. I must admit that the climate was a bit much. When the cold winter arrived, I did shiver a lot. But I fell in love with the snow and started to realize that you could use it in a very, very effective way. I discovered snowshoeing, I discovered skiing and all those things. But I discovered something else as the snow started to melt. I had heard a lot about asbestos. Remember, this is in 1975. But it's only as the snowbank started to melt that I saw the layers of the asbestos fibers in the snow. And it gave me a great deal of concern, and at that stage I remember thinking, oh my goodness, I have to do some research. If this snow is caught in these snowbanks, in these layers, those fine fibers, all compounded, then what impact must that be having on my lungs? And we decided at that stage to move out of Thetford Mines, about 45 minutes drive out of Thetford Mines, because we thought that way we were actually escaping the asbestos fibers. Well, lo and behold, in a little village called Kinnears Mills, the snow came, and I thought the snow was absolutely pristine until the spring came and the thaw set in. And once again, I saw that even 45 minutes drive away, there were those fine fibers there. And at that stage, I made, and my husband, we made a choice that we would not stay in that area, because by that time we had a little baby and we were really concerned about the impact of asbestos. And since those days, we have come a long way in Canada. We now recognize Canada, and it's regulated under the Hazardous Products Act. When asbestos is found in schools, it is removed immediately. Parliament buildings are shut down so asbestos can be removed, because we know that asbestos does harm. In the same way, our workforce also is regulated, but despite all of the regulations that we have, we still have a huge number of deaths due to the impact of asbestos. And the cost to the healthcare system is absolutely amazing. And this is in a country where we have all these regulations. The Commission de la Santé et de la Sécurité du Travail du Québec conducted a study showing that the cost of disability payments to 691 workers suffering from an asbestos-related occupational illness exceeded $66 million by the year 2000. And here we're talking about dollars, but today, through questions and other speakers, we've actually heard the real impact on families as they watched a loved one die due to asbestos, something that we can prevent, something that we are trying to prevent here. Then my question to my colleagues across the floor is, why then is this government not willing to sign on to the Rotterdam Convention and say that this is one of those hazardous materials? India, one of our major exporters, after a few years of making the same mistake, has actually now seen daylight and is now willing to sign on to this convention. And the country that is standing in the way is Canada. And then the arguments we're hearing are economic arguments. Economic arguments about the mining and the money it brings in. And we're not talking about the death we are exporting. It's very easy for us to say that these other countries we export to can put all kinds of regulations in place. But look at our major exporters. We export to. We export to Indonesia, to India, and the Philippines. It is no secret that in India, the literacy rate is still very, very low in many parts of the country. And it is also no secret that there is very little regulation and oversight into these kind of hazardous materials. And yet we, knowing that this material is causing grave harm, are prepared to sell it. Then this question comes to my mind. We all set our hair on fire, those of us who have some, whenever we hear Colombia or other countries are selling drugs that end up on our streets and do our children harm. I'm one of those. I'm a mother. I'm a teacher. I care very deeply. I don't want those drugs on my streets because they are dangerous. Then why are we, a developed nation, exporting a product that is creating death of a similar magnitude and a greater magnitude in developing countries? Please, colleagues from all sides of the House, let us stop and think about the harm this fiber, this asbestos, is doing to men, women, and children. We're not talking about dollars here. And for jobs, the NDP motion has built into it a need for us to have diversification, need for us to invest in other greener and more healthier economies. Let's invest in our manufacturing industries. Let's look at other possibilities. Let's do a transition plan for workers who are employed in this industry right now. That's what we need to take. That's what responsible government is all about. What kind of a reputation do we want to have around this world? That there's a product that we don't want to be used here, but you know something? We're willing to sell it to you overseas, and you can have a very high death rate due to that product. It's not our problem, because we've got our dollars in our pocket. This cannot be about dollars in the Canadian government's pockets. I know Canadians. Canadians are a compassionate and caring people. They would not want to make a very minuscule profit or even a big profit at the expense of imposing massive deaths in other countries of men, women, and children. You know, this week we're going to be, and we're all wearing our poppies today, and we're going to be remembering the men and women who sacrificed their lives for freedom for men, women, and children in other countries. And so today I appeal to us, all of us, to the goodness in us in the same way. Let us keep in mind that we are Canadians. If we think a product is hazardous for us, it is hazardous for others. Let us not export death. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire, l'honorable ministre de l'Industrie.
Honorable Minister of Industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was listening carefully and with surprise to my colleague.
That reminds you would find asbestos and snow and things like that. These kind of things are insulting for a community. We are talking here about safe use of asbestos. We're not talking about the old-fashioned use in the 50s or 60s or stories like she mentioned. I mean, look, I don't have any dust on my coat here, you know. It's just kind of bad debate, demagogic debate that fear people like that, which is unacceptable because the safe use policy has been developed by the workers, and now after that we have an expertise, an international expertise to make sure that this stuff is used properly. So my question is, can she guarantee us that if she comes back to Thetford Mines after so many years that she can find asbestos, take a picture and bring it back to the house? Is this what she mentioned here? Because this is what I understand from her speech, and this is totally inappropriate, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
Mr. Speaker, the story I told of 75 and 76 are actual stories of what I experienced in my life. They were not made up. And I did say in my speech, and we have come a long way since then, but we still know today that asbestos is dangerous, that it causes bodily harm. And it's because of that that we're having this debate today and asking for a ban on us exporting asbestos or, as I said earlier, death to other countries.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Western Arctic.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for recalling some of the issues around asbestos. And I'm sure that I was in the construction industry for many years, and the exposure that the average worker at that time would have to asbestos was really quite unfortunate. No one knew any better, and that was what happened. We know better these days, though. My question, though, is about the Conservatives linking in the whole mining industry in with asbestos mining in Canada. I think, wouldn't my colleague agree that this is actually quite a dangerous strategy on the part of the government, in that we have an industry that is vilified around the world, the asbestos industry, and we have a mining industry that has huge investments around the world, that is the Canadian mining industry. Canadian mining industry that for future investments is going to be judged upon its Canadian attitude, its Canadian performance, the type of direction that it takes the whole industry. So if we tie in asbestos, the mining of asbestos, into our major mining industry, as the Conservatives are trying to do today, isn't that actually a very bad strategy for the future for our own mining industry?
The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
I want to thank my colleague for this question, because this kind of a relationship that's being built by our colleagues across the floor has really been bothering me this afternoon. Because to say, just because we are speaking against the dangers and the impact of asbestos, that we're speaking against all mining, and them linking it with all mining and all the other minerals and ores that we mine in our amazing mining industry, I think does not do service to our resource sector. And I actually think it sort of sends a very mixed and funny message out there. We're not talking about mining or our resources in general. We're talking about one dangerous product. In a similar way, when I talk about pharmaceutical drugs, I'm talking about pharmaceutical drugs that we use supervised. I'm not using about cocaine or heroin. They're two separate things. Both are called drugs, but I don't put them into the same basket.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you very much. I'm very pleased to be here today to speak on behalf of the people of Thetford Mines in this debate that affects them more than any other community in the country, obviously. The people in my region are living with the crisis for over 100 years. They've been working in mines. They have already worked. They all have friends or families who have worked there. They also have been in the front lines of all the battles waged with regard to Chrysostal. The workers in my region were the first who warned the country and the world of the problems. There was the Chrysostal asbestos war in 1949. Yes, there were dangerous conditions at the time, and yes, we have refined them, because here we're talking about managing risk. We're not talking about the toxicity of the product. We're talking about managing the risk. That is the nuance, and that is what I've not heard from the NDP today. These are also the workers in my region who have contributed with employers and Canada to develop the safe use and controlled use of Chrysostal. This approach is a model throughout the world today, and it's a legacy that my region is proud to leave. It's a legacy that has been tarnished by numerous disinformation campaigns, by lobby groups, often international ones that are well organized. And this is a fight that they must continue to wage against the misinformation that tries to deprive them of a source of income, and a perfectly legitimate source of income, because there are still exchanges done around the world, Mr. Speaker, legally, and there is increasing demand. We know that we can't tell people into space and having them come back without using this mineral. This is the reality, Mr. Speaker. I must also say that the production represents export values of $100 million, or 10% of world production. So they do this against all conditions. I've heard a lot of things today on the other side, from the other side of the House. I'm proud to represent my people in the House today. They do have a voice. They have a voice that they want to ensure speaks of the facts. That's why I'm proud to be part of a government that is listening to the regions and that takes to heart the development of the regions as well as their prosperity. And as I was saying, we are far from hearing the same from the NDP. In fact, if there is a natural resources that brings jobs and opportunities to a rural community, I should defend it, but the NDP does everything they can to shut that industry down, and this is a tangent that I find very of great concern and is growing. In Quebec, we're talking about Chrysotile. In Ontario, they talk about mines and forests. In the northern forests, in the Northwest Territories, we're talking about mines. In Saskatchewan, it's uranium. In Alberta, we're talking about the oil sands, and in British Columbia, it's the oil or the pipelines. Have you ever heard positive questions on those issues? No, Mr. Speaker, it's always negative. Later, I will talk about the numerous measures that our government is undertaking in order to ensure the development of our regions. I want, first of all, to set the record straight with regard to Chrysotile. First of all, it's important to clarify the difference between Chrysotile fibers and the other asbestos fibers, which I've heard about today in the House, because we know that the trademark of asbestos describes two distinct groups of fibers. It's a natural resource that exists throughout the world. And there is a dangerous fiber, yes, because it's pointed and it has an impact on people's health and it's dangerous, but it's not manageable. That's the serpentine fiber. Asbestos is a generic term then. Chrysotile is the only asbestos fiber. Does not belong to this group, but rather the serpentine group. It's part of the group that produces this natural mineral fiber. The different types of fibers have different characteristics. The risks associated with the use of this natural fiber are manageable when sufficient control measures are put in place, as they are in Canada. I want to say that our approach with regard to the controlled use of chrysotile fibers is the same that we have been following with all other mineral or any other industry that may present a risk. Furthermore, it is through the application of appropriate regulations as well as through the execution of programs and specific practices that we do so. Exposure to chrysotile is rigorously monitored and must be rigorously monitored. We impose federal limits as well as provincial and territorial limits with regard to the exposure of workers to the product. We prohibit certain products, specific products, for consumption under the Dangerous Products Act in Canada. Chrysostile is not used in public use products which can decompose into powder and therefore free particles of asbestos into the environment. That is clear, Mr. Speaker. It has to be encapsulated when it is used in industrial applications. Chrysotile is subjected to rigorous controls under the regulations that have been set out with regard to workplace health and safety standards. The Government of Canada, with regard to the chrysotile fibers, has done this for a long time. We take action in a responsible and transparent manner. We support the safe use of chrysotile as we support the safe use of many other products that might represent a danger if improperly handled. So once again, Mr. Speaker, I would repeat it, and it needs to be repeated. We are talking about risk management. We're talking about the level of toxicity, which is not in question here. We know that it can be toxic when it is improperly controlled and handled. We're talking about managing risk. The Canadian government the Government of Canada has a policy that is based on risk management, and there are practices that are associated with the use of these products. As a responsible approach, we have implemented measures to ensure that the risks are minimized and managed, and I say managed, rigorously. The Government of Canada promotes the safe use of chrysotile since 1979. It is set out under the Consumer Products Act. So consumers cannot be subject to exposure by asbestos products rather. Furthermore, we encourage importing countries to put in place the means to ensure the controlled use and handling of chrysostile and products containing chrysostile. We need to ensure the safe use of products if they're properly handled, and they need to be managed properly. Responsible trade is at the heart of Canadian values, and our government, and as I said earlier, our government takes to heart the development of regions in Quebec and across Canada. And now I would like to talk about the measures that we have taken in this regard. When we talk about the mining sector, Mr. Speaker, we know that this is an economic driver of Canada and for our regions. So we are a country of natural resources. So, Mr. Speaker, it's appropriate for us to develop these resources adequately and sustainably. In 2010, the mines and mining contributed to more than $40 billion in GDP and employed more than 300,000 people. We recognize the impacts of these activities on our environment. Environmental performance by the mining sector has improved over the last decade. Partnership with the government, so they have shown leadership in research and development, and it is to this end that efforts must continue. So it is essential to put in place technological, innovative solutions that will allow us to further ensure the sustainable development of these products, including minerals, and this includes chrysostile. In May 2009, Natural Resources Canada launched an initiative, Green Mines, in order to find ways to reduce the environmental impact of mining activities while helping to improve competitiveness of the Canadian mining sector in terms of its environmental aspects. There is a partnership comprising the mining industry, federal government, provincial and territorial governments, and non-governmental organizations and academics. There are 4 pillars. First, we seek to reduce the ecological footprint of the mines while extracting the minerals. We also develop technologies to develop those minerals in order to extract metals in a more environmental fashion, reduce greenhouse gases and energy use while helping to develop hybrid vehicles and their use. We have a lab in Val-d'Or in cooperation with a Canadian team. Second, we are working to innovate with regard to technologies to manage residues. This allows us, Mr. Speaker, to reduce the maintenance costs for the minerals extraction. Third, we're using new approaches in order to improve measures to close and restore sites. And fourth, we are seeking to better understand the concrete impacts of mining residues on flora and fauna. We want to leave our ecosystems in good health at the end of the production cycle. In short, Mr. Speaker, this initiative applies to all mining sector industries within the sector, and asbestos is no exception. In Thetford Mines, we launched a research project to look at the economic possibilities with regard to mining residue, and the purpose looks at all the physical and chemical aspects of this type of mining. We are looking at samples, residues, and surrounding water. The results will allow us to assess the stability and the chemical evolution of residue when they get into the water, the groundwater, as well as to identify the minerals that could present commercial opportunities. Look at extraction methods through sustainable means, and so on. This could lead to secondary activities on the same site. The regions have also worked in the recent years to diversify, and our government is not blind to that initiative. The project that I have just talked about is an eloquent example. I think also of a recent announcement that the Prime Minister personally took part in, that is the pipeline between Thetford Mines. It's an investment of $18 million to allow for a pipeline which will ensure a cheaper and more stable source of energy. I'm talking about natural gas. It will help to ensure the development of the region and in neighboring communities, will allow communities to improve their competitiveness, and will encourage others to set up shop in the region and contribute to the creation of wealth and jobs. This contribution by the Government of Canada is an exceptional measure in order to diversify the economic base of our region. I'm also thinking of the financial contribution that was substantial in order to operate the two research centers in Thetford Mines. There's the Mineral and Plastics Center, which provides expertise in the plastics and mineral sector, as well as the technology transfer sector, which provides applied research services to companies, technical assistance, among other things. Mr. Speaker, the people in Thetford Mines have worked hard to diversify our economy. Today, they can be proud of what we have accomplished, and they can look to the future. However, we will never accept this diversification to be done on the back of the chrysotile industry. One does not exclude the other, Mr. Speaker. Chrysotile is part of the history of my region, but it's also part of our present as well as our future. The Thetford Mine regions, like other regions in Quebec and Canada, know that they can count on our government to support them in their future development and the sustainable development and of this resource. We support their efforts in diversification. It's not exclusive, as I've just said, and they know that they can count on a government that recognizes the importance of our natural resources for the economy of this country and the importance of these resources for our regions, including Thetford Mines. I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Conformément à l'article 38.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
For Nanaimo Cowichan on Service Canada, the Honourable Member for Scarborough-Rouge River on the economy, and the Honourable Member for Randon-Burren St. George's on the G8 Summit.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Nickel Belt. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to ask the Minister, he indicated in his speech that for over 100 years the Thetford Mines asbestos mine has been operating. I'd like him to tell us a number of mines that have died in the last 100 years because of asbestos, and the Conservatives say that they have scientific proof that it is not dangerous. that asbestos, whether it's not dangerous. I'd like to know if the Conservatives and the Minister could table those documents so that we can see them.
The Honourable Minister. Well, this question coming from a nickel miner is very surprising to me. You can see that he's really stuck in the past. We know that in the 50s and 60s there were practices that were inappropriate, there was spraying, there were fibers that were floating in the air. But I'm talking about the safe use that have been developed since '69, that is to say, to encapsulate the fiber. We know the old practices aren't good anymore. We don't want to use them. But, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that the rate of fiber in the air is comparable to all kinds of sectors in industry. And I want to repeat, first of all, I'm not in transport. I just want to correct that for the transcript. But my colleague must know that there is international pressure to banish nickel as well. I'm not trying to compare the mines or anything. What I'm saying is that in Quebec, it's been decided by the government to export chrysotile asbestos because we know we can do it safely. We know we have the mechanisms to do that. And we don't want to be pressured to ban the product when it's not appropriate. And my colleague from Nickel Belt must know that there are pressures for nickel as well. As I said, I grew up in the area of Thetford Mines, and I have to tell you that I haven't met all of these people who supposedly are dying because of their work in the mines.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland, Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to the Minister's speech intently, and from listening to comments made all day by members across, there is a hypocrisy I'd like to comment on and ask for his comments on it. When you see the member from Outremont, when he was a member of the National Assembly, actually voted to make sure that this was not a part of the Rotterdam Conference, and now that particular member is running for leader of the NDP, when the member who from Toronto Centre, who's the current interim leader of the Liberal Party, said that the new modern techniques of mining, you can mine this in a very safe way. Those are comments that he made in a fundraiser in 2008. I wonder if the Minister can comment on some of the hypocrisy we're now hearing from the other side of the floor.
The Honourable Minister. Thank you.
Honourable colleague, for this very relevant question. Mr. Speaker, we have to remind that the member from Outremont was the Minister of Environment back in 2004. In the National Assembly, he took part of a vote, a unanimous motion from Quebec government asking not to list the chrysotile on the Rotterdam list. And after that, back in 2006, the NDP took the commitment in the Quebec faction, to make sure that the Rotterdam Convention, the chrysotile would not be listed, and they were against the ban. They were in favor of a safe use of that fiber. So, as the Liberal leader, back in 2009, he put on the record that a ban would be ideological because it's manageable. So, Mr. Speaker, it's very curious to see that today they just changed. I don't know why, and I wonder why the 58 MPs from the Quebec caucus are supporting such a bizarre position, since the government of Quebec wants to exploit, wants to extract its resources, and wants to share its expertise. The Premier just stated on the record. So it's very surprising to see such a flip-flop, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, and I share a friendship with my colleague from across the way, except on this. We have found our way to disagreements. He was talking about members of the NDP or Liberals that have said some things contrary to their party's position. I'll read a quote for my friend. Quote, "We should just list it. What isn't right is to ship something to some country and say, we won't tell you what this is. Don't worry about it. The important thing to me is to tell people about the risk. It is demonstrably bad for you, this stuff." That was said by Chuck Strahl, who is also a friend, was sat in the Conservative cabinet for quite a while, suffers a very serious and grave illness due to exposure to asbestos. Is Chuck Strahl wrong? Or government wrong? Is it time to finally list this and tell people what it is that they're exposed to? Put it on the package. Say what everybody knows. This is dangerous.
The Honourable Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I acknowledge that we have a good friendship, but on this point, I totally not agree with my colleague from Skinnabuckley Valley. What we are talking about here today is a ban. We're not talking about Rotterdam. We are talking about a ban. That means that the day we ban it, Canada is out of business. Now there is a growing demand in the world. We can share an expertise, a responsible expertise that has been developed by our own workers here very seriously. And second of all, the question is, if we ban that natural substance, there will be need for substitutes. And there are projects like substitutes for which the biopersistence, and most of them, is longer than chrysotile. So there is a legitimate question here to be asked that was never asked for the NDP. So my question is, do they want to go with a false feeling of security when we deal with the mineral that has been the most studied one in the world? And yes, we accept that there is a toxicity hazardous level that we have to deal with, but it's manageable. And this is the entire rationale of the position here. It's a risk-managed issue here.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of State for Democratic Reform.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Times have changed a little bit. It's Minister of State for Transport, but both are good. Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Natural Resources. And I would like to just say that Canadians are very fortunate to have someone who believes so passionately and is so effective in creating wealth and prosperity in a sustainable manner for Canadians. And I reflected on his opening comments about how the NDP seems to have a pattern of putting down our natural resources, our natural resource industry. They on one hand, claim to represent something along in the environmental area, or they claim to support labor, where in fact their environmental policies would put a lot of union workers out of work, or they don't recognize the value that mines have, or the natural resource industry has. And Canadians are very frustrated with the apparent hypocrisy of the NDP on all issues dealing with natural resources. And I wonder if the Minister could elaborate on his vision for the natural resource industry in Canada, and also point out why Canadians are so frustrated with the NDP position on natural resources.
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I do appreciate that question, and I feel I share that frustration. We see that it's never in my backyard position from the NDP party. I mean, it's always going to go against natural resources project to fear the people, but when you go in such writings, you know, I'm astounded here to see a member like from Nickel Belt or even Sudbury. You know, they have the same kind of issue. They have to face international pressures about that. And the thing is, Mr. Speaker, the idea is we have to accept that we speak about a risk-managed issue. This is the idea here. And now what we see, Mr. Speaker, is when they're done with the chrysotile, what will be next? This will be the problem here. They will be all over the map. They will want to ban everything. And as I said, we have never-object project everywhere in the country we should be proud of. And now they stand up. They are against Keystone XL. They are against nuclear. They are against everything. So it means, Mr. Speaker, they would have to shut down our country. We have a natural resources country, Mr. Speaker. So we have to stand up for our natural resources, and we have to develop it in a sustainable way, on an appropriate way, and this is what we are advocating for, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for the question, because this is exactly the vital question here.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with my colleague from Nanaimo, Cowichan. I suppose it is with some anticipation but regret that I enter this debate because I find it incredible that this government must be called to account again over such a fundamental choice, the choice before them and before us as Canadians as to whether to continue to support, prop up an industry that is, in fact, not to be too hyperbolic, dying a natural death. The industry is not supported by the markets. This being a government that believes in the magic of the invisible hand is trying to continue to dump money into an industry. They don't do this for other mining companies or other products. I know this because I come from a district that does a great deal of mining. The asbestos industry has somehow become the sacred cow for this government. And it must make some in those benches feel some great discomfort to have to defend something like asbestos because it puts in front of Canadians an aspect of profound and dangerous hypocrisy. Because there isn't a Conservative in their benches, in their seats today, that would want chrysotile or any other kind of asbestos put into their homes. Why not? Because we don't allow it in this country. Why not? Because we shouldn't allow it in this country. But yet, same Conservative members somehow find comfort in sending this overseas, where there are virtually no building codes, no ability to promise that there will be any safe or determined handling of asbestos, and yet they say for some of the most crass and coarse political calculations you can have, they'll continue to dump money into this, they'll continue to turn a blind eye. While the Conservatives are entitled to their own opinions, they are not entitled to their own facts. And the facts of the matter are, from every health organization in this country and around the world, there is no safe use of asbestos. Full stop. Not chrysotile, not white, not otherwise. It's a fact. You can't find doctors who are actual doctors, as opposed to the shillers that the asbestos lobby props up every once in a while. The same guys, by the way, Mr. Speaker, who were used by the tobacco industry. I don't mean similar type of people. I mean the exact same experts with doctor in front of their name. You find out they're a doctor of geography or theology, and yet the industry props them up and say, Dr. So-and-so says asbestos is safe. But the most basic fact is that as taxpayers, we have spent millions of dollars taking asbestos out of our Parliament buildings. You can't go into the West Block anymore because we're taking out asbestos from those offices. Heaven forbid any member of Parliament or senator or any of our staff get exposed to a minute of asbestos. Heaven forbid that. But anybody happening to live in India, Indonesia, Sri Lanka, that wants a trading relationship with Canada, they're going to get this stuff from Canada. And heaven forbid we put even a warning label on the packages to tell them that the use of this particular material is seriously harmful for their health as workers. And that is why union after union who are concerned with the health and safety of their members has stood up and said, this is wrong. This is absolutely wrong. And within the union movement for many years, this has been a struggle. You have to wonder, Mr. Speaker, that through all the years of debate around the safe use of tobacco, where these guys would have stood on that particular question. That they refuse to admit that as the evidence mounts up from the Canadian Medical Association, from the Canadian Cancer Society, from the Quebec Medical Associations, as group after group of experts in dealing with cancer has come forward and said, unequivocally, there is no way to use asbestos in a way that will not eventually kill the people exposed. And they say, never mind, we're just going to put it in concrete. That will make it safe. It'll be embedded in concrete, therefore no one gets exposed. Because obviously in the developing world, there are never natural disasters like earthquakes or tsunamis or floods, which would ever break a building apart, that would ever actually have the asbestos then cracked out of the concrete and exposed. That the hypocrisy that lies at the heart of the debate in the motion that we are moving today, the hypocrisy of this government to stand up and say they care a whit about workers' health and safety or at all about Canada's international reputation, that for over the since 1984, we've pumped in as taxpayers more than $50 million into the asbestos lobby, for goodness sakes. that all the Canadians out there working hard, paying their taxes, a little bit of all those taxes have been going to help promote asbestos exports from this country. As we go out and campaign around this issue across the country, Mr. Speaker, the first thing that I find is that Canadians first have to be convinced that we're actually still exporting asbestos. They don't believe it. They think in this modern day and age, when we all know the dangers, if there was a newsletter sent home from your kid's school that says, we found asbestos in the schools, but we're just going to leave it there, every parent in this country would be pulling their kid out of school the next day. That we've come to the realization that any exposure, and this is important, Mr. Speaker, it's not that you need to be exposed to a great quantity of asbestos or have that exposure happen over many decades. Any single exposure has been proven to have the capacity to cause a debilitating form of cancer that essentially suffocates the victims to death. That it is the #1 industrial killer in the world today, according to the World Health Organization, and these guys think that's okay. These guys think dragging Canada's reputation through the mud internationally, exposing workers the world over to this known carcinogen for the most narrow and crass of political considerations is okay. They're entitled to their opinions, but not their own facts. Safe use of asbestos. Put that sentence together. Try to rationalize that sentence to somebody who's dying the slow and painful death that's related to asbestosis. Tell them that it was safe use that is killing them right now, that there were safe exposure limits that they were exposed to, and that it was somehow their fault that they're now dying. Tell that to the families and the widows that I've spoken to who can't believe that in 2011 we even need to have this debate, that the government needs to hear this, and all the members across can look down into their notebooks and iPads and not engage in this discussion and continue to read the Prime Minister's office's prepared notes. But I encourage them, I demand from them to talk to the opposition, to find the just transition that would be the ethical thing to offer to these workers. Because if we're talking about jobs, this government is living in a false and invented world that somehow asbestos will be made good again, that these workers will have work and that they will provide for their family when we know the exposure rates around Thetford mines and asbestos are off the charts. According to 2009 Quebec medical studies, the minister can scoff, but he knows the facts. And to suggest that the NDP, who have a long and proud tradition of supporting workers in this country, they can accuse us of a lot. They can accuse us of a lot. But the idea of members of the Conservatives getting up and somehow becoming champions of the union, Conservative members somehow becoming champions of the working man and woman, and suggesting that the NDP is otherwise, is a bridge too far. What we've suggested and offered and gone into Thetford mines and talked with the leadership there is that we must provide options and a just transition program away from this. Stop dumping money into the lobbyists, Minister. They don't need Canadian taxpayer-funded support to make their case. I'm sure the Speaker wouldn't want to give them any money either. But that if we learned as a society that to pay attention to the medical expertise around tobacco, that there wasn't a safe exposure for a young person to tobacco, that it couldn't be handled safely, that if we gave our kids tobacco for jobs, which is what Conservative members at the time would have been saying, oh, well, this is about the economy, and anyone wanting to get kids stop smoking hurts the Canadian economy. The Conservatives believe in the Canadian economy, therefore our kids should be smoking, say the Conservatives. What's next, they say? What industry is next? I reverse the question and say, if you think asbestos is fantastic, why not bring back smoking? Let's start introducing it back into the schools, say the Conservatives. There's got to be a line in public policy where we understand that the politics may be difficult, but we can get through them. And we can offer the workers who are still in this industry a just transition, which is more, by the way, and I'll end on this, Mr. Speaker, that I have many mines in my riding. They open, they close. The workers don't get offered just transition when the mine closes. The markets respond, the mine shuts down. We're offering something particular and unique in this case, that we must transition to something better, something that doesn't make this government the hypocrite that it is, and doesn't continue to expose workers around the world to this deadly and known product. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments,
Questions and comments, the Honourable Minister.
DP member to speak about the virtue of the market, Mr. Speaker. Just about the limits of the chart that he just mentioned, it's kind of debate that is so unfortunate that we have here. Like, I don't have dust on my coat, and I invite him to come and just see by himself how the things are being done there on the ground. And my question is, Mr. Speaker, the members from Compton, Stanstead, Sherbrooke, Drummond are not there. Will they intervene in the debate? I know that the member from Richmond, Tabasco will, but these guys, will they intervene? And second, Mr. Speaker, now we compare using the safe use of asbestos cruzatil with smoking, which is totally a nonsense. I mean, if he bans cruzatil asbestos, for which the growth is increasing in the world, what will he use as substitutes with higher biopersistence? How can he assure the people that he will deal with substitutes that we don't have any idea about? It's kind of irresponsible, and I'd like to hear his views about that.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have some experience with this because a private member's bill that I moved in a previous parliament that was banning a certain type of chemical in plastics, a softener that was an endocrine disruptor and a known carcinogen, we moved through Parliament, and the government raised the same issues, as did industry. Well, there's no good replacements. This is what they said. There's no known replacements, and any replacement that we could find would be very expensive. This is exactly how industry, who is being targeted for exposing people to risky products, how they always respond. It's the same argument in reverse that the tobacco industry used for years. They said, prove it. Prove that smoking gives you cancer. You can't. We'll show you experts that tell you otherwise. Of course, industry is going to defend itself to the very nth degree because that's what they do. But the role of government here is to defend the rights and interests of Canadians. And in further extension, to stop promoting the use of something that we know kills people. And at the very least, to slap a label on it that says this is dangerous. To suggest asbestos is not dangerous, and yet the minister himself, nor any of his colleagues, will put it in their homes, is what we call hypocrisy. And we must do better than this, and we can do better than this. C'est vrai.
It's true. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nickel Belt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Honourable Member, we keep hearing from the other side of the House that the NDP doesn't know what it's talking about. But I have here a list of doctors. Dr. Turcotte from Quebec, Dr. Auger from Quebec, Dr. Lass from Ottawa, Dr. Gosselin from Quebec, Dr. Bustina from Quebec, Dr. Byers, Dr. Brophy, and the list goes on and on and on. Can the Honourable Member tell me, is it only the Conservatives and the members of the Flat Earth Society that don't believe that asbestos is dangerous?
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Yeah, this is the danger when we have an ideology overrun any capacity for a government to listen to reason and fact. That it's not just the doctors that were listed by honourable colleague, but the associations that they belong to and represent, which are many, many more health experts in the field, from within Quebec and from without the rest of the country and from around the world. That you can't get a doctor who deals with cancer every day to suggest that exposure to asbestos is a good idea for anybody. You can't find one, other than the shillers that they brought out during the tobacco industry debates. And those folks should have their licenses ripped away as far as I'm concerned, because the one Hippocratic oath is do no harm. Government ministers should take the similar oath when they enter into cabinet. Please just do no harm. Stop propping up the industry. Stop giving them taxpayer money and allow the labeling and ban of this to finally come to full and outright completion, because this is wrong, and the government must understand that they're wrong.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon, short question, please.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I've been waiting patiently for the opposition to talk about the fourth item in their motion, which says that they want the government to introduce measures dedicated to affected older workers through the employment insurance program to ensure them of a decent standard of living until retirement. I noticed you didn't say after retirement. But, you know, we're talking about asbestos. I can hardly wait to hear for your comments on this item, which is in your notice of motion.
Yeah, the honourable member Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Yeah, it's showing a profound lack of knowledge of the employment insurance program because it doesn't go beyond retirement. But I take my colleague's point, that is that we must, the millions, the $50 million we've already sopped into this industry might be better spent just paying people not to go to work. I mean, it would be much better for their health and the health of the planet if we just simply took the money that we've been dumping into the lobbyists' pocket and into the pocket of lawyers who fight this thing at Rotterdam and every convention. And allow me to finish with this, Mr. Speaker. Canada, this government, has finally been exposed because even India and Ukraine and other countries that have been doing their government's dirty work at the Rotterdam conventions and preventing listing have finally said, you know what, you're right, world, we should list this. And only this government is ruining Canada's reputation by being the one opposing any listing and common sense.
The resuming debate. The honourable member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley for so eloquently outlining some of the concerns that the NDP has with this continued mining and export of asbestos. I also want to acknowledge the member from Nickel Belt for introducing the motion and the member from Winnipeg Centre who has long been a tireless advocate in this House speaking up about the dangers of asbestos mining and asbestos export. I won't read the entire motion, but just a reminder that what we're talking about is we're calling for a ban on the use and export of all forms of asbestos. Really importantly, a just transition plan for asbestos-producing workers and communities, and, of course, that program from older workers that the member opposite mentioned, and an investment fund to encourage diversification. Now, many people have spoken in this House about the dangers of mining asbestos, of handling asbestos. And just what we're talking about here is an industry in the province of Quebec that is focused on the export world. And although the fact that asbestos is banned in more than 50 countries, including the most developed nations, Canada continues to be a leading producer and exporter of asbestos. We export nearly 200,000 tons per year into poor and developing nations, making us the fourth largest exporter in the world and the lead promoter of asbestos in developing countries. And our primary customers for Canadian asbestos are Indonesia, India, and the Philippines, where workers lack the most basic protections and health and safe working conditions. And one would wonder, I've heard in debate in this House today, members from the Conservatives criticizing New Democrats because they claim that we're hard on resource industries. And one would wonder where the responsibility lies. What is that numerical number? What's that dollar figure that says that we will not only jeopardize our workers who are working in the industry, but we will also jeopardize the workers in other countries? Where is that number that says that that's a responsible thing for Canadians to do? I want to turn for a moment to an organization called Ban Asbestos Network of India, BANI, and they put an article out back in March 2009. It says ban on indigenous chrysotile asbestos mining lifted, and this was talking about in India. But they were in this article, they were highlighting a number of concerns that they had been lobbying hard on their government. And they indicate that they had written letters drawing urgent attention towards a serious unprecedented environmental and occupational health crisis with regard to unnoticed asbestos epidemic in the country. Even if one asbestos fiber reaches the right place, it causes irreversible damage leading to asbestosis, lung cancer, or mesothelioma. 30 deaths are caused per day from asbestos-related diseases as per estimates based on U.S. and European studies. They drew their attention to the order of the Kerala Human Rights Commission that has ruled that exposing Indians to asbestos is a human rights violation. And they go on to say that they had requested the registrar in their own the registrar of asbestos handlers and victims to develop a compensation fund and award people who had been exposed and suffered illness or subsequently death in their own country. They go on to say that this has handicapped our environmental regulatory bodies How this has handicapped our environmental regulatory bodies is best illustrated in the manner in which asbestos is allowed to be used in the country, despite the fact that some 50 countries have banned it, and even international labor organizations and World Health Organization call for its elimination. Even World Trade Organizations have held the right of Europe to ban this incurable cancer-causing killer. In case of asbestos, it's a carcinogen. Later on in the article, they say, when the world is preparing and planning to get rid of all forms of asbestos, it makes us look stupid in India to still be importing it. And lifting the ban on chrysotile asbestos mining, we should devote our scarce resources to prevent the impending disaster by phasing it out as soon as we can. Safer substitute materials for white asbestos are available, and they should be considered for use. Now, this is a cry from India, where hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people have died because they are exposed to asbestos. And as this article pointed out, even one fiber can have an adverse effect. The World Health Organization says stop the use of asbestos, and this is from an article, More Pressures on India to Ban Harmful Asbestos Use. The WHO estimates that about 125 million people in the world are exposed to asbestos at the workplace, and that over 107,000 people die each year. I'm going to say that number again. 107,000 people die each year from asbestos-related disease. And it's lung cancer and asbestosis due to occupational exposure. In collaboration with other industries, the WHO works with countries to eliminate asbestos-related diseases. It recognizes that the most efficient means of doing so is to stop the use of all types of asbestos. And the Supreme Court, and another article, later in the same article, it says the Supreme Court of India has already accepted the adverse effects of asbestos. In acknowledging the danger of asbestos, the Supreme Court stated that there can be no doubt that uncontrolled utilization of asbestos in any form can be hazardous to human health. Referring to an earlier 1995 judgment that outlined strict guidelines for asbestos use, the Court stated that it already accepted the well-established adverse effects of asbestos, including the risk beyond the workplace. This is 1995, and this is from India. And yet we are still actively seeking markets in India, despite the fact that there is significant opposition in India to this Canadian industry. Although this is a different kind of asbestos, I want to point out the fact that we have had a history of saying asbestos is just fine, only to discover later on that it's had such severe effects that whole families have almost been wiped out. And this is 6 members of one family are now dead. At one time, the now vilified zonalite insulation was the darling of the Canadian government, which even provided grants through the Canadian Home Insulation Program to encourage Canadian homeowners to install zonalite in their homes. The grants were offered from 1977 through 1984, and it is estimated that 200 to 300,000 Canadians took the government up on its offer and installed the now lethal substance. Does this begin to sound familiar, Mr. Speaker? We had the member from Skeena-Balkley Valley talk about the fact we used to support and promote smoking. And now we had a case of zonalite that we used to promote and support. 200 to 300,000 Canadians ended up with this in their homes. This is about a First Nations family. We're 6 members, and of course we know First Nations have even less ability or resources to actually deal with some of these problems once they're living in homes that are asbestos contaminated. And this is about a family. For a Thunderskyner family, however, the problem started long before that. That's because the Canadian government installed the asbestos-tainted insulation in hundreds of First Nations homes in the 1950s. That's where Thundersky believes she and her doomed family were first exposed to the deadly asbestos that has cost the Canadian woman 6 members of her immediate family. It goes on to say that mesothelioma and asbestos-related disease can lie dormant for decades before it emerges. To that end, it is not uncommon for a worker in an asbestos-laden environment or even in a resident in a home outfitted with asbestos insulation to go for 30 to 50 years before the symptoms finally emerge. So Mr. Speaker, in the case of asbestos, what we're talking about is literally that ticking time bomb. We have got workers that are continuing to work in that field and are continuing to be exposed to it. And earlier, I know members earlier have pointed out that it's not only the miners that are exposed to this, it's also their families. And we have heard stories about how wives and children, because largely the miners are men, have later died of asbestos-related cancers, even though they have never worked one day in those mines. If we are truly concerned about the health and vitality of workers in this country, if we're truly concerned about the health and well-being in their communities, what we will do is look for ways to support that just transition out of those industries. And a member opposite talked about being interested in hearing what we would do for older workers. Well, there used to be some very good government programs for older workers. It used to be called POWA. Program for Older Workers, Worker Adjustment. And what that program used to do is when an industry was in transition, what it would do is look at workers of a certain age, and they would do a pension bridging program, Mr. Speaker, and they would bridge them into pension so they could retire with dignity. So, Mr. Speaker, I know I'm running out of time, and I have a very long list of organizations who have talked about the dangers of mining asbestos and using it. And unfortunately, I'm not going to have time to read that out, but there are many, many organizations and countries throughout this world who say that asbestos is not safe in any form. I urge all members of this House to support the motion from the member from Nickel Belt. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's obvious that the NDP decided to condemn that fibre. They don't make any difference in time, the use, and the fibre itself. They speak about zonolite. They speak about infibol. This is banned, the infibol. They speak about uses decades ago. When we speak about West Block, this is a bad use which was done decades ago. Now we are talking about safe use of the chrysotyl fibre. That means it has to be encapsulated. This is a safe use policy that has been developed throughout of these years. So my question is, starting from that assumption, did the member consult with the member from Compton-Stanstead who was born in asbestos and grew up in asbestos area in Windsor, Quebec? Why this member is not intervening here? Alors, est-ce que la députée...
Has the member consulted with her member from Compton-Stanstead, Windsor, and asbestos where he was born? Does the other side not recognize that it is possible to use safely? There's a risk management issue here for sure, manage the toxicity, but...
Mokawichan.
Well, I want to thank the Minister for that question. I mean, there are really two issues here. One is the mining of asbestos, and then there is the export into countries where there are not safe practices to protect workers. So what I really hear the Minister saying is, as far as he's concerned, Mr. Speaker, that it's fine to mine a product here that he claims is mined safely, and there are many, many dissenting opinions on that. But even if you could buy that argument, he is then saying it's absolutely okay to export it to developing countries where those workers have no protection. Now, Mr. Speaker, it would seem to me that Canada needs to take some responsibility for the end use of its product. And at a minimum, they could have signed on to the Rotterdam Convention, but chose to block it in every way possible. So, Mr. Speaker, I simply don't buy the argument. You cannot associate the mining of this product from the end use. And a responsible government would take a look at what the rest of the world is saying about this and sign up to the Rotterdam Convention.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Gaspé.
The honourable member for Gaspésie, Île-de-la-Madeleine. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. It was very insightful. I note that the use of asbestos in Canada is strictly regulated under the Hazardous Goods Act. Our colleague opposite, the member for Mégantic, says that this can be used safely. Chrysotile fiber can be used safely. I'd like to understand, what does my colleague think of the fact that Canada hasn't signed the Rotterdam Convention, and the fact that in the wider world, the use of this chrysotile may in fact not be safe and may in fact be very dangerous to the public?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the member raises a very good point around that. And I don't believe, I mean, many of us come from resource-based communities. Of course we want industry in our communities, but we also want the workers in those industries to be safe. We want them to be safe, and we want to take some responsibility for where those end products line up and where workers don't have the kind of hazard management practices and safe practices in the workplace. And it has to seem that this government's failure to support the Rotterdam Convention is so that they do not have to take any responsibility for that end use, so that they can continue to claim that the product is safe, so that they can continue not to have that product labeled for the kind of hazard it actually is, putting those workers at risk in other countries. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to tell you that I'm sharing my time with the member from Richmond, Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, as the House knows, the policy of the Canadian government as it regards mining and use of chrysotile is very, very clear. For more than 30 years, Canada has promoted the safe and controlled use of chrysotile both nationally and internationally. It has been the position of successive federal governments, both conservative and liberal. It has been the position of successive Quebec governments, both liberal and Parti Québécois. It continues to be the same position of the Charest government as it was in 2004 when the NDP member of Outremont voted against the inclusion of chrysotile in the Rotterdam Convention. And that's an important point, Mr. Speaker. The development of natural resources is a matter of provincial jurisdiction. Banning the mining of any natural resource is an intrusion into provincial jurisdiction, and so, Mr. Speaker, I will oppose this motion. What I'd like to focus on today is the part of the motion that deals with worker retraining and older workers. As the House knows, our government has taken significant steps to ensure older workers are put in the best position to succeed should they ever lose their job. It is interesting to me that the NDP has put forward a clause on worker retraining in this motion, because when our government has put forward measures for older workers, each and every time they vote against it. Every time, Mr. Speaker. So they can't be trusted, probably can't be trusted this time either. Instead, Canadians know that when our government put forward a plan, we deliver. And Canadians know our focus has remained on economic growth and getting Canadian jobs. Key actions taken by this government, specifically through our Economic Action Plan, have played a key role in steering the economy on a recovery from the deepest global recession since the 1930s. As a result of our quick and decisive measures, almost 656,000 jobs have been created since the depths of the recession in July 2009, the strongest employment growth in the G7. We also continue to demonstrate strong economic stewardship as we wind down many of the temporary stimulus measures and take additional steps to secure the recovery. And let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, that the next phase of Canada's Economic Action Plan, announced earlier this year, is ensuring Canadians remain on the right track for economic growth and jobs. Part of these measures is an awareness that we need to help workers who are in transition. This is where we are working closely with provinces and territories to equip Canadians with the skills so that they can take advantage of opportunities and to achieve self-sufficiency. We are also providing targeted supports to those facing particular barriers to entering the workforce. Mr. Speaker, this government has acted to invest in Canadians. Each year, we provide almost $2.5 billion to provinces and territories so that they can deliver critical services and supports to Canadian workers needing help transitioning to new jobs. Let's first focus on some of the help we provide under the employment insurance. In addition to the billions of dollars we provide in necessary income support to unemployed Canadians, we also provide provinces and territories close to $2 billion per year through labour market development agreements so that they can provide training and employment programs for individuals eligible for EI. Through the labour market development agreements with the provinces and territories, about 600,000 workers across the country are getting training and employment support each and every year. Of these, over 100,000 are Canadians over the age of 50. We are focusing on retraining workers so that they have the skills to get good jobs in the growth industries of the 21st centuries. Industries such as information and communications technology, biotechnology, energy, natural resources, and environmental technology. We also provide $500 million each year to further support provincial and territorial initiatives that help meet the training needs of Canadians who are not eligible for employment insurance. This funding is provided through our labour market agreements, or LMAs. LMA-funded training is particularly important for underrepresented groups in the labour market, including, but not limited to, older workers, people with disabilities, and employed individuals who have low levels of literacy and essential skills. In fact, in the first 2 years of these agreements, close to 550,000 individuals were served. No Canadian must be left behind is the watchword of our government. We are committed to being inclusive in building a prosperous Canada, and the funding that we provide to provinces and territories demonstrates this well. I would also like to mention a third program through which our government is helping workers in transition, the Targeted Initiative for Older Workers. We know older workers are key to helping us meet the demographic challenge. Their experience and knowledge are valuable in the workplace. However, unemployed older workers face unique challenges in reintegrating into the workforce. That's why we introduced the Targeted Initiative for Older Workers, or as we call it, TO. TO is a federal, provincial, territorial cost-shared initiative that provides employment supports to unemployed older workers living in vulnerable communities affecting high unemployment and or significant downsizing or closures. Through TO projects, older workers are offered a combination of activities including job search, skills training, work experience, and Mr. Speaker, let me emphasize that our support for older workers has really complemented the labour market agreements with the provinces. We are well aware of the success of TO.
Order. Order. The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley is rising on a point of order.
And I loathe to interrupt my friend midstream here. I've been listening and trying to understand what this got to do with a ban on the export of chrysotile asbestos. He's talked about older worker transition programs. He's spoken about the government's now ended economic action plan. The question I have, so allow me, Mr. Speaker, I'm listening, and I've been listening intently for a reference back to asbestos. And if he's suggesting in his comments that he's talking about transition programs for asbestos workers, I'm all ears, but I can't hear anything about the topic at hand. The previous speaker has ruled on this a number of times and encouraged government members to get off the PMO notes, get back onto the topic. I would encourage my friend to do the same.
Well, members know that, of course, it is important to keep the topic of their presentation relevant to the subject at hand. Of course, members are given a broad berth in order to make their points and bring that relevance in the terms of their speech, as the case may be. I'm sure that the honourable member was coming around to how this would connect with the topic of the day. The honourable member, the resuming debate, the honourable member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry. Oh, I'm sorry. The Minister of Industry is rising on the same point.
To my colleague from Skeena-Bulkley Valley, if they want to reread their motion, in the motion it also talks about measures to diversify the economy, so they shouldn't try to split the motion into two. My colleague is addressing the debate. With all due respect, Mr. Speaker.
Essentially reinforcing the same point that was made earlier. And there again, members are given the ability to make these points and may use considerable explanation to come around to how this would be relevant to the topic in front of us. The honourable member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
As I was saying before I was so rudely interrupted, Mr. Speaker, I would refer that member to Clause C of his motion, and maybe that will clarify his issue. Mr. Speaker, let me emphasize that our support for older workers has really complemented the labour market agreements with the provinces. We are well aware of the success of TO, and so are others. Just ask the more than 16,000 older workers who have participated so far. TO is a striking example of cooperation within the federal system. Our commitment to older workers stands firm. Canada's Economic Action Plan, introduced in 2009, included time-limited and targeted investments to address immediate needs during the economic global recession. These investments have made a strong and positive impact and have helped propel us through the recovery. Maintaining attachment to the workforce was our primary objective, and due to the success in helping Canadians, funding has increased for LMDAs, LMAs, and TEO. We transferred an additional $1 billion over 2 years to expand support for skill upgrading for EI-eligible workers through the labour market development agreements. And we provided $500 million for a 2-year period under the Strategic Training and Transition Fund, with the goal of helping workers retrain to stay employed or transition to new jobs. This funding has delivered through the labour market agreements. We also provided an additional $60 million over 3 years. Mr. Speaker, we work with the provinces to ensure programs are in place to help local economies succeed. When they don't succeed, we help workers transition to new employment. What we don't do is tell them whether or not to mine their natural resources. That is their choice, Mr. Speaker. Instead, we work from the health, safety, and environmental perspective to ensure that the best practices are employed. As it relates to crystal tile, that formula has been in place for 30 years. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Western Arctic.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad that my colleague brought that speech around to a discussion of natural resources. He did say something that he said we don't interfere with the choice of natural resources, but quite clearly this government has, and has continued to for the last 5 years, provide funding to an agency that actually promotes the sale of this product in other countries. So to somehow suggest that this government is removed from the process of selling chrysotile asbestos in other countries is really wrong. That's not the case. This government is a full-sized partner in the sale of these resources to countries where standards are not in any way equatable to Canadian working standards. So to my colleague, how can he stand there and say that that the federal government is separated from the provinces on the disposition of chrysotile asbestos?
Honourable member for Stormont Dundas South.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as a member well knows that the mining of natural resources is under the provincial jurisdiction. He knows that as well as I do. He's from one of the territories. He should be very well aware of that. I'm sure there's a lot of mining, and I don't think the province, his territory, would want the federal government interfering in which mines go forward and which don't. And Mr. Speaker, the irony, what I'd like to ask that member back again is here they've got a motion in there regarding training for workers. Isn't that a bit of hypocrisy when they will not support any time we put money into training, they always vote against it? Isn't that interesting, Mr. Speaker?
Question and commentaire.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister of Industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened very attentively to the remarks made by my colleague from Stormont Dundas South Glengarry. I'd like to commend him because I think he took a position that is consistent with our governments. That is that we do not intervene in provincial jurisdiction when we talk about mining and development of natural resources. And it's the same thing in agriculture, for example. We support supply management, and whereas the NDP has no position at all. So what is clear today is that the NDP has taken a position against our regions by advocating for elitist policies, and it is completely disconnected from our country, which is a country based on natural resources, and I'd like to hear my colleagues' viewpoints on that.
Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for his question.
That is, I would love to elaborate a little bit on how the NDP obviously is not fit to govern this great country. Here we have a province that has some jurisdiction over a particular sector of the economy, and these folks would have us go in there and do whatever and decide pick some winners, pick some losers. That's not the way a federal government should operate. What a federal government is there is support the provinces in their direction. Some provinces might choose to go this way, another province might choose to go the other way, and we are there to support that. We're not supposed to get involved in provincial jurisdictions. And I agree with the minister. This NDP, this official opposition, certainly aren't ready for prime time, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Alfred Pellan. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There was a study conducted in 2009 that concluded that the concentration of asbestos in the air outside of Thetford mines is 215% higher than in the United States, and the cancer rate is 10 times higher than in the population at large. In the motion, it moves for the development of a just transition plan with measures to accommodate the reentry of workers in the asbestos regions into the workforce to help them to find a job in another area. So I'd like to ask my honourable colleague on the other side whether he would like to help mining workers by supporting our motion in order to reduce health risks for people who work in asbestos mines and by diversifying the economy of that region.
Dundas, South Glengarry.
I would like to thank my colleague for her question, Mr. Speaker. And I must say that, as I said in English, this is a matter that is under provincial jurisdiction, because that would be a good question to put to the province. If the provincial government thinks that there are dangers or hazards in its mines, then they should stop exploiting and developing those mines, but that is under provincial jurisdiction.
Please, the debate.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Richmond, Athabasca. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague who has just spoken. I would like to thank him for sharing his time with me. Obviously, it is very important for me, given that right in the center of my riding is the municipality of Asbestos and Jeffrey Mine. So today, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you heard an entire litany from the NDP members who presented this motion today. And in a very negative way, in a very bombastic way, they talked about chrysotile. Now, every day since I've been elected, or perhaps every week, the member for Winnipeg Centre has petitions, comments. Of course, he has parliamentary immunity when he talks about serial killers, criminals. Now, I'm not going to repeat that kind of message today, because I tend to get very angry and very inflammatory when I make those kind of speeches. So maybe you'll be surprised, but I'm going to be very positive today because I'm actually very sociable and a sociable guy. So I would like to say that in my writing, there is a very interesting project because asbestos has been dealt a lot of blows. And then we had another magnesium industry that was implanted in the region to the tune of $1 billion. And that lasted about a year and a half. So those were jobs that were very good for the region, good jobs with good wages, and we lost those out of the region again. So obviously there's economic diversification in the asbestos region, and yet that underground mine project is very important for the creation of between 400 and 500 jobs. So that's quite something, Mr. Speaker. Currently there are about 350 and 400 employees in the asbestos mines. So there are some 1,000 employees between asbestos and Thetford mines, and there are another 1,500 indirect jobs, and we're talking about a payroll of about $35 million. So for a community that went through so many hardships, this is a key moment in the existence of the municipality of Asbestos. I know that there was a member of the NDP who told the story today, the strikes, the battles waged on the part of the employees in Asbestos and Thetford mines for their health, because that's what we hear raised today by the members of the NDP, is the health of workers, not only workers in the mines, but also people who live in the communities. So we've heard a lot of legends, if you will, concerning people's health, but you know, asbestos is the third most senior, if you will, municipality in Quebec. Now, in my electoral organization, there are people I know, friends of mine who live in asbestos, and I can tell you they are seniors, they're elderly, and some of them worked for 35 or 40 years in those mines. So it's not everyone who dies because they work in those mines. But what is true is that at a certain time in the 1950s and 1960s, when the workers and the unions were fighting for their health and for their rights, it is because it was dangerous at the time. No one's saying it's not dangerous, but there was a geologist who was not far from here, from the University of Ottawa, who has already made a clear demonstration when he answered physicians, saying that there were different kinds of asbestos. You can't say that asbestos only comes in one type. There are different types of asbestos, at least half a dozen, in fact. Now, there are amphiboas that we used to use to insulate homes. When you talk about houses in the western portion here, some MPs don't want to live there, it's said. I'm talking about this type of fiberglass sort of insulation, and when that is spread through the air, yes, that is a problem for people's lungs. It can be very harmful, and those kind of effects can last for a very long time. And in the long term, cancer can be developed.
Now, today, we are not exploiting that kind of asbestos. Now it is chrysotile asbestos for the most part. In the United States, in North America, there is no longer the exporting of other types of asbestos. In the United States, chrysotile asbestos is used in a number of sectors, for example, in the automotive industry, for automatic transmissions, pipeline insulation, roofing, and so on. So chrysotile asbestos is used for those things. It is one of the most safe and long-lasting materials that we have. We are using these materials to build pipelines, for example. It is also used where rust can be a problem. Piping that uses cement with chrysotile in it is very safe in the countries to which it is exported. So I think that there is some demystification that has to be done. There is information that has to be given. The geologist, Mr. Lalonde, explained the difference very clearly between the various products. And I can quote him. He spoke to the Soleil newspaper. It was on the 10th of October, and he is the dean of the department at the University of Ottawa. He said that doctors have been against asbestos. You can't blame them. That is their training. But there are different chemical formulations for each of these types of asbestos. So we should talk about the specific type of asbestos and not lump them all together. So it is a big family of materials. I'm not a geologist, but the town of asbestos is in my riding. We have the museum there and the institute that has information, and those people are very knowledgeable about the various types of asbestos. Every day, Mr. Speaker, I, not just here in this building, but when we go outside, all of the people that are here, that have spoken today, will breathe asbestos. It is something that is under the ground. It is in our atmosphere. There were tests done far from asbestos in the basement, and asbestos was found there. And the people who live there are in perfect health. So this is something that we find in our natural environment. Today,
you would need to go to the mine, in Thetford Mines and so on. It is very clear that a lot of work has been done. Workers don't want to die. There are people from the Jeffrey mine who had people in their family who had health problems from the way conditions used to be. But now the conditions are very strict, and certainly I would have no problem staying in the mine and breathing that air for hours at a time. There is a place in the mine where tests are done, and there are people there full-time. That's all they do. They don't just do a test once a week. It is an ongoing testing regime. I would remind the NDP members, many of whom are new, and I know I am running out of time, Mr. Speaker, I would tell them that all of the parties in the House supported the safe use of chrysotile. I introduced a report here on behalf of the Foreign Affairs and International Trade Committee, and the committee was unanimous back in 2005 when that report was tabled that Canada could export chrysotile because it could be used safely. And that was the 2005 report. And what we asked for at that time was for a national chrysotile policy based on the safe use and promotion of the product. And the NDP supported that the government do an investigation, take into account the lack of safety of certain replacement, that we needed a study of the use, and that we needed to promote its use as an export product. And the NDP supported that. I wanted to remind them of that. Questions or comments? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 2 points I would like to raise to the attention of my colleague, and I would like to have his opinion. The member for Montmagny, Rimouski, Rivière-du-Loup asked whether the government was concerned more about protecting big companies or citizens. We heard from the member for Newton North Delta that she had been to the Thetford Mines region, and she had seen asbestos in the snow, and she thought that was terrible. I would like my colleagues' views on those comments. I would like to thank the minister. When I hear people with concerns about chrysotile, I find that they are a bit paternalistic when it comes to the employees. In our area, we had a historic strike, but this was a long time ago. You would have to come and see their conditions now. The government of Canada, but also the government of Quebec, is protecting the industry. Workers don't want to hear that they're going to be laid off when they know that chrysotile can be used safely. That doesn't mean that there are not places where it may be misused, and that can happen with any material. But I think that in Thetford Mines, this is not the case. And I don't think that the people who have been thrown snowballs at, like my colleague, are any the worse for it. The Honourable Member from Nickel Belt. Something that the Bloc member said earlier is that not everybody that works with asbestos will die of it. That's what he said, and it's like saying that not all smokers will die of lung cancer. But I said earlier, in fact, I gave a list of doctors in Quebec who agree with our position to banish asbestos. I would like the Honourable Bloc Québécois member to tell me whether all of these Quebec doctors are ignorant. We're not talking about PhDs in geography. These are scientists. And are they all wrong? The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabaska. I would like to thank my colleague for his question. I am aware of this list. In my remarks, I made a distinction between the different types of asbestos. And I was quoting an expert in geology. This is his specialty. And physicians are not necessarily specialists in geology. We can't put everyone in the same group. We can't consider them the same. And now amphibole asbestos is illegal. We can't use it. In the United States, there is a list of dangerous products. My colleague has nickel mines in his riding. There is going to be a huge nickel mine in Quebec, and according to the Americans, nickel is 53rd in terms of dangerous materials, and asbestos is much lower. So there are many commodities that we develop, that we export, that are dangerous. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Algoma-Kapuskasing.
The member from Pointe-de-l'Île, and I also want to thank the member from Nickel Belt and the member from Winnipeg Centre for tabling this motion. I'm especially glad to join in this debate today, as this is an issue that I carry with me daily. A good friend of mine from the Mission, also known as Mississippicotten Village in Wawa, Ontario, is currently struggling as her husband is battling mesothelioma, which many of you know is a type of cancer that can develop after being exposed to asbestos. I can tell you that this has been a battle that is defined more by questions than it is by answers. And watching these good people go through their search for appropriate care and treatment was a real eye-opener. I would never wish that on anyone, and I certainly can't support Canada exporting the root cause of their misery to other countries, which is what motivates me as I speak on this now. Here in Canada, we understand how dangerous asbestos is. We have, for 4 years now, mitigated against the worst effects of this substance and sought to replace it when we know it has been used in homes or in public buildings. We are a well-to-do Western country with more than our share of resources, knowledge, and most importantly, public safety standards. Yet this substance that we casually export is highly controlled here under the Hazardous Products Act. In fact, it is banned outright in 50 countries, including most developed countries. But somehow, we are supposed to believe that developing nations will manage to do an adequate job of utilizing this unique material and protecting those who work with it. Or worse, don't much care what happens to people in other countries once we get payment. It doesn't sound like the compassionate Canada that so many people have an image of, because it isn't. We have recently witnessed the Canadian asbestos industry attempting to rehabilitate this substance in the public's eye, with the ultimate goal being government assistance to export even more of their dangerous product. The industry has gone so far as to misrepresent the World Health Organization's opinion on chrysotile asbestos, only to receive a strongly worded clarification from that governing body. It is difficult to comprehend, Mr. Speaker. As I watched my friends chase treatments and deal with bureaucracy, I can only imagine the millions of people around the globe who aren't even as fortunate. And I use that term in a somewhat ironic sense. Fortunate enough to at least have options and the ability to travel all over the country and into the United States chasing down experimental treatments, and that's if you have the money. There is no doubt that asbestos is useful for many things, but so are other carcinogens that we control, avoid, or even legislate against. Think of how quickly we moved on bisphenol A, which is found in plastic products and has been linked to various health conditions, including cancer. In that instance, Canada was a world leader. When announcing the ban of bisphenol A, our Minister of Health called the move precautionary and prudent. We cannot say the same about our policy on chrysotile asbestos, can we? In fact, I have heard members from the government side stand up today and talk about the need to protect the mining industry in Canada instead of addressing the asbestos issue. I have to point out that is not what we are debating today, and his argument was a bit like someone defending agriculture in a debate about heroin production. It goes to show how much work we have to do to get through to members on the government bench. I listened this morning as the member from Sarnia-Lambton gave a good account of why cosmetic contact lenses should be regulated in Canada. The member asked parliamentarians to join together to support her bill, and we're asking them to support our motion. In doing so, she claimed Canada can reclaim the proper regulatory powers over the importers of these products who so callously flood the Canadian market while doing untold damage to thousands of young Canadians' eyes, completely unbeknownst to most consumers, unfortunately. I can't help but see the parallel between these debates today. The only difference is that in this case, Canada is willing to look past health and safety. This government is totally invested in asbestos exports and is blocking international efforts to list asbestos on the UN's list of hazardous substances. It is fair to say that we should have the courage of our convictions for exports as well as imports. Mr. Speaker, I have received a fair bit of correspondence on this issue. In one message, I was alerted to a victims group in the UK who had written to our Minister of Health in January of 2010. They wrote asking her to ban asbestos and to better monitor the epidemic of asbestos-related diseases in Canada. They did receive a reply, but not from the Minister of Health. Instead, they heard from the Minister of Foreign Affairs, can you believe that, who defended our asbestos exports. He told them Canada will continue to advocate for chrysotile under controlled conditions by contributing $250,000 per year to the Chrysotile Institute, which was formerly called the Asbestos Institute. In fact, we know that the asbestos industry has received $50 million of taxpayers' dollars from Canada and Quebec since 1984. This is to promote a product that is so dangerous they had to close West Block, one of the parliamentary buildings, every time there was an incident that potentially shook fibers loose from the structure. The building is now closed for renovations, not the least of which is to remove altogether the asbestos that riddles the structure. It was built in a time when asbestos was seen as most beneficial. Today, we know better. We have to ask ourselves a very pointed question here. If the members of Parliament of Canada are unwilling to work in an environment that was susceptible to trace elements of asbestos, how can we ask workers in India and Indonesia to expose themselves in what will likely be more dangerous environments? It is a fair question, Mr. Speaker, and one that I encourage the members who are still in support of asbestos exports to ask themselves. This brings us back to the motion we are debating today. It calls for a ban on the use of export of all forms of asbestos and a just transition plan for asbestos-producing workers and communities. It will be difficult, and we acknowledge as much, but it will not be anywhere as significant a shock as it would have been a few decades back. There just aren't as many workers in the industry anymore. To give you some numbers, in 1991, 1,000 workers were employed in the asbestos mines of Quebec. Today, only 350 people work 3 to 4 months a year at Thetford Mines, which is also under bankruptcy protection and slated to close its gates this month. This motion is not ill-conceived, and New Democrats are acutely aware of the economic impact that banning exports will have. Many of my colleagues have spoken to that. We don't imagine that there won't be capital required for workforce adjustment. We must be prepared to retain or relocate those miners who are able to move on to other types of work, and also be prepared to help workers that are closer to retirement, as well as the communities that will be affected by a change in direction like we are debating. It is in fact the majority of the motion we are debating today, and as we see from the numbers I just gave you, much of the adjustment in the workforce historically associated with this industry has already taken place. I have to tell you, Mr. Speaker, I am no stranger to this phenomenon. I know firsthand what happens when a mine closes and the town is forced to consider its future. That is the story of Elliott Lake. It is also the story of my family. The towns in Quebec reliant on asbestos can take heart from the way Elliott Lake has managed to reinvent itself in the aftermath of a large operation closure. There were hiccups, but the town is known today as a retirement destination. The population is different. Some miners moved to other operations, some stayed, some are returning, but at the end of the day, the sky didn't fall and the town carried on. For the families involved, there will be other work. Some will move to remain in mining, and some will find other work. In the big picture, Mr. Speaker, we have to recognize our position in the world and be aware that we are able to do something about this indiscriminate killer. With a simple change in policy, Canada would be able to reduce our role in millions of deaths worldwide, and quite frankly, we have the riches needed to make a smooth transition for individuals and communities that will be affected by such a large change. Do I have any time, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, you have heard all day long about asbestos claims, an estimated 100,000 lives around the world every year. L'Organisation Mondiale de la
The World Health Organization indicates that between 5 and 10 million people will die due to asbestos-related illnesses. This is shameful, and Canada is largely to blame. Canada needs to acknowledge its role in this tragedy and assume responsibility. We can do no worse than to adopt this motion purely and simply.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend, the Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, and Kapuskasing. Through the day today, I found myself wondering, why do we value some human lives so much more than others? We gathered in this place, all of us united, to focus on the threat to Coptic Christians who are being persecuted in Egypt. We went to war under a doctrine called responsibility to protect. We saw 29 Coptic Christians murdered recently, and we rightly object. We see people at risk of dictators, and we rightly object. Is it because the 100,000 people annually who are killed by asbestos are nameless to us that we will sell this poison globally? Is that why we don't care in this country to end this trade? I'd be grateful for the member's thoughts.
For Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Colleagues' remarks on that and her question. I mean, at the end of the day, I think that the government of the day isn't putting faces to the victims, and I think that that's extremely, extremely sad. I just want to add, my friend writes me often on this here to update me on her husband's case. They are tuned in right now. Julius' plight is our fight. He and his wife want to ensure that others need not have to go through what they have went through, attempting to seek treatment and having the door closed on them. They also want to ensure that the government stops exposing workers to this deadly substance. And Martina is tireless in her attempts to get Julius the best care possible. Mr. Speaker, it's a difficult task, and she is well aware of the way the conditions play out, barring a miracle. So I just want to leave you with a couple of words as members consider their position on this motion. I truly hope that the members on the government side are listening, because they won't hear a better plea, at least in my opinion, than this.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Western Arctic.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her presentation, and certainly the question prior to that from was given on why we're ignoring this. The history really of the Parliament with this issue has been one of movement, and we've seen over the last 6 years that we've gone from where a vote in 2006 against the Crystal Tile Institute had 10 supporters in the whole House of Commons, to a point now where the vast majority of people, I think, in this room recognize that we're not on the right track here. And this is not a huge industry. Can my colleague perhaps comment as well on how we're moving in that direction, and that this government should recognize that and should respond in an appropriate fashion, not in the way that it responded quite recently on the international scene by being the odd person out on the whole issue of this.
Honourable member for Algoma, Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you very much, and my colleague is absolutely right. You know, there used to be a very few people that were on to this in the organization against the asbestos, but now that's grown by thousands and thousands, given the fact that 60% of all work-related deaths in Canada are related to asbestos exposure. And get this, a staggering 84% in Quebec. So this is why we need to act. Now, just to add to that, I also want to indicate a little bit of information that I got from a message that I got from my friend. She goes on to say that Canada is responsible for most of the deaths. Dying from cancer is a very frightening experience for the whole family, and we can say today, for part of the country that supports NDP and its well-known and dearly loved Jack Layton. This cancer caused by asbestos is actually given, or I can say forced on the people by Canadian government. Carol, my heart is dying knowing that my husband might not even live to be 57 years old, never mind to enjoy retirement. He worked for the federal government, and I can tell you that it's just atrocious what is happening to them, that their access to being able to try to get some treatment for this at an early stage, that they just could not have access to that. And that's a really sad thing. She says, I ran out of options. I just watched my husband. All I'm doing is watching my husband dying. It's not necessary. It did not and does not have to be this way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Before I recognize the member for La Pointe de l'Île, it's my duty to inform the House that I will have to interrupt her at the end of government orders. I will indicate when there's 1 minute remaining. The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise to speak to this NDP motion, and just to clarify a few things. This motion does not just include a plan to ban asbestos exports. It also includes a plan to help workers in that industry find other work, get out of the crisis, because we know in 1991 there were around 1,000 workers, 1,500 workers working in Thetford mines, and now there are only 350 workers just working part of the year. So the asbestos industry is in crisis currently because more and more countries are banning it. They don't want it anymore. About 50 countries so far have banned asbestos, and Canada continues still. Canada's the only country, the only Western country, the only Western democracy that stubbornly opposes listing asbestos as a dangerous product. What I have to point out here is that in Canada, in 1998, the use of asbestos was banned in everything domestically. In buildings, asbestos was banned, and yet we still export it to countries where there's no regulation or laxer regulation, whether it comes to workplace health and safety or construction. And if the honourable, any colleague here says that's not true. Can they explain why they spend millions of dollars removing asbestos from buildings? If it wasn't banned, why wouldn't we just leave it there? If it's not dangerous, why don't we just leave it there? So I'd like my colleagues opposite to tell me why the government spends millions of dollars removing asbestos if it's not dangerous. I'll continue. I'm not listening to them. So let's talk money, because the government keeps talking about money ad nauseum. They talk about their budget, how great it is, how much money there is for job creation, but I have never heard them talk about the asbestos industry. But let's talk about it now. The government has subsidized many trade missions, 60 trade missions to 60 countries to promote asbestos. That's money spent promoting asbestos. Why not use that money instead to create a fund to help older workers in the asbestos industry and help the economy diversify so it's not based on products that are going to end up killing 100,000 people a year? Canada has plenty of natural resources. We don't only have asbestos to make the economy work. And I won't let the government tell Canadians that the NDP is opposed to mining, to the whole mining industry. That's false. My colleague for Newton North Delta made this point. Just because we oppose a dangerous product, a product that's dangerous to Canadians or to everyone on the planet, that doesn't mean we're against mining. We're not against mining products that aren't dangerous. I'm not going to get into the technical terms, but there are substitute products that could be used. The government should take the money they're spending on lobbyists, on trade missions, $250,000 a year over the past 3 years to the Chrysotile Institute. That money could have instead been used to invest in alternate energies. And we know that there are such energies. My colleagues opposite should know that. So as I was saying, 350 jobs in Thetford mines, and they only work 3 to 4 months a year. It should be easy to take the millions that have been spent to create funds to help those workers get through this crisis, to find other work, to retire with dignity, and to diversify the local economy, because we know that to the Conservatives, it's very important to diversify the economy. We have to do this, we have to do that. Well, precisely. Here's an opportunity. Invest in other sources of energy, invest in the workers, help them get out of the asbestos industry. That's a solution the government could use. Because I haven't heard anything today from the government side. No Conservative has given any solution. All they've said is how great their budget is, how their economic stimulus package is, how many jobs they've created, but nobody's talked about asbestos. The NDP has stood up many times on a point of order, to remind government members that what they're saying was completely irrelevant, completely off topic. We're talking about asbestos today. We're talking about this motion today. Thank you. Okay, I have 1 minute left. I just want to continue by saying that we're not asking the government to simply ban. We're asking the government to invest, to fund people. We're not just asking for that. We're also asking you to take the money that you're spending on big business and lobbyists, on trade missions, the millions that you're spending every year, the government's spending every year, take that money and give it to Canadians instead of giving it to big business. Take that money, give it to Canadians who need it. And I'll just conclude by saying, even Health Canada refuted the claim of the Conservatives to the effect that asbestos could be used safely. That's false. It's false. And even the opposition, the official opposition in Quebec, is calling on the Quebec government to strike a parliamentary committee on the health effects because they're concerned. Thank you very much.
Alors?
Order.
Alors?
Order.
Alors, comme il est...
It being 6:15, it's my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put to the House all the questions necessary to settle the matter. The question is the following. Mr. Gravel, seconded by Mr. Martin, moves that, in the opinion of the House, the government should A, ban the use and export of asbestos,
efforts to add chrysotile asbestos to the list of hazardous chemicals under the Rotterdam Convention. C, assist affected workers by developing a just transition plan with measures to accommodate their re-entry into the workforce. D, introduire des mesures
introduce measures dedicated to affected older workers through the Employment Insurance Program to assure them of a decent standard of living until retirement. May I dispense?
Puis-je dispenser? Oui. Oui.
Yes, agreed.
Plaît-il à la Chambre?
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Oui. Que tous ceux qui appuient le...
All those in favor of the motion will please say yay.
Que tous ceux qui opposent...
All those opposed will please say nay.
In my opinion, the noes have it. Call in the members. Deferred until tomorrow at the end of government orders. The Chief Opposition Whip is rising on a point of order. I'm sorry. The Chief Government Whip is rising on a point of order.
I'll take either title. Mr. Speaker, I ask that you see the clock at 6:30.
Chambre, is it à la Chambre en accord?
Is it the pleasure of the House to see the clock?
Okay. It being 6:30, in accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On September the 20th, I raised two questions in the House. One was to do with the fact that the Conservative government was spending $90,000 a day for an outside consultant to plan cuts to their to the Service Canada operation, and then subsequently I asked a question about the cuts to services at EI processing centres and what kind of impact that would have on Canadians. And of course, we've asked this question a number of times now in the House and still haven't received a satisfactory answer. So once again, I'm here raising the issue. There are a number of questions that have come up, including the fact that there doesn't appear to have been any kind of analysis or a detailed analysis that's available to the public on the impact on services to the public and to the affected communities. As well, I've raised this a number of times that when we're talking about Service Canada, we're not just talking about the processing of employment insurance claims, we're also talking about claims that involve payments to do with maternity leave, sick leave, and compassionate leave. The Minister on a number of occasions has talked about the need for automation, and of course what she has failed to tell the House is that claims processing has now, the ability to apply has now been automated for 5 years, but in fact that less than 50% of claims require some, or I'm sorry, less than 50% of the claims are fully automated. The balance of those claims require some sort of involvement from an employee. Even a tiny anomaly on a EI claim requires a staff person to become involved. And of course what that then does is ensure that the person who has filed their claim in many, many, many cases does not get their check within 28 days, which is part of the speed of service processing that Service Canada has committed to. There is also some troubling statistics with regards to the kind of service when people need an answer about, what's the delay on their claim. And there's some very troubling statistics for September from their call centres. The abandon rate for calls for EI have increased. In two centres, Vancouver and Winnipeg, nearly 1 in every 3 employment insurance calls was abandoned in the last week of September. That means people call and they can't get information about whether or not they can expect a check to pay their bills. Over half of employment insurance callers are being told their call cannot be transferred due to high volume. And in the last week of September, half of all CPP OAS callers got a busy signal when they tried to call. They couldn't even connect with the interactive voice response system. And so, Mr. Speaker, you have to wonder when Canadians are getting that quality of service. Obviously, this minister hasn't explained to Canadians what the impact of these cuts will be. And so I have a couple of questions for the minister. Why is the automated system still rejecting over 50% of the claims? Where is the Service Canada and HRSDC business case for closing all of the offices and laying off staff? And why is the government moving their operations from areas where office space is inexpensive to large urban centres where rental rates are considerably higher? And with technology, workers no longer need to be centralized in these urban centres. So, Mr. Speaker, I think there's a number of points here that Canadians will be very interested in hearing from the Parliamentary Secretary.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased once again to respond to the member from Nanaimo, Coquitlam, and our concerns about providing services to out-of-work Canadians. Let me begin by dealing with an issue that has been in the news a significant amount lately. The fact that Service Canada is not renewing the contracts of some 330 temporary employees. Mr. Speaker, Service Canada must deliver services efficiently and effectively. To do this, it must ensure that its workforce is aligned with its operational needs. It's the nature of our business that our needs vary from season to season and from year to year, which is why we need flexibility and the flexibility of using temporary workers. These 330 employees were hired for a specific length of time during the economic downturn to help us cope with the surge in applications for employment insurance. They were hired for a specific period of time, and this was indicated on their contracts. There was no promise, expressed or implied, that their contracts would be renewed at the end of their term. As you know, our government has made a commitment to reduce both its spending and its size. Our government is working towards eliminating the deficit and returning to balanced budgets, while continually improving services delivered to Canadians. We know that Canadians want efficient government that gives them good value for their hard-earned tax dollars. It's our job to make sure Canadian taxpayers' dollars are used wisely. Canadians expect no less from their government. That's why we're moving forward with the next phase of EI modernization initiative that began in 2005. Service Canada will continue to modernize the delivery of EI by automating our processing, consolidating our processing sites, and managing our workload more efficiently. Automation has already made EI processing more accurate and has resulted in significant savings. And thanks to automation, EI processing costs have been reduced by almost 30% since 2003. In addition, a workforce management strategy is in effect to assist with planned personnel changes. This will include attrition, reassignments, and training. All changes will occur within the parameters of the collective agreements. Processing no longer needs to be done in a paper-based system. With our new technology and workload distribution system, an EI claimant can have their file processed electronically by the next available agent in any processing centre anywhere in the country. This saves time for everyone and money for Canadian taxpayers. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Cowichan.
Well, Mr. Speaker, there is one point where the Parliamentary Secretary and I would agree, Mr. Speaker, is that unemployed workers would like to see their claims processed efficiently and effectively. And what we, of course, find in Service Canada is that because of planned reductions in the workers who deliver these services, that they are not able to process these claims effectively and efficiently. And in fact, what we've seen the government do is when they can't meet the speed of service targets, what they do is change the targets. So it used to be that people, when they called to get information about their claim, Service Canada had 48 hours to call. Now they've moved the target to 5 days. So are we saying, and again, I would like the Parliamentary Secretary to explain to unemployed Canadians whose communities rely on their EI checks to help with small businesses and to pay their bills, will the Parliamentary Secretary explain what the impact of these proposed service cuts are to communities and what the impact is to unemployed Canadians who are relying on this money to pay their bills?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the way in which EI claims are currently processed is out of date. In 2007 and 2008, we began to consolidate our EI processing sites for greater efficiency. Over the next 3 years, EI processing will be consolidated into 22 regional sites. We will ease the transition to a smaller workforce through attrition, reassignment, and training. Affected employees will be considered for other positions. Modernization of Service Canada will give Canadians in every region of the country better access to employment insurance and a host of other Government of Canada services. We'll all benefit from this. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge River.
I'd like to also thank the Parliamentary Secretary for taking the time to be here tonight. Mr. Speaker, we are here tonight to discuss the topic of graduate unemployment and underemployment. Back in September, a report was released showing that Canadian university graduates are being shut out of the job market at an alarming rate. This report showed that a whopping 1 in 5 Canadian graduates are employed in positions that pay at the lower end of the income scale. This means that 20% of our university graduates are earning an income of less than the national median of $37,000. This income is not very much, Mr. Speaker, and too many of our Canadian new graduates are living below the poverty line. These findings mean that Canada has the highest proportion of poor university graduates of any of the OECD countries. While the majority of Canadian graduates do earn more than non-university graduates over the course of their lifetime, this report reveals that for far too many of our graduates, their degree is not worth their investment in both time and money. This is not right, Mr. Speaker. We are talking about our best and brightest here. Instead of helping to strengthen our economy, their degrees and skills are being wasted. Mr. Speaker, I asked a question on this topic on September 27th. Unfortunately, when I asked this question, the minister did not rise and talk about what they're doing to actually create more jobs and create more opportunities for the most educated in our country. No. Instead, they stood up and spoke about tax credits. Mr. Speaker, how do tax credits help graduates find jobs? What good is a tax credit if you don't have a job? And what messages are we sending to our university graduates when, after spending years and thousands of dollars on earning a degree, they're forced into jobs that are greatly below their education standard? We know that our university grads are getting jobs at the low end of the income scale. What message are we sending to our youth, Mr. Speaker, when the only jobs available to them are part-time or shift work? What hope for tomorrow do we give to these people? This is a question that I'm often asked at the doorsteps of my constituency. My riding is one of the poorest in the GTA, Mr. Speaker, yet many of the families that live there are spending their life savings or incurring extreme amounts of debt to send their children to school, only to then have their children graduate and not be able to find jobs and find severely underpaying jobs. While these graduates do not have well-paying jobs, the one thing we know that they have for sure is debt. On average, Canadian students are graduating with a debt load of over $25,000, and tuition fees, unfortunately, continue to rise at 4 times the rate of inflation. Getting a degree isn't getting any cheaper, Mr. Speaker, and now these graduates do not have jobs to look forward to help them pay back their student loans. The fact that the cost for post-secondary education is rising, coupled with low job prospects, may in turn actually deter Canadians from pursuing post-secondary education. Many Canadians may decide that the debt associated with pursuing post-secondary studies is just not worth it. Mr. Speaker, if this government is as serious as they say they are about securing Canada's economic future, they would make a commitment to education. Mr. Speaker, if they were really concerned with Canada's economic recovery, they would create real jobs and real opportunities for our nation's best and brightest. Many youth and graduates in my constituency and across the country cannot find work at all. What are we saying to these people who are already marginalized because of their age, ethnicity, their status in the country, and their household income? What are we telling them? Are we telling them that they are not worth planning for? Why not provide our graduates and our youth with a sense of importance and value? Why not provide them with opportunities like jobs and access to post-secondary education? Why not give them hope, Mr. Speaker? On this side of the House, that is what we believe in. Mr. Speaker, our university graduates need jobs. They need real jobs that will help them make ends meet, that will help them support their families, that will help them and their children lead better lives. This is what we have been fighting for on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker. We've been asking this government for a real economic recovery plan. We've been asking this government for real action on unemployment and underemployment. So I will ask my question again tonight. When will this government stop the inaction and come forward with the real jobs plan with real opportunities for Canadian graduates?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to discuss Canada's economy and outline our Conservative government's record in helping create jobs and supporting Canadian students. First and foremost, our Conservative government is squarely focused on what matters to Canadians, helping create jobs and promoting economic growth. As Statistics Canada announced today, Canada's economy grew yet again in August. That positive news, along with the fact that approximately 650,000 net new jobs have been created since July of 2009, is an encouraging sign that our government is on the right track for the economy and hardworking families. Indeed, on the job creation front, Canada has an enviable record when compared to other G7 countries. Canada has posted the strongest employment growth in the G7 since the mid-2009. And those approximately 650,000 net new jobs created since July of 2009, over 90% of which have been full-time and nearly 80% have been in the private sector. For the benefit of the NDP member, I draw our attention to the September 2011 OECD Employment Outlook for an independent assessment of Canada's job market. And I quote from the report, "The labour market is recovering faster in Canada than in many OECD countries. Canada's long-term unemployment is among the lowest in the OECD, suggesting that job prospects have remained fairly positive. Nevertheless, we recognize the global recovery is fragile, especially in the United States and Europe. And equally as important, too many Canadians, especially our young people, are still looking for work. That's why we're working and focused on implementing the next phase of Canada's Economic Action Plan, including its key steps to help Canadian students and youth succeed in the global economy with the help of the best education possible. The next phase of Canada's Economic Action Plan includes several smart and targeted steps to help students and youth in their education and support as they need it, such as the student loan forgiveness for doctors and nurses working in rural and remote areas, extending tax relief for skills certification exams to make all occupational, trade, and professional exam fees eligible for tax relief through the tuition tax credit, doubling the in-study income exemption from $50 per week to $100 per week, benefiting over 100,000 students by allowing them to work more without negatively affecting their income, reducing the in-study interest rate for part-time Canadian student loan recipients, increasing the family income threshold for part-time Canada loans and Canada student grant recipients, bringing the eligibility threshold in line with the threshold for full-time students, and providing $20 million to help the Canadian Youth Business Foundation to support young entrepreneurs. Mr. Speaker, the next phase of Canada's Economic Action Plan is working. I encourage the NDP to support the next phase of Canada's Economic Action Plan and these significant initiatives for students.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Rouge River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government can talk all it wants about legislation it's passed, tax credits it's implemented, and making more debt available for students all they want. But at the end of the day, this government has not really helped our graduates. How does a tax credit actually help you find a job? It doesn't, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have our best and our brightest working at jobs that are significantly lower than their education level. This is not because these people are not looking hard enough. This is because these jobs just don't exist. And creation of more precarious, part-time, temporary work is not the types of jobs that our university graduates are looking for. What doesn't this government understand about this, Mr. Speaker? I don't understand what this government doesn't understand. We need real jobs for our graduates and for all Canadians. We need good jobs. These are full-time, permanent jobs, not more precarious ones. Why won't this government act to support our nation's graduates? And why won't they create a real jobs plan with tangible opportunities for Canada's graduates?
Parliamentary Secretary.
As I mentioned before, Mr. Speaker, the next phase of Canada's Economic Action Plan contains many positive measures for Canadian youth, measures that the NDP and the member opposite unfortunately voted against. I suggest the NDP talk to important groups about their assessment of the plan and reconsider their opposition. They should talk to organizations like the National Association of Career Colleges, who said about the plan, and I'll quote, "Students were hoping for positive news from Ottawa, and this government has delivered. The government's proposal will allow more students to access post-secondary education training. While our Conservative government is focused on jobs, economic growth, and helping youth, the NDP is disappointingly opposed to our plan and instead is focused on tax increases on families and employers. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Random Buren St. George's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for doing yeoman service tonight. It looks like she got all three of us. I posed a question back on October the 5th, actually to the President of the Treasury Board, and we all know, of course, that the President of the Treasury Board has not gotten to his feet to answer any questions with respect to the G8 spending. And at that time, of course, we all know as well that $50 million was spent out of what was the Border Infrastructure Fund. And we now know that, of course, the money that was spent in the minister's riding really had nothing to do with the Border Infrastructure Fund, or actually was not even money that should have come out of that fund for the spending that took place in the minister's riding. We're looking at $50 million that was spent on projects that really, were not qualified, I guess, to come out of that particular fund. And when I look at the $50 million that was spent out of the Border Infrastructure Fund, and then I look at the $56 million that's being cut from the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, then I have to question the priorities of this government. Clearly, money was spent, the Auditor General has said, and I can quote, said that rules were broken with respect to how the money was spent. The $50 million was spent out of the Border Infrastructure Fund. And when the Minister of Foreign Affairs stands to defend the President of the Treasury Board, his response is always that, we've heard what the Auditor General had to say, and, we're paying attention to that. Well, that's all and good for the Minister of Foreign Affairs to say that, but in reality, what we have is $50 million that were spent on projects for which the money wasn't intended. And then when I look at what the government is doing in terms of the Department of Fisheries and Oceans and the cutting of $56 million, all I can do is shake my head and think in terms of priorities that this government has it all wrong. You're going and spending money on projects that were never approved or should never have approved to have been spent out of the Border Infrastructure Fund. Yet at the same time, you'll take something like the Department of Fisheries and Oceans and cut it to the tune of $56 million, cutting services, cutting safety, cutting you name it, and they're cutting it from the Department of Fisheries and Oceans. And it's such an important department in terms of a renewable resource. And when we talk about, for instance, an example, cutting of the Marine Subcenter, that impacts on the safety of anyone who goes on the ocean, not just fishers. And still, they're cutting the Marine Subcenter in St. John's and in Quebec. And then we're looking at, they're cutting the Fisheries Conservation Resource Council. And I'm thinking, you're cutting the very body that takes into account science, that takes into account the input of fishers, people with the experience, and the industry. And you're going and cutting from the Department of Fisheries and Oceans something that is so important to the future of our country, something that is so important to the future of people, not just in Newfoundland and Labrador, but in terms of the entire country. We're talking a renewable resource. So my question again, it's a question I put to the minister actually, was whether or not, because they had spent this money without any approval, that there was some suggestion the RCMP were in fact investigating the legality of how that money had been spent. And I'd asked the minister if he or any of his former staff had been approached by the RCMP. So I raised the question now to the parliamentary secretary because we did not get an answer to that question as to whether or not the minister and or his former staff have in fact been approached by the RCMP about the legality of how the money was spent out of the Border Infrastructure Fund.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is sort of like the movie Groundhog Day. I'm back again. Hopefully I'm getting better at this. I thank the member for her question. I'm pleased to rise in the House today to respond to the question posed by the honourable member from Random St. George. The G8 Legacy Fund was an investment in public infrastructure that has benefited the region and its communities while supporting the G8 Summit. The fund improved tourism and recreational facilities, upgraded sidewalks, parks and lighting, and ensured safer highways for residents in the region. Residents and visitors to the region will be able to take advantage of these improvements well into the future. As well as leaving a legacy to the region, these projects also contributed to Canada's successful hosting of the G8 summit in Huntsville. The Muskoka region was responsible for hosting the 2010 summit and needed to be ready to showcase Canada to the international guests and media, such as heads of state, senior dignitaries, and countless delegates from the world's leading countries. While supporting Canada's hosting role, the intent of the fund was also to provide a legacy to the communities and the people in the region. This has traditionally been the case when Canada hosts such high-profile international events. Similarly, was completed in Vancouver, Kananaskis, Quebec City, Moncton, and Halifax. Hosting an international event of this scale in the Muskoka-Parry Sound region was important for Canada. The G8 Legacy Fund helped the region to prepare for and host the international delegations, showcasing our beautiful country to the world. The Auditor General reported that Infrastructure Canada worked to ensure that every G8 Legacy project met the program's conditions. All of these projects were identified by municipalities and the province as a local priority. They provide lasting benefits to their communities and contributed to a successfully hosted G8 summit. Every dollar was spent on eligible costs for approved public infrastructure projects. The Auditor General reviewed this program, made a number of important observations and recommendations for improvement, and we have been clear that we have accepted this report and its findings. Hosting the G8 summit put Canada on the world stage, and the G8 Legacy Fund helped in making it successful. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Random Buren St. George's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it would appear that I'm not going to get the answer from the Parliamentary Secretary any more than I didn't get the answer from the Minister of Foreign Affairs. The reality is that rules were broken, and I guess that's the problem I have with how this money was spent from the Border Infrastructure Fund. It certainly wasn't meant to be spent in Muskoka. And it certainly wasn't meant to be spent without the approval of Parliament, which is exactly what happened. And I guess that the problem I have with all of this is that the government can stand and talk about how the money was spent, acknowledge that the Auditor General says rules were broken, and then turn around and treat areas of this country with such total lack of respect in terms of what needs to be done to keep the country going and to make viable options. For instance, through an agency like the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, where we know that cutting to the tune of $56 million will have devastating impact on the people who make a living from the fishery. And when I look at things like the Fisheries Conservation Council, why in the name of heavens the government would cut that is beyond me, and still at the same time turn around and invest money in things like a fake lighthouse and fake lakes. It doesn't make sense. Why is the government not recognizing the importance of putting money where it counts instead of doing things that someone like the Auditor General rules says that rules were broken?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I mentioned before, the G8 Legacy Fund helped the region prepare for hosting the 2010 G8 Summit and provided a legacy to the region. Tourism infrastructure was renovated, a new University of Waterloo Summit Centre for the Environment was constructed, roads were upgraded, community infrastructure was improved in towns throughout the region. These projects meant a successful hosting of the summit, and residents as well as visitors to the region continue to benefit from these projects. The Auditor General found that all 32 projects met the program's terms and conditions. She found that officials maintained project records and established frameworks to deliver the programs with due diligence. Every dollar was spent on eligible costs for eligible projects. The summit, like other previous international meetings held in Canada, was an important occasion for our country to present itself to the world. Every project was completed in time for the summit, contributing to this great opportunity for our country. Thank you very much.
La motion portant que la Chambre s'agit.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.